Hey there, night owls! Tonight we're stepping behind the velvet curtains of Victorian high society to meet the people nobody was supposed to notice, the servants. You know, those invisible humans who lived entire lives in the shadows of grand staircases, scrubbing chamber pots at 4 a.m. while the aristocrats upstairs worried about which fork to use for dessert. We've been fed this romantic fantasy by shows like Downtown Abbey, loyal butlers, charming maids, everyone knowing their place and loving it. But here's the thing. The real story was messier, darker, and way more fascinating than any period drama would dare to show you. We're talking exploitation, architectural segregation, and a social system so rigid it makes your HOA look like a hippie commune. So before we descend into the servant quarters, hit that like button if you're ready for some uncomfortable historical truths, and drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from right now? Alright, dim those lights, get comfortable, and let's talk about the people who built the Gilded Age while being treated like furniture. Ready? Let's go. So let's start at the beginning, which in this case means ancient Rome, because if you're going to understand why a Victorian housemaid was scrubbing floors at dawn for pennies, you need to understand how we got there. And spoiler alert, the journey from Roman household slave to Victorian domestic servant is basically a masterclass in how societies can take a terrible system and somehow make it worse, while pretending they've made it better. In ancient Rome, domestic service wasn't really service in the sense we understand it today. It was slavery, plain and simple, though Roman households operated on a scale that would make even the most grandiose Victorian estate look modest. A wealthy Roman family might own hundreds of slaves, each with incredibly specific jobs. You had nomenclators who memorized the names of everyone their master might encounter, essentially human contact lists, which honestly doesn't sound much worse than remembering all your passwords today. You had lecticari who carried the family around in portable chairs because walking was apparently beneath the dignity of anyone with money. There were cubiculari who managed the bedrooms, atriences who oversaw the main hall, and ostiari who answered the door, which sounds like the easiest job until you realise Roman dinner parties could last 8 hours and you weren't allowed to sit down or, leave. The thing about Roman domestic slavery is that it existed on this bizarre spectrum of experiences. At the absolute bottom, you had field slaves and mine workers whose lives were genuinely hellish in every measurable way. But household slaves, particularly those in wealthy urban homes, occupied this strange middle ground. They couldn't leave, they could be beaten or sold at their owner's whim, and they had zero legal rights, which obviously was horrific. But some of them, particularly the educated Greek slaves who served as tutors, secretaries, and physicians, lived in relative comfort and wielded considerable influence within the household. A wealthy Roman might consult his educated slave on matters of philosophy, medicine, or finance, even while maintaining the legal right to have that same slave executed if he felt like it. It was a system that managed to be simultaneously sophisticated and barbaric, which really captures the essence of Roman civilization in general. Here's where it gets interesting, though. Romans had this concept called manumission, the formal freeing of slaves, and it was surprisingly common, at least compared to slavery systems that would come later. A slave might be freed as a reward for years of service, or they might purchase their own freedom, or their owner might free them in his will just to look generous at his own funeral. These freed slaves, called liberti, often continued working in domestic service, but now as paid employees. They occupied this weird social twilight zone where they weren't quite citizens, not in the full sense, but they weren't slaves anymore either. Their children, however, could be full citizens. It was Roman society's way of saying, we'll let you climb the ladder, but you're starting several rungs below everyone else, and also the ladder is on fire. The truly elite positions in Roman households were the villicus and villica, the male and female household managers who oversaw all the other slaves. These were positions of genuine authority and responsibility, and they often went to trusted slaves who'd proven themselves over decades. A villicus in a large household wielded more day-to-day power than many free citizens, even though legally he was still property. This is important to understand because it sets up a pattern that would echo through domestic service for the next 2,000 years. The creation of elaborate hierarchies within the servant class itself, where your immediate superior might be someone just as powerless as you in the grand scheme of things, but who made your daily life heaven or hell. When Rome fell, and let's be honest, fell is a generous word for what was basically a very slow-motion collapse that took centuries, the structure of domestic service didn't disappear. It transformed. The Germanic tribes who inherited the wreckage of the Western Roman Empire brought their own traditions of household service, which were based on fundamentally different principles. In Germanic society, serving a powerful lord wasn't degrading, it was actually prestigious. Young men of good families would attach themselves to a lord's household as part of their education and path to advancement. These weren't slaves, they were more like apprentices in the art of being important. This is where we start to see the medieval system taking shape, and it looked nothing like what most people imagine when they think of servants. In early medieval Europe, being a household servant to a nobleman was actually a career move. The people cleaning the lord's armour, serving his meals, and managing his horses weren't peasants scraped from the bottom of society. They were often the sons and daughters of other noble families, learning the ropes and making connections. It was medieval networking, except instead of LinkedIn endorsements, you got to hold the lord's sword during formal occasions and occasionally dodge flying furniture when he was in a mood. The medieval household was organised around this concept of service as honour. The highest positions, the steward who managed the entire household, the chamberlain who controlled access to the lord's private chambers, the marshal who oversaw the stables and military equipment, these were positions of real power and prestige. A steward in a great noble household might himself be a knight, managing lands and resources worth more than most people would see in 100 lifetimes. The marshal might command troops in battle. These weren't servants in the Victorian sense. They were administrators, military officers, and political operators who happened to organise their careers around managing someone else's household. Even the lower positions in a medieval household carried more status than you'd expect. A page, essentially a teenage boy learning to be a knight, spent his time doing what we'd consider servant work, carrying messages, serving at table, helping knights with their armour. But this was viewed as an essential part of a young nobleman's education. You learned humility, sure, but you also learned how a great household functioned from the inside, which was pretty useful information if you planned to run your own estate someday. It was like an internship, except instead of getting coffee you got to watch people settle disputes by hitting each other with swords, which honestly sounds more interesting. The medieval kitchen staff, the stable hands, the general labourers, these positions were filled by commoners and were less prestigious, obviously. But even they benefited from the association with a powerful household. A cook in a bishop's palace had steady employment, regular meals, and the protection of a powerful patron in a world where any of those things could vanish overnight. The medieval economy wasn't based on wages in the way we understand them. It was based on mutual obligation and protection. You served the lord, and in exchange the lord was supposed to take care of you. Whether he actually did was another question entirely, but the theoretical framework was there. This medieval model persisted in various forms for centuries, but starting around the 14th century, things began to shift. The Black Death killed somewhere between a third and half of Europe's population, which was catastrophic in every way you can imagine, and several you probably can't. But one of its side effects was a sudden, severe labour shortage. Suddenly, workers who'd survived had options. They could demand higher wages, better conditions, better treatment. The old feudal bonds started to crack because turns out the mutual obligation system worked a lot better for the lords than the servants, and once servants had leverage, they weren't shy about using it. Nobles tried to push back with laws fixing wages and restricting movement. The English Statute of Labourers in 1351 is a perfect example. It basically said, "We know you could get better pay elsewhere, but we're making it illegal for you to leave or for anyone to pay you more." Naturally, this worked about as well as you'd expect, which is to say, not at all. People left anyway, demanded more money anyway, and gradually the old feudal system where everyone knew their place and stayed there started crumbling. By the time we get to the Tudor period in England, we're talking 16th century now, domestic service was starting to look more like an actual job and less like a feudal obligation. You'd still find noble families sending their children to serve in other noble households, but increasingly, domestic staff were hired workers rather than feudal dependents. The great household still existed, and they still employed hundreds of people, but the nature of the relationship was changing. It was becoming more transactional, more based on wages and less on bonds of loyalty and protection. The English system that developed during the Tudor and Stuart periods created an incredibly elaborate hierarchy that would become the model everyone else tried to copy. At the top you had the Lord Steward, the Lord Chamberlain, and other officers who were basically running a small government. Then came the upper servants, the gentlemen and ladies who attended directly on the noble family. Below them were the ordinary servants, the cooks, footmen, housemaids, stable hands, and at the very bottom were the scullery maids and general labourers who did the truly miserable work that nobody else wanted to touch. What made the English system distinctive was how formalised it became. Continental European households tended to be more fluid in their organisation. French households, for instance, had their own hierarchies, but they weren't quite as rigid or as elaborately stratified. The Spanish tended towards smaller household staffs, but with more emphasis on ceremonial positions. The Germans maintained more of the old feudal household model longer than most. But the English developed this incredibly complex, remarkably stable system, with clearly defined ranks, specific duties, and understood paths of advancement, or at least the illusion of advancement, which is almost as good. Part of what made the English system so influential was Britain's growing wealth and power from the 17th century onward. As the British Empire expanded and British merchants grew obscenely rich, British domestic arrangements became the standard that wealthy people everywhere tried to emulate. If you were a newly rich merchant in Boston or Calcutta or Melbourne, and you wanted to show that you'd made it, you organised your household along English lines. You hired an English butler if you could afford one, or at least someone who could pretend to be English. You adopted English dining customs, English ideas about proper service, English notions of how servants should behave and be treated. But here's the thing, and this is where we start to see how medieval servants with their relative prestige and security gradually got downgraded into Victorian servants with neither, as domestic service became more professionalised and more based on wages rather than feudal bonds. The status of servants actually decreased. In the medieval period, serving in a great household was respectable work that came with protection, and often with social connections that could last a lifetime. By the Victorian era, domestic service was considered bottom-tier employment, something you did if you had no other options. Part of this was about numbers. In medieval England, only the very wealthy had large household staffs. By the Victorian era, anyone with even moderate wealth was expected to employ servants. The rising middle class created enormous demand for domestic workers, which meant the servant class expanded dramatically. More servants meant individual servants were less special, less valued, more replaceable. Supply and demand is a harsh mistress, and she wasn't doing domestic servants any favours. But it wasn't just economics. It was also about how society thought about work and status. The medieval worldview had assumed that everyone had their proper place in a divinely ordered hierarchy. Serving a lord was just your role in God's great plan. No more shameful than being a lord was inherently virtuous. But by the Victorian era, the prevailing ideology was about individual achievement and merit. You were supposed to make something of yourself through hard work and talent. Domestic service was increasingly seen as failure, proof that you hadn't managed to achieve anything better. The Industrial Revolution accelerated all of this. Suddenly there were factories, railways, telegraph offices, shops, and clerical positions, new kinds of work that hadn't existed before. For men especially, domestic service started to seem like a dead end. Why spend your life polishing another man's boots when you could work in a factory or a shop or an office? The pay might not be much better, but at least you'd have your evenings and Sundays more or less to yourself. Factory work was hard and often dangerous, but you weren't on call 24 hours a day, and you weren't expected to be invisible, silent and grateful for the privilege of being worked to exhaustion. Women had fewer options, which is why by the mid-19th century domestic service was overwhelmingly female. There were still male servants, butlers, footmen, valets, but they were increasingly expensive luxuries. A male servant was so expensive to employ that the government literally taxed you extra for having one, which we'll get into more detail about later. But women had far fewer alternatives. Teaching and nursing were respectable options if you had education, but most working-class women didn't. Factory work existed, but it paid terribly, and the conditions were often worse than domestic service. Shop work was considered slightly more respectable than service, but jobs were limited and the pay was no better. So by the Victorian era, you had this massive servant class, more than 1 million people in Britain alone, made up mostly of young women who had no better options. And the work they were doing looked superficially similar to what medieval servants had done: cooking, cleaning, carrying things, waiting at table. But the context had completely changed. Medieval servants had been part of an extended household, members of a community with obligations that ran both ways. Victorian servants were employees, hired and fired at will, with no security beyond their next quarter's notice. The Victorian middle and upper classes developed an entire ideology around domestic service that tried to make this seem natural and right. They convinced themselves that servants were grateful for the work, that service built character, that the hierarchical household was a microcosm of proper social order. They wrote etiquette books explaining in minute detail how servants should behave, what they should wear, how they should address their betters, even how they should walk through a room so as not to draw attention. The message was clear. Servants were there to facilitate the comfortable life of their employers while remaining as invisible as possible. This is the system that Downton Abbey and similar shows romanticize. A world of loyal retainers who supposedly loved their work and their employers, where everyone knew their place and everything ran smoothly because of it. But that's not how it actually worked for most people. The reality was long hours, low pay, constant supervision, no privacy, and the understanding that you were always one mistake or one false accusation away from being fired without references, which meant you'd probably never work in service again. The Victorian household had elaborate hierarchies just like the medieval household had, but now those hierarchies were about control and efficiency rather than honour and prestige. The Victorian butler wasn't a knight managing a lord's military household. He was essentially a middle manager, ensuring that the house ran smoothly and the servants stayed in line. The Victorian housekeeper wasn't a trusted administrator with real authority. She was a supervisor whose job was to extract maximum work from the female staff, while spending as little money as possible on their upkeep. And yet, despite all this, domestic service remained one of the largest employment sectors in Britain and America through the Victorian era and into the early 20th century. Partly this was because people genuinely had no better options. But partly it was because humans are remarkably good at adapting to terrible circumstances. Servants created their own communities, their own social networks, their own forms of dignity and resistance within a system designed to deny them both. They developed professional pride in their work even when that work was exhausting and degrading. They formed relationships, friendships, romances, rivalries that made daily life bearable. The trajectory from Roman slave to Victorian servant is basically a story of how different societies organised inequality in their households. The Romans were honest about it. Slavery was slavery, and they didn't pretend otherwise. Medieval Europeans wrapped it in notions of mutual obligation and divine order. Victorians dressed it up in rhetoric about proper social roles and the dignity of honest labour. But in all three systems, a small number of people with wealth and power organised their lives around being served by a much larger number of people who did the actual work. What changed across these centuries wasn't really the fundamental inequality. It was how societies justified it, how they organised it, and how much mobility they allowed within it. Roman slaves could potentially be freed and their children could become citizens. Medieval servants might rise through the ranks of a household and gain real authority. Victorian servants could accumulate savings and maybe, possibly, eventually open a small shop or retire to a cottage somewhere. Each system offered its own form of hope, however slim. But the direction of travel across these 2,000 years was pretty clear. Domestic servants went from being slaves with no legal rights but potential for eventual freedom, to feudal retainers with some security and status, to wage workers with more freedom in theory but less security in practice. They went from being called slaves to being called servants to being called the help, as if changing the terminology somehow changed the fundamental reality of the relationship. They went from being an accepted part of the social order to being an embarrassing necessity that polite people pretended not to notice, hence all those back staircases and hidden corridors we're about to discuss. The Victorian era represents the peak of this system, and also the beginning of its end. At no other point in history were there more domestic servants, more elaborate household hierarchies, more detailed rules about how service should work. But it was also the period when the system started to show cracks that would eventually bring the whole thing down. Servants were starting to organise, to demand better conditions, to leave for other work when they could. The technology was being invented, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, gas stoves, that would eventually make large household staffs unnecessary. The social changes were underway, expanding education, women's suffrage, labour rights, that would make servitude increasingly unacceptable. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. For now, What you need to understand is that when we talk about Victorian domestic servants, we're talking about people at the end of a very long historical process. They inherited structures and hierarchies that had been developing for millennia, but they were living through a moment when those structures were becoming increasingly unstable and unsustainable. They worked in a system that looked permanent and natural, that told them it was permanent and natural, but that was actually on the edge of collapse. The Victorian household, with its army of servants, its rigid hierarchies, its elaborate rules and rituals, it felt eternal to the people living in it. The aristocrats couldn't imagine life without servants to dress them, cook for them, clean up after them. The servants couldn't imagine a world where their labour wasn't needed, where the work they'd been trained for and had built their lives around simply ceased to exist. But that world was coming, faster than anyone realised. For now, though, we're still in the Victorian era, when domestic service was the largest employer of women in Britain, when every middle-class household of any pretension employed at least a maid or two, when the great aristocratic houses still maintained staffs numbering in the dozens or hundreds. And to understand how that system actually worked day to day, we need to look at the physical spaces where servants lived and worked. Because the Victorians didn't just create hierarchies of rank and duty, they literally built their hierarchies into the architecture of their homes. They designed spaces specifically to keep servants and employers separate, to make servants invisible, to ensure that the smooth operation of the household happened out of sight of the people benefiting from it. So let's talk about the architecture of servitude, about back staircases and hidden corridors, about how the design of Victorian houses reflected and reinforced the class divisions of Victorian society. Let's talk about how the Victorians took the ancient practice of having some people serve other people and refined it to the point where they could have dozens of servants in a house and never have to actually see most of them. Because if medieval service was about incorporating servants into the household, Victorian service was about making them invisible. And the way you make people invisible is you give them their own separate world, their own stairs and corridors and rooms, and you make damn sure those two worlds never intersect unless absolutely necessary. Now we need to talk about something that period dramas conveniently gloss over, what it actually meant to be a young woman working as a domestic servant in Victorian Britain. And I'm going to tell you right now, this isn't the sanitised Downton Abbey version, where housemaids have adorable flirtations with chauffeurs and everyone respects everyone else's boundaries. The reality was significantly darker, more complicated, and involved a moral system so hypocritical it would make your head spin. By the mid-19th century, domestic service had become overwhelmingly female. We're talking about roughly 80% of all servants being women by the 1850s. This wasn't because women were naturally better at cleaning or more suited to service, it was because men had options and women largely didn't. A working-class man could choose factory work, agricultural labour, shop work, clerical positions, the military or emigration. A working-class woman could choose domestic service, factory work that paid even less than service, or marriage, which honestly might be considered its own form of unpaid domestic service depending on who you married. So you had hundreds of thousands of young women, most of them teenagers, entering domestic service because it was the best of a limited set of bad options. They came from rural areas where agricultural work was disappearing, from urban slums where factories barely paid survival wages, from families that couldn't afford to feed all their children. They arrived in the homes of middle-class and upper-class families with maybe a reference letter from their parish priest, maybe a basic ability to read and write, and absolutely no legal protections worth mentioning. Let's start with the hiring process, which was already fraught with power imbalances that would make modern HR departments break out in hives. A girl looking for a position, and yes, they were usually girls, often as young as 12 or 13, would either go to a registry office that matched servants with employers, or she'd answer advertisements, or she'd rely on personal recommendations. The registry offices charged fees that could eat up a week's wages, and they had no particular incentive to find you a good position rather than just any position. The advertisements were often deliberately vague about working conditions, and personal recommendations only helped if you knew someone who knew someone, which meant if you were new to the city or had no connections, you were working blind. The interview itself was an exercise in humiliation dressed up as proper procedure. You'd present yourself at the servants' entrance. Using the front door was grounds for immediate dismissal of your application, naturally, and you'd be examined like livestock. Employers would ask invasive questions about your background, your family, your health, whether you'd been in trouble before, which was Victorian code for pregnant. They'd inspect your hands to see if they were rough enough to prove you weren't afraid of hard work. Some would check your teeth. This wasn't exactly a job interview in the modern sense. It was more like an audition where you had to convince someone you'd be appropriately grateful for the privilege of scrubbing their floors. If you were hired, you were given a position based on your age, experience, and the employer's needs. Young girls typically started as scullery maids or general servants, the absolute bottom of the household hierarchy. These positions involved the worst work: hauling coal, scrubbing floors, emptying chamber pots, washing dishes in water that would take the skin off your hands. You did this work from before dawn until well after dark, with maybe half a day off on Sunday if you were lucky. Your wages were somewhere between £8 and £12 per year, which works out to roughly 20 cents a day in modern terms, except that comparison is meaningless because everything was different and also terrible. The hours were crushing. A scullery maid might start her day at 5 in the morning, lighting fires throughout the house so the family and upper servants wouldn't wake up cold. She'd work through breakfast service, then cleaning, then lunch preparation, then more cleaning, then dinner service, then washing up, then preparing for the next day. She might finish at 10 or 11 at night if she was lucky, or midnight if there was a dinner party. That's 17 or 18 hours of physical labour, most of it on your knees or bent over a sink. No overtime pay, obviously. No workers' compensation when you burned yourself on the stove or wrenched your back hauling buckets of water. No sick days. If you were too ill to work, you didn't get paid, and if you were sick too often, you got fired. You lived in the house, but calling it living is generous. Scullery maids and general servants typically slept in the attic or basement in rooms that would be condemned as uninhabitable by modern standards. These rooms were freezing in winter, stifling in summer, poorly ventilated, and often shared with 2 or 3 other servants. You had maybe a narrow bed, a small chest for your possessions, and a washstand if you were lucky. Privacy was a concept for people higher up the social ladder. Comfort was something that happened to other people. Your employer controlled virtually every aspect of your life. They decided when you could leave the house, who you could see, what you could wear, even what you could read. Many households forbade servants from receiving male visitors or having followers, which was the Victorian term for boyfriends. Some employers read their servants' mail, ostensibly to protect them from unsuitable influences, but really because they could. You were supposed to be grateful for all of this control because it was protecting your virtue, which is Victorian speak for, we own you and don't want you having a life outside this house. Now let's talk about the thing that everyone knew about, but nobody wanted to acknowledge: sexual exploitation. Victorian society had this fascinating ability to be both obsessed with sexual propriety and completely comfortable with systematic sexual abuse, as long as that abuse followed class lines. The official morality said that women, especially young women, needed to be protected from sexual advances and that any woman who engaged in premarital sex was ruined forever. The unofficial reality was that young female servants were considered fair game by the men of the household, and everyone just sort of pretended this wasn't happening. Here's how the system worked in practice. A teenage housemaid would be in the house, working long hours under constant supervision, with no ability to leave without permission and nowhere to go anyway. The master of the house, or his sons, or his male guests, or even the upper male servants could corner her in a corridor, in her attic bedroom, in the scullery, anywhere she was alone. And what were her options? She could refuse and risk being called insolent, which could get her fired without references. She could complain to the mistress of the house, who would almost certainly either not believe her, or worse, believe her and fire her anyway for being trouble. She could submit and hope it didn't result in pregnancy. These weren't good options. These were all terrible options, but they were the options available. The frequency of this is hard to document precisely because, unsurprisingly, the Victorians didn't keep careful statistics on how often employers sexually assaulted their servants. But we can get some sense of the scale from the number of servants dismissed for pregnancy, from court cases involving infanticide, from records of foundling hospitals and workhouses. The numbers suggest this wasn't rare. It was common enough that everyone knew it happened, even if polite society agreed never to discuss it directly. Let me give you an example, though I'm changing the details to protect the historical record since these were real people whose stories shouldn't be sensationalized. There was a girl named Mary who worked as a housemaid in a prosperous household in London in the 1860s. She was 15, had been in service for 2 years and was by all accounts a good worker. Punctual, quiet, didn't complain about the hours or the work. The master of the house was a respected businessman, a churchgoer, a man of supposedly impeccable character. He started paying attention to Mary, giving her small gifts, complimenting her work, seeking her out when she was alone. This went on for months. Then one day she found herself pregnant. What happened next is depressingly predictable. Mary's condition eventually became obvious. The mistress noticed, confronted her, and Mary admitted what had happened. The mistress didn't believe her husband would do such a thing, or perhaps she believed it and simply didn't care, and dismissed Mary immediately without references or wages owed. Mary couldn't find another position without references. She couldn't go home because her family's reputation would be ruined by association. She ended up in a workhouse where she gave birth to a son who died before his first birthday. Mary survived but never recovered her position in society. She spent the rest of her short life doing the hardest, lowest paid work available until she died of tuberculosis at 23. The master of the house continued his respectable life, went to church on Sundays, possibly impregnated other servants. No consequences, no scandal, no record of his actions except in a few workhouse documents that mention Mary by name and say nothing about him except that he was her former employer. This is what Victorian morality looked like in practice. The system was designed to protect men, particularly wealthy men, from consequences while ensuring that women bore all the risk and all the shame. If a servant got pregnant, it was proof she was immoral, weak-willed, probably had been asking for it in some undefined way. Never mind that she had no power, no recourse, no ability to refuse without destroying her livelihood. Never mind that the man who impregnated her almost certainly used his position of authority to coerce her. Victorian morality had no problem with any of that. What it had a problem with was the visible evidence of sin, the pregnant servant, the illegitimate child, the disruption to the household's smooth operation. Some households dealt with pregnant servants more generously, which in this context means they'd give the girl a small amount of money and a letter that carefully avoided mentioning why she was leaving, allowing her to find another position. Somewhere far away where nobody knew her history. This was considered enlightened behaviour. The truly progressive employers might even help arrange for the baby to be taken in by a baby farmer, someone who'd raise the child for a fee, though raise is doing a lot of work in that sentence since baby farmers were notorious for neglecting or outright killing the infants in their care. The double standard extended beyond just pregnancy. A female servant could be dismissed for being seen talking to a man, for receiving a letter from a male correspondent, for being out after curfew even with permission. Male servants faced no such restrictions. A footman could have a girlfriend, could go drinking on his evening off, could get into bar fights for all his employer cared, and as long as he showed up for work the next day looking presentable, nobody said anything. Women's virtue had to be carefully guarded. Men's virtue apparently didn't require guarding at all. The Victorian obsession with female servants' sexual conduct wasn't really about protecting them. It was about protecting the household's reputation and the property value of its female members. An upper-class girl's marriage prospects depended on her reputation for purity, and having sexually experienced servants in the house was seen as potentially contaminating. Also, pregnancy among servants was expensive and inconvenient. You had to fire them, hire replacements, deal with potential scandal if word got out. Much easier to prevent it by controlling servants' movements and contacts, even though the real threat came from inside the house. Some servants did find ways to navigate this system successfully, though success is relative when you're operating within a fundamentally exploitative structure. A girl who managed to advance from scullery maid to housemaid to lady's maid had achieved something genuinely impressive. The requirements for a lady's maid included skills that took years to develop: hairdressing, sewing, laundry care for delicate fabrics, knowledge of fashion, the ability to anticipate your mistress's needs. These positions paid better, came with more respect, and offered significantly more security. A good lady's maid could earn £30 to £40 per year by the late Victorian period, which was enough to save money, to help support family members, maybe eventually to retire with some dignity. Some ladies' maids became genuinely close to their employers, not as equals, obviously, but as trusted confidants. There are records of ladies' maids being left money in their employers' wills, being kept on after they were too old to work effectively, being treated with something approaching actual respect. The path to becoming a lady's maid usually required luck, connections, and exceptional skill. You needed to start in a good household where there were opportunities for advancement. You needed to catch the attention of the housekeeper or the lady of the house. You needed to be able to read and write well enough to take messages, to have a good sense of style, to be diplomatic enough to manage your mistress's moods without either being servile or overstepping bounds. And you needed to avoid all the pitfalls that destroyed so many other servants' careers: pregnancy, illness, being accused of theft, getting on the wrong side of the housekeeper. Even for those who succeeded, the work was demanding. A lady's maid was on call whenever her mistress needed her, which could mean starting at 6 in the morning to dress her for breakfast, and not finishing until midnight after helping her undress for bed. During the social season, you might be up until 2 or 3 in the morning waiting for your mistress to return from parties. You travelled with her when she visited other estates, which sounds pleasant until you realise you were doing the same work in unfamiliar houses with fewer resources and the constant stress of representing your mistress to other household servants. Some servants aimed even higher, seeking positions as housekeepers or cooks. A housekeeper in a large establishment was essentially the female counterpart to the butler. She managed all the female servants, controlled household supplies, kept the accounts, and wielded considerable authority within her domain. The position required literacy, numeracy, management skills, and years of experience. It paid well by the standards of domestic service, sometimes £50 or £60 per year in the largest households. It came with better accommodation, more respect, and actual job security. Housekeepers often stayed in the same household for decades, but these elite positions were rare, and competition for them was fierce. For every servant who made it to lady's maid or housekeeper, there were dozens who spent their entire careers in lower positions, and hundreds who left service entirely, often not by choice. The harsh reality was that domestic service was young women's work. By their 30s or 40s, most women who'd started in service had either moved up to secure positions, married and left service, or been pushed out by younger, cheaper workers. Marriage was theoretically an escape route from service, but it came with its own complications. Many households forbade servants from marrying while employed, which meant you had to choose between your job and marriage. Some couples would marry in secret and maintain separate households until they'd saved enough money to live together, which sounds romantic until you remember this meant years of separation, with maybe one day off every 2 weeks to see each other. When servants did marry, they usually married other servants or working-class men from similar backgrounds. These marriages were based on practical considerations as much as romance. You needed 2 incomes to survive, and you needed a partner who understood the demands of working-class life. Some of these marriages were genuinely happy. Others were arrangements of convenience. Many fell somewhere in between, which is probably true of marriages at any social level, except working-class couples had fewer resources to cushion the rough patches. There were rare cases of servants marrying above their station. These stories were the stuff of Victorian fantasy and scandal in equal measure. A pretty housemaid catching the eye of a younger son, a governess marrying her employer after his wife died, a lady's maid being courted by a prosperous tradesman. These things happened, but they were so unusual that they became the subject of novels. Gossip and cautionary tales depending on who was telling the story. The reality of marrying up was usually less romantic than the fantasy. A working-class woman who married into the middle class had to completely reinvent herself, learning middle-class manners, speech patterns, and social expectations while navigating the suspicion and often outright hostility of her husband's family and social circle. Some women managed this transition successfully and built genuine partnerships with their husbands. Others found themselves isolated, looked down upon, trapped in marriages where they were constantly reminded of their inferior origins. Education was another theoretical path to better prospects, though opportunities were limited. Servants who could read and write had advantages over those who couldn't. They could apply for positions that required literacy, could keep their own accounts, could write letters home. Some ambitious young women pursued education in their extremely limited free time, reading by candlelight after 18-hour workdays, attending Sunday schools, teaching themselves from books borrowed from their employers' libraries when they could. Get away with it. A few servants managed to leverage education into better work. A housemaid who could write beautifully might become a lady's companion, essentially a paid friend for a wealthy woman who needed someone to read to her, write her letters, and provide conversation. A nursemaid who was particularly good with children might become a governess, teaching basic subjects to young children in middle-class households. These positions were sort of in between, not quite servants, not quite family, occupying an uncomfortable social limbo but usually better paid and less physically demanding than regular service. But for every story of a servant who escaped to something better, there were countless stories of women who didn't. Women who worked themselves to exhaustion and died young from tuberculosis contracted in damp basement kitchens. Women who were fired for being too sick to work and ended up in workhouses. Women who had nervous breakdowns from the constant stress and isolation. Women who committed suicide because they saw no way out of their circumstances. These stories don't make it into the period dramas because they're not entertaining, but they were common enough that they should never be forgotten. The psychological toll of service gets less attention than the physical hardships, but it was real and it was brutal. Imagine spending your entire life being told you're inferior, that your thoughts and feelings don't matter, that you exist only to facilitate someone else's comfort. Imagine being trained to be invisible, to move through a house without making a sound, to anticipate needs without being asked, to suppress any sign of personality or individuality. Imagine doing this from age 13 or 14, through your entire youth and young adulthood, having it drummed into you daily that you are less than the people you serve. Some servants internalized this. They came to believe they really were inferior, that they deserved their position, that the system was natural and right. This is what the employers wanted, obviously. Servants who didn't question their place, who were grateful for whatever scraps of kindness they received, who policed themselves and each other to maintain the hierarchical system. Other servants resisted in whatever ways they could. They formed friendships and support networks with other servants, creating communities that existed parallel to the household hierarchy. They gossiped about their employers, sharing stories, mocking pretensions, reclaiming some power through humour at the expense of the people who controlled their lives. They stole food from the larder, not enough to get caught but enough to supplement their meagre diets. They negotiated for better terms when they changed positions, slowly pushing wages up and hours down through collective pressure, even without formal unions. Some servants were more openly rebellious. They talked back, though this was grounds for immediate dismissal. They refused orders they found particularly degrading, even knowing it could cost them their positions. They organised, trying to create servant associations that could advocate for better conditions, though these efforts rarely succeeded because servants had no legal right to organise and employers could simply fire anyone involved. The resistance that probably scared employers most was servants simply leaving. By the late Victorian period, domestic service was struggling to recruit new workers because young women increasingly had other options. Factory work might not pay better, but at least you had your evenings and Sundays free. Shop work was considered more respectable. Teaching, nursing, and clerical work were opening up to working-class women with education. The servant shortage that would become acute after World War I was already beginning in the 1890s, as working-class women started voting with their feet, choosing anything except service when they had the choice. Employers responded to this with a predictable mix of higher wages, better conditions, and complaints about the declining quality of servants. You started to see advertisements emphasising the good treatment servants could expect: their own rooms, regular time off, reasonable hours. This wasn't generosity. This was the market forcing concessions that servants had been unable to win through organised pressure. The system was starting to crack not because employers suddenly developed consciences, but because the supply of desperate young women willing to work under any conditions was drying up. But we're still decades away from the real collapse of the domestic service system. In the 1880s and 1890s, it's still functioning, still employing hundreds of thousands of young women, still operating on the assumption that there will always be poor girls who need work badly enough to accept terrible conditions. Those girls are still scrubbing floors in basements, still sleeping in freezing attics, still navigating a moral system designed to exploit them while pretending to protect them. The stories we tell ourselves about Victorian servants matter because they shape how we remember this period and how we think about class, labour, and exploitation in our own time. When we romanticise service as a benign system where loyal servants were like family, we're erasing the experiences of women like Mary and the thousands of others who were used up and thrown away by a system that valued them only for their labour. When we pretend the system was stable and worked well for everyone involved, We're ignoring the reality that it was built on the vulnerability of people with no other options. Victorian female servants weren't characters in a costume drama. They were real women living real lives under extraordinary constraints. They had hopes, dreams, ambitions, talents that were never developed because they spent their youth hauling water and scrubbing floors. Some of them survived and maybe even thrived within the limited options available to them. Many didn't survive at all, dying young from overwork, disease, or despair. All of them deserved better than what the system gave them, and all of them deserved to be remembered accurately, without the soft focus filter that period dramas apply to make history more palatable. The vulnerability of Victorian female servants wasn't incidental to the system. It was essential to how the system functioned. Their lack of options, their lack of legal protections, their lack of social power made them ideal workers from the employer's perspective. They couldn't refuse orders, couldn't demand better treatment, couldn't leave without references that employers could withhold at will. The moral framework that blamed them for any sexual exploitation they experienced kept them silent and ensured that the men who exploited them faced no consequences. This is what we mean when we talk about structural inequality. It wasn't just that some people were rich and others were poor. It was that the entire system, legal, economic, social, moral, was designed to keep certain people vulnerable and to give other people power over them. A girl could work herself to exhaustion for 20 years, never make a mistake, save every penny she could, and still end up in a workhouse if she got sick or pregnant or simply got too old to be useful. A man could assault servants with impunity, and the system would protect him while destroying the women he victimized. Understanding this matters not just for historical accuracy, but for understanding our own time. The specific structures have changed, but the dynamics of exploitation, the double standards around sexual conduct, the way vulnerable people are blamed for their own victimization, these patterns persist. We like to think we've moved beyond Victorian attitudes, and in many ways we have. But the Victorians also thought they'd moved beyond medieval barbarism, and they were right about some things and catastrophically wrong about others. The role of female employers in this system deserves particular attention because it complicates the simple narrative of male exploitation. The mistress of the house was often the person directly responsible for managing female servants, and while she didn't have the same kind of sexual power over them that men did, she had enormous power over their daily lives and their futures. Some mistresses were kind, fair, and genuinely concerned about their servants' welfare. Others were petty tyrants who took out their own frustrations with their limited lives on the women they controlled. See, upper-class Victorian women were trapped in their own gilded cage. They weren't allowed to work, couldn't control their own money once they married, couldn't vote, couldn't divorce without scandal and financial ruin, and were expected to spend their lives being decorative and producing heirs. A certain type of woman dealt with this powerlessness by exercising whatever power she did have, which meant controlling her servants with an iron fist. If you couldn't control your husband, your finances, or your own life, you could at least control the housemaid's schedule, inspect her room for contraband, read her mail, and fire her if she showed insufficient gratitude. Some mistresses were incredibly intrusive about their servants' private lives, which is saying something given that servants barely had private lives to begin with. They'd interrogate servants about their families, their religious practices, their friendships with other servants. They'd forbid servants from wearing certain colours or styles, not for any practical reason, but simply to demonstrate control. They'd change rules arbitrarily, create impossible standards, and then punish servants for failing to meet them. This wasn't universal, but it was common enough that servant placement agencies specifically noted in their records when a mistress was easy to please or reasonable in her demands, which tells you something about how many weren't. The complicated part is that some of these controlling mistresses genuinely believed they were helping. The Victorian cult of domesticity taught that women were naturally moral and that wealthy women had a duty to guide and improve the lower classes. So a mistress might read her servant's mail not out of pure nosiness, though there was definitely that, but because she believed she was protecting them from unsuitable influences. She might forbid them from seeing their families because she thought their families were bad influences. She might impose strict rules because she genuinely believed this was for the servants' own good, that they needed firm guidance to resist temptation and develop good character. This paternalism, or maternalism really, was in some ways more insidious than straightforward exploitation because it was harder to resist. When an employer is openly cruel, at least you know where you stand. When an employer insists she's doing everything for your own good, that she cares about you like family, that these restrictions are proof of her concern, it's harder to see the relationship clearly. Some servants internalize this, convince themselves their mistress really did care, really was protecting them. Others saw through it but had to pretend they didn't, because openly challenging your mistress's benevolence was even more dangerous than challenging her authority. The relationship between ladies' maids and their mistresses deserves special attention, because it was the most intimate employer-servant relationship in the household. A lady's maid would spend hours every day in her mistress's bedroom, dressing her, doing her hair, helping her bathe, listening to her conversation. She'd know things about her mistress that the mistress's husband didn't know, what she really thought about social rivals, what she was insecure about, whether she was having an affair. This enforced intimacy created a strange dynamic where the two women were genuinely close, but absolutely not equals. Some ladies' maids became their mistresses' confidants and friends in a way, but it was always an unequal friendship. Your friend can fire you, can refuse to give you references, can control whether you have any future in domestic service. That's not really friendship. That's a relationship where one person has all the power and the other has to carefully manage how much authenticity she shows. A lady's maid might listen sympathetically to her mistress's complaints about her husband, might offer gentle advice, might even make jokes that made her mistress laugh. But she could never say what she really thought if it contradicted what her mistress wanted to hear. The burden of emotional labour in these relationships fell entirely on the servants. You had to be cheerful when you felt miserable, sympathetic when you were exhausted, patient when you were frustrated. You had to anticipate your mistress's moods, adjust your behaviour accordingly, and never show any sign that you found any of this difficult. Some servants became genuinely skilled at this kind of emotional management. They'd have made excellent therapists or customer service representatives in a different era. Others found it exhausting and soul-crushing, but did it anyway because they had no choice. The relationship between upper and lower servants created another layer of complication. The housekeeper, the cook, the lady's maid, these women had clawed their way to positions of relative authority and security, and many of them guarded those positions jealously. A housekeeper might be as hard on lower servants as any mistress, sometimes harder because she knew exactly what they were capable of, and had no patience for anything less than perfection. She'd conduct room inspections, check their work, enforce rules about silence and invisibility, and generally make their lives miserable in the name of maintaining household standards. This wasn't pure sadism, though there was sometimes that element. It was also about survival. A housekeeper who lost control of the lower servants, who couldn't maintain discipline, who let standards slip. She'd be fired just like anyone else, and she had further to fall. She'd spent decades working her way up from scullery maid to housekeeper, and she wasn't about to lose that because some young housemaid couldn't be bothered to polish the silver properly. So she was harsh because harshness was what the system rewarded, because showing mercy or understanding might be interpreted as weakness. Some housekeepers managed to be both firm and fair, creating environments where servants felt pushed but not abused, where standards were high but achievable, where there was actual mentorship rather than just discipline. These were the housekeepers that servants wanted to work under, the ones who showed you how to do something right rather than just punishing you for doing it wrong. But they were probably the minority. Most housekeepers were simply trying to keep their positions by ensuring their employers had no complaints about the household's operation, and if that meant being hard on the servants under them, well, that was just how the system worked. The economics of why women stayed in service despite these conditions is worth examining in more detail. Yes, they had limited options, but they did have some options. So why did service remain one of the largest employers of women until well into the 20th century? Part of it was simple economics. Service paid poorly, but it paid regularly, and it included room and board. For a girl from a rural family that could barely feed its children, £8 a year plus food and shelter was better than staying home and being another mouth to feed. But there were psychological and social factors too. Domestic service was considered respectable work in a way that factory work wasn't. This seems ridiculous given that servants were treated like property, but Victorian class anxieties were complicated. Factory workers were seen as rough, probably immoral, likely to end up in gin-soaked degradation. Servants were at least working in respectable households, surrounded by respectable people, theoretically being civilized by proximity to the upper classes. For families with some small claim to respectability, sending a daughter into service was maintaining that claim, Sending her to a factory was abandoning it. There was also the hope of advancement that kept women in service. Yes, most servants would never rise above housemaid or parlourmaid, but some did make it to lady's maid or housekeeper, and those positions offered genuine security. It was like a lottery where the odds were terrible, but the potential payoff was significant enough that people kept playing. If you could just endure 5 years as a scullery maid, maybe you'd be promoted. If you could just stay healthy and avoid disaster for another 5 years, maybe you'd become a parlourmaid. If you could just hold on, maybe someday you'd be the housekeeper with your own room and authority and a pension. Religion played a complicated role in all of this. The Victorian Church preached that everyone should accept their station in life, that suffering built character, that earthly hardships would be rewarded in heaven. This was convenient theology for people who benefited from the servant system, and it was hammered into servants from childhood. Sunday schools for working-class children spent a lot of time on the importance of obedience, gratitude, and knowing your place. The message was clear. Being a servant wasn't failure, it was God's plan for you, and resisting it was resisting God's will. Some servants found genuine comfort in this. If you're trapped in a situation you can't escape, believing it's part of a divine plan can make it more bearable. Religion provided community too. Servants' attendance at church was one of their few opportunities to socialise outside the household, to meet other servants, to have a few hours where they weren't defined entirely by their work. Some ministers genuinely tried to help servants, offering education classes, medical assistance, places to stay if they were suddenly dismissed. The church wasn't universally a tool of oppression, even if its official theology often supported the status quo. But other servants came to resent the church's role in justifying their exploitation. There are records of servants who stopped attending church, who became skeptics or freethinkers, who decided that any god who designed a world where they had to scrub floors 18 hours a day was not a god worth worshipping. These women faced social consequences for their apostasy. Employers specifically asked whether servants were regular churchgoers and often wouldn't hire anyone who wasn't, but some chose that path anyway. The few reform movements that tried to improve servants' conditions came mostly from middle-class women who'd observed the system and been disturbed by what they saw. In the 1870s and 1880s, you start to see the formation of societies for the protection of servants, organisations that advocated for maximum working hours, mandatory time off, better living conditions. These groups published pamphlets, gave lectures, tried to create model employment contracts that included actual protections for servants. The problem was that reformers had no real power to enforce anything. They could shame particularly bad employers, could refuse to work with registry offices that placed servants in known abusive households, could try to educate the public about the realities of domestic service. But they couldn't make employers give servants time off, couldn't prevent dismissals without cause, couldn't prosecute employers who mistreated their servants. The law simply didn't recognise servants as having rights that employers were bound to respect. Some servants did achieve the rare success stories that gave hope to others. There's the story of Margaret, a country girl who entered service at 13 as a scullery maid. She taught herself to read and write in her limited free time, learned French from her mistress's children's discarded textbooks, practiced speaking properly by imitating the family's speech patterns. By 25, she'd worked her way up to lady's maid for a wealthy widow who took a genuine interest in her education. When the widow died, she left Margaret enough money to open a small boarding house, which Margaret ran successfully for 30 years. Or Elizabeth, who started as a housemaid and discovered she had a talent for cooking. She convinced the cook to teach her, practiced during her rare free hours, and eventually found a position as an undercook. She kept learning, kept improving, and by her late 20s was working as a cook in one of London's most prestigious households for £50 a year, a small fortune by working-class standards. She saved aggressively, invested wisely, and retired at 50 to a cottage of her own with enough savings to live comfortably. These stories are inspiring, but it's important to remember they were exceptional. For every Margaret or Elizabeth, there were hundreds of women who worked just as hard, were just as determined, and didn't catch the breaks they needed. They got sick at the wrong time, or their employer went bankrupt, or they got pregnant, or they simply didn't have whatever combination of luck, skill, and circumstance it took to rise above their starting position. The system wasn't designed to reward merit, it was designed to extract labour as cheaply as possible, and success within it required not just hard work but exceptional circumstances, The isolation that many servants experienced is another aspect of their vulnerability that deserves attention. When you live in your employer's house, work 12 to 18 hours a day, and have limited time off, forming meaningful relationships outside the household becomes nearly impossible. Your social world becomes the other servants in the house, and even those relationships are complicated by the strict hierarchy that governs servant life. A scullery maid couldn't be real friends with the lady's maid 3 ranks above her. The kitchen staff and the parlour staff often had rivalries. The upper servants sometimes actively discouraged friendships among the lower servants, because unified servants might start making collective demands. This isolation made servants more vulnerable to exploitation and abuse, because they had no one outside the household to turn to for help or perspective. If your mistress told you that your wages were generous, that your working conditions were typical, that any problems you had were your own fault, and you had no one else to talk to who could tell you otherwise, you might believe her. If a male member of the household was harassing you and everyone in the house either didn't know or pretended not to know, you had no way to get help, or even to understand that this wasn't just how things were. Some servants did maintain connections with their families, writing letters home and visiting when they could get time off, but this wasn't always possible. If your family lived several days' travel away and you got 1 half-day off every 2 weeks, you might see them once a year if you were lucky. If your family was struggling financially, which is likely, since that's probably why you were in service, your relationship with them might be mostly transactional, with them seeing you primarily as a source of money you could send home. Letters were sometimes the only connection servants had with anyone outside their employer's household, which is why employers who read servants' mail were doing such violence to their autonomy. Your letters were the one space where you could be honest about your life, could complain to sympathetic ears, could maintain some sense of self separate from your servant identity. Having your employer read those letters meant you had to censor even this tiny scrap of privacy, had to perform the role of grateful servant even in letters to your own mother. The threat of being ruined hung over every female servant and shaped their entire lives. Ruination meant different things to different people, but generally it meant having lost your sexual purity, and therefore your marriage prospects and your reputation. A ruined woman could still work. She had to work because she still needed to eat. But her options were even more limited than before. Many employers wouldn't hire her because they assumed she was immoral. Some would hire her but pay lower wages because they knew she was desperate. She might end up in the absolute worst positions, living in as a general servant in lower middle-class households, too poor to hire multiple servants, doing the work of 5 people for the wages of 1. The cruelty of this is that ruination often resulted from being the victim of sexual assault. The Victorian logic was that a woman who'd had sex outside marriage, regardless of circumstances, was morally compromised and would be a bad influence on other servants. Whether she'd been raped didn't matter. Whether she'd been coerced by someone with power over her didn't matter. The fact of her lost virginity was what mattered, and that was enough to destroy her prospects. Some ruined women ended up in prostitution, not because they wanted to, but because it was the only work available that would sustain them. The Victorian middle and upper classes were endlessly fascinated by and horrified by prostitution, writing moral tracts about the degradation of fallen women while completely ignoring the economic and social structures that pushed women into prostitution in the first place. Many prostitutes had previously been domestic servants. The transition usually wasn't direct. First you'd be fired from service, then you'd struggle to find other work, then you'd run out of money, then you'd discover that selling sex was the only way to avoid literally starving to death. The Victorian attitude toward these women was unforgiving. They were moral failures, cautionary tales, proof that some women were inherently weak and sinful. The idea that they were victims of a system that gave them no good options was too threatening to the social order to be widely accepted. Better to blame individual women for moral failure than to question whether society itself might be morally failing. So yes, when you watch Downton Abbey or read a Victorian novel or see a period drama, enjoy it for what it is: entertainment, escapism, beautiful costumes and elegant houses. But remember that the real history was darker, messier and more complicated. The women who worked as domestic servants lived full, complex lives that didn't fit neatly into narratives about loyal retainers or virtuous workers. They survived in a system designed to exploit them, and many of them didn't survive at all. Their stories deserve to be told honestly, even when that honesty makes us uncomfortable. They deserve to be remembered as whole people who navigated impossible circumstances with whatever courage and cunning they could muster, not as background characters in someone else's nostalgic fantasy about a more elegant past that never actually existed. Now that we've established how exploitative and miserable the servant system could be, we need to complicate that picture a bit. Because the reality is that domestic service wasn't just one thing, it was a whole spectrum of positions requiring vastly different skills, offering wildly different experiences, and attracting very different types of people. At the bottom, yes, you had exhausted scullery maids scrubbing pots for 18 hours a day. But at the top, you had highly trained professionals who were masters of complex crafts, who took genuine pride in their work, and who sometimes wielded more practical power than their nominal social superiors. Let's start with the butler, because if there's one servant position that's penetrated popular consciousness, it's this one. Thanks to period dramas, everyone thinks they know what a butler does. He opens doors, announces guests, maybe raises one eyebrow disapprovingly at the younger generation's antics. But a Victorian butler in a great house was running an operation that would challenge a modern corporate manager, and he needed skills that took decades to develop. A butler was responsible for the entire male staff: footmen, valets, sometimes gardeners and stable hands, depending on the household structure. He managed the wine cellar, which in a wealthy household might contain thousands of bottles worth more than most people earned in a lifetime. He was responsible for the household silver, the formal dining arrangements, the smooth operation of entertaining that might involve dozens or hundreds of guests. He had to know wine, understand the subtle gradations of formal service, manage difficult personalities among both staff and guests, maintain absolute discretion about everything he saw and heard, and project an aura of unflappable competence at all times. The wine management alone was a specialised skill that required years of study. A butler needed to know which wines paired with which dishes, how to store different vintages, when bottles should be decanted, what temperature different wines should be served at. He needed to be able to detect if a bottle had turned, to know the reputations of different vineyards and different years, to understand the social implications of serving certain wines. Serving the wrong wine with the wrong course wasn't just a mistake. It was a social embarrassment for his employer that would reflect badly on the butler's professional competence. The formal service requirements were even more complex. A Victorian dinner party in a great house might have 8 or 10 courses, each requiring different wines, different glassware, different service techniques. The butler had to orchestrate this with military precision, directing footmen who served from the left, cleared from the right, refilled glasses at specific intervals, all while remaining essentially invisible. One footman dropping a serving dish or serving in the wrong order could ruin the evening, and that would be the butler's failure, not the footman's. Butlers also needed to be amateur psychologists, managing both the staff under them and the complex social dynamics of the household. A good butler knew when the master was in a mood and needed to be approached carefully. He knew which guests were important and which could be subtly slighted. He understood the rivalries and alliances among the staff and managed them to keep the household functioning smoothly. He was diplomat, administrator, and occasionally confessor all at once. The level of knowledge required was frankly absurd. A butler needed to know etiquette not just for his own country, but for foreign visitors who might expect different service styles. He needed to understand the social hierarchy well enough to know exactly how to address everyone from a duke to a bishop to a wealthy industrialist, because getting someone's title or precedence wrong was a social catastrophe. He needed to be literate and numerate to keep household accounts and manage correspondence. He needed to be discreet enough that employers felt comfortable saying anything in his presence, knowing it would never be repeated. The training to become a butler typically started young. A boy might enter service as a hall boy or page at 12 or 13, gradually working his way up through positions like underfootman and footman, learning the craft at each level. The really ambitious ones would seek positions in the greatest houses, where the standards were highest and the training was most rigorous. By the time someone became a butler, they might be in their 40s or 50s, with 30 years of experience and a reputation that preceded them. Good butlers were expensive. They could command annual salaries of £60 to £80 in the Victorian period, sometimes more in the very wealthiest households. That's more than many middle-class clerks earned, and it came with room, board, clothing allowances, and often generous tips from guests at house parties. Senior butlers sometimes retired with enough savings to open shops or small businesses, or they'd stay in service until they were too old to work, collecting pensions from grateful employers. This wasn't typical servant trajectory, this was a skilled profession with genuine career progression. But here's the thing, despite the skill, despite the expertise, despite the responsibility and the relatively good pay, butlers were still servants. They were still socially inferior to even the most useless aristocrat. They couldn't dine with the family they served, couldn't marry without permission, had to live where their employer dictated. A butler might be managing a household worth hundreds of thousands of pounds, might be directing a staff of 20 or 30 people, might be exercising daily judgment that affected the reputation and comfort of some of the most powerful people in Britain, but he was still supposed to be grateful for the privilege of serving. This created a fascinating psychological dynamic. Many butlers developed what we might call professional pride as a compensation for social status. They couldn't be equals with their employers, but they could be the absolute best at what they did, and that excellence was its own form of power. A truly exceptional butler made himself indispensable, and that gave him a kind of security and even influence that his official position didn't reflect. Employers might treat him with a respect that approached genuine regard, even while maintaining the formal distinction between master and servant. The butler's female counterpart was the housekeeper, and if anything, her role was even more complex because she had to manage everything the butler didn't handle, plus navigate the additional complexities of being a woman in a position of authority. A housekeeper oversaw all the female servants, housemaids, kitchen maids, laundry maids, sometimes nurses and governesses. She controlled the household supplies, managed the budget for daily expenses, supervised cleaning and maintenance of the family's quarters, and maintained the detailed knowledge required to run a complex household. The skills required for a good housekeeper were staggering. She needed to know how to clean and maintain every kind of fabric, furniture, and surface in the house. Different woods required different treatments. Various stains needed different removal techniques. Delicate fabrics had to be handled carefully or they'd be ruined. She needed to know about food storage, preservation, and household chemistry, what killed moths, what removed mildew, what kept linens white. She needed to understand basic medicine because she'd often be treating servants' illnesses and injuries. She needed management skills to oversee potentially dozens of women with different personalities, skill levels, and attitudes. Like butlers, housekeepers typically worked their way up through the ranks. A girl might start as a housemaid, advance to upper housemaid, then perhaps become the lady's maid's assistant, then maybe a head housemaid in a smaller establishment, slowly building the expertise and reputation needed to become a housekeeper. By the time a woman achieved this position, she was usually in her 30s or 40s, and she'd have accumulated an encyclopedia of domestic knowledge that would put modern cleaning product companies to shame. The housekeeper's room was her domain, and in some households it was almost a small apartment, a sitting room, a bedroom, sometimes even a small kitchen for making tea. She'd receive tradesmen there, manage accounts there, hold conferences with the lady of the house there. It was a space of relative privacy and authority in a household where most servants had neither. Some housekeepers developed reputations that extended beyond a single household. Domestic service had its own grapevine, and a housekeeper known for fairness and competence could find new positions easily and command higher wages. But let's talk about the kitchen, because this is where things get really interesting. Victorian cooking in a great house was serious business, and the head cook, often called the chef in the fanciest establishments, was a professional on par with any modern executive chef. We're not talking about someone who could boil potatoes and roast a chicken. We're talking about someone who could manage a kitchen staff of 5 or 10 people, produce elaborate multi-course meals for dozens of guests, work with seasonal ingredients before refrigeration existed, and meet the exacting standards of employers. Who'd eaten in the finest restaurants in Europe. The transformation of professional cooking in the late 19th century is genuinely fascinating, and it's largely due to Auguste Escoffier, the French chef who basically invented modern haute cuisine. Before Escoffier, cooking was more art than science, with elaborate presentations that prioritized spectacle over flavor and service that was chaotic by modern standards. Escoffier systematized everything. He created the brigade system that organized kitchen staff into specialized roles, developed recipes that could be replicated consistently, and elevated cooking from a trade into something approaching a profession. This mattered for domestic cooks because Escoffier's methods spread beyond restaurants into wealthy private households. Suddenly employers expected their cooks to produce meals that matched what they'd had at the Savoy or the Ritz. This meant domestic cooks needed to develop skills that previous generations hadn't required: precise timing, sophisticated sauce work, elaborate garnishing, the ability to produce consistent results. The pressure was intense, but for cooks who rose to the challenge, it was also an opportunity to practice their craft at the highest levels. A head cook in a Victorian great house needed to know hundreds of recipes, understand the principles behind them well enough to adapt to available ingredients, manage the complex timing required to serve multiple courses hot and ready simultaneously, and handle the physical demands of working in a hot, cramped kitchen for 12 or 14 hours a day. They needed to know butchery, breaking down whole animals into usable cuts. They needed to understand pastry, which is essentially edible chemistry and unforgiving of mistakes. They needed to know how to manage a coal-fired range, which required skill that modern cooks with their precise temperature controls can barely imagine. The range alone was a nightmare to work with, which somehow makes the cooking achievements even more impressive. Victorian kitchen ranges were massive iron structures that burned coal or wood, producing inconsistent heat that varied depending on the fire's condition, the outside temperature, how recently you'd added fuel, and probably the phase of the moon. Managing one effectively required experience, intuition, and a willingness to occasionally burn yourself reaching into what was basically a controlled inferno to adjust pots. Modern cooks who complain about their equipment have no idea how good they have it. Head cooks could earn serious money by servant standards, £30 to £50 per year for a good cook, more for exceptional ones in the wealthiest households. Some cooks built reputations that let them move between households, essentially working as freelancers, taking temporary positions for house parties or special occasions and commanding premium rates. The really ambitious ones might aim for positions in royal or aristocratic households where they could learn techniques from visiting foreign chefs and build reputations that could eventually lead to restaurant positions. But here's the contradiction. For all this skill and expertise, cooks were still servants. They still lived in cramped quarters near the kitchen, still worked in conditions that would horrify modern labour boards, still had minimal control over their own lives. A cook might be producing meals that would cost hundreds of pounds in a restaurant, might be demonstrating skills that took decades to master, might be managing a kitchen operation of considerable complexity, but they were still socially inferior to. The family that employed them, still subject to dismissal on short notice, still expected to be grateful for the opportunity to work themselves to exhaustion. The specialised role that might have been most complex psychologically was the governess. She wasn't quite a servant and not quite family, occupying this uncomfortable middle position that left her belonging nowhere. A governess was supposed to be educated enough to teach the family's children, and Victorian upper-class education expectations were no joke, but not so educated or accomplished that she threatened anyone. She needed to know languages, literature, history, geography, music, art, and proper deportment, but she also needed to remember at all times that despite her education, she was still an employee. Most governesses came from the middle class, daughters of professionals or clergy who'd fallen on hard times, women with education but no money. They faced unique challenges because they were too educated for the servants' hall, but too low status for the family's table. Where did a governess eat her meals? Alone, usually, because she couldn't eat with the servants who'd view her as putting on airs, but she couldn't eat with the family because that would be socially inappropriate. Where did she spend her free time? In her room mostly, because she had no real place in the household social structure. The governess needed remarkable patience and skill because she was teaching children who often didn't want to be taught, and their parents might not back her authority if the children complained. She needed to maintain discipline without corporal punishment. Hitting the master's children was generally forbidden, which meant she had to use persuasion, patience, and psychological pressure. She needed to make lessons interesting enough to engage bored aristocratic children while ensuring they actually learned something their parents would consider useful. The emotional labour of being a governess was intense. You spent years caring for and educating children, often becoming genuinely attached to them, knowing that the relationship would end abruptly when they got older and didn't need a governess anymore. Then you'd move to another household, start over with new children, repeat the cycle. You couldn't show favouritism, couldn't become too emotionally involved, but also couldn't be cold or distant because then you'd be accused of not caring about your charges. It was an impossible balancing act that many governesses found exhausting. Governesses could earn £20 to £40 per year depending on their qualifications and the family's wealth, which sounds reasonable until you remember they had no job security, no pension, and no real prospects once they got too old to be employable. Some saved aggressively and retired to small lodgings. Others became dependent on former employers' charity in their old age. A few found positions as companions to elderly women, which was marginally more secure but even more socially isolating. The valet deserves attention because this was another highly specialised role that required years of training and offered genuine career progression. A valet was responsible for his gentleman's clothing, appearance, and often his schedule. This sounds simple until you understand that maintaining a Victorian gentleman's wardrobe was essentially a full-time job in itself. Clothes had to be brushed, pressed, aired, stored properly, protected from moths, repaired when necessary. Boots had to be cleaned, polished, maintained. Shaving was a daily ritual that required skill with a straight razor. Hair care involved pomades, styling, and constant attention. A good valet knew chemistry, different stain removal techniques for different fabrics, how to restore leather, what oils preserved wood. He knew his gentleman's schedule well enough to anticipate needs, laying out appropriate clothes for different occasions, packing efficiently for travel, ensuring everything was ready when needed. He was often his gentleman's memory, reminding him of appointments, managing correspondence, sometimes even handling financial matters. The relationship could be genuinely close despite the servant-master dynamic, because a valet spent more time with his gentleman than almost anyone else. Valets travelled with their gentlemen, which meant they saw more of the world than most servants. A valet to a wealthy man might visit country estates, London townhouses, foreign capitals, spa towns, shooting lodges. This wasn't tourism, he was working the whole time, but it was experience that other servants couldn't match. Good valets used this to build networks, learning from other gentlemen's valets, picking up new techniques, gathering information that would help their careers. The truly elite valet positions were in royal or aristocratic households, where the standards were impossibly high and the rewards were correspondingly better. These valets earned £40 to £60 per year, received generous tips when travelling, and often retired with enough savings to live comfortably. They developed professional reputations. A valet known for discretion and skill could find positions easily, and great houses would sometimes try to poach valets from each other, which is funny because the employers would have considered poaching each. Others dinner guests terribly rude. Beyond these major positions, there were dozens of specialised roles that required specific skills. Wine stewards needed to understand viticulture, storage, and service. Head gardeners needed botanical knowledge, understanding of estate management, and the ability to produce year-round supplies of fruits, vegetables, and flowers in an era before global shipping made that trivial. Estate managers needed business skills, legal knowledge, and the ability to manage complex agricultural operations. Coachmen needed to understand horses, harness maintenance, and route planning. Head grooms needed veterinary knowledge, breeding expertise, and stable management skills. Each of these positions represented a craft that took years to learn and a lifetime to master. The people who filled them weren't interchangeable. They were specialists whose skills had real value. Many took genuine pride in their work, not because they loved serving or believed in the natural order of society, but because they were good at what they did and knew it. A head gardener producing prize-winning roses, a cook executing a technically perfect dinner, a valet maintaining a wardrobe to the highest standards. These people found satisfaction in excellence, even when that excellence happened in the context of servitude. The tension between skill and status created interesting psychological dynamics. Some servants dealt with it by creating clear boundaries. I'm here to do a job, I do it well, but I don't confuse my job with my identity or worth as a person. Others internalized the hierarchy, convincing themselves that serving was noble work and that their employer's superiority was real. Still others felt the contradiction acutely and became bitter about wasting their talents in service when they might have achieved more in different circumstances. Professional networks among servants were more extensive than you might expect. Servants from different households would meet at market, at church, at nearby pubs on their evenings off. They'd share information about which households were good to work in, which employers were fair or terrible, what wages people were commanding. Head servants especially, butlers, housekeepers, cooks, formed communities that transcended individual households. They'd recommend servants to each other, provide references, sometimes even help place people in new positions. These networks were important because official job placement systems often didn't serve servants' interests. Registry offices charged fees and didn't necessarily care whether matches were good. Newspaper advertisements were often misleading. Personal networks at least gave you information from people who had no reason to lie. If a cook told you a household was terrible to work in, you could believe her because she gained nothing from lying about it. These informal connections were one of the few sources of power servants had in a system designed to keep them powerless. Some specialized servants formed more formal associations. There were valet societies that met periodically to share techniques and socialize. Cooks sometimes organized educational events where they'd share recipes and discuss new cooking methods. These weren't unions in the modern sense. Servants had no legal right to collective bargaining, but they were communities that provided support, education, and a sense of professional identity beyond individual employer-servant relationships. The existence of these communities suggests something important. Servants weren't just passive victims of the system. They created spaces for themselves within it, formed relationships and networks that gave them some autonomy and dignity. A butler who'd earned the respect of other butlers had something that his employers couldn't give him and couldn't take away. A cook who was known throughout the domestic service community as exceptionally skilled had a reputation that existed independently of any single position. The training systems for specialized positions varied widely. Some skills were passed down through formal apprenticeships. A young person would start in a low position and learn from the person above them, gradually taking on more responsibility. Other skills were self-taught, with ambitious servants learning from books, observation, and trial and error. The really ambitious ones sought positions in households known for high standards, accepting lower wages in exchange for the training and reputation those positions provided. Reading was important for servants who wanted to advance to specialized positions. There were cookbooks written for professional cooks, though they assumed you already understood basics that modern recipes spell out. There were butler's manuals explaining etiquette and household management. There were books on everything from wine service to furniture care. Servants who could read and learn from these sources had advantages over those who relied purely on experience, though obviously practical experience was essential too. The specialized positions also offered something that lower positions didn't: the possibility of genuine mentorship relationships. A young valet learning from an experienced one might develop a relationship that approached teacher-student. A kitchen maid learning from a skilled cook might receive genuine instruction rather than just orders. These relationships were complicated by the power differentials and the competitive nature of service, but when they worked, they provided real education that went beyond just following instructions. Foreign chefs and servants added another layer of complexity to domestic service. French chefs were particularly prized because French cuisine dominated upper-class dining in the Victorian era. English households would pay premium wages to French cooks, and some French cooks built entire careers moving between wealthy English households, never bothering to learn much English because their skill transcended language barriers. This created fascinating cultural exchanges, French cooking techniques spreading through English households via the kitchen staff who learned from imported chefs. The French butler or valet was also a status symbol, though less universally prized than French cooks. Some employers preferred them, thinking French servants had better training in formal service. Others preferred English servants, either from patriotism or because they didn't want to deal with language barriers. Swiss and German servants were popular for certain positions. German governesses were sought after for teaching languages. Swiss hoteliers sometimes became estate managers or major domos in very wealthy households. The international dimension of specialized service meant that exceptional servants could potentially work across borders, building careers that transcended national boundaries. A renowned cook might work in London, Paris, and possibly New York, moving where the best positions and highest wages were. A lady's maid who'd trained in Paris might find excellent positions with English ladies who wanted continental sophistication. A valet who'd worked for European aristocracy might bring that cachet to an American millionaire's household. The paradox at the heart of all this specialized service was that skill didn't necessarily translate into better treatment or significantly better conditions. Yes, specialized servants earned more and had more security than lower servants. But they were still servants, still subject to arbitrary dismissal, still living in their employer's house under their employer's rules, still unable to marry without permission or leave without giving notice or express opinions that contradicted. their employers' views. Some servants felt this contradiction acutely and left service when they could. A cook with 15 years' experience might save enough to open a small restaurant or bakery, trading the security of service for the risks and rewards of working for themselves. A butler might use his connections to become a hotel manager or start a domestic service agency. A valet might open a gentleman's outfitting shop. These transitions weren't common. Most specialised servants stayed in service until they retired or died, but they happened often enough to suggest that skill and ambition sometimes overcame the system's constraints. The professional pride that many specialised servants felt wasn't false consciousness or delusion. It was a real response to being genuinely good at complex, difficult work. Yes, that work happened in the context of exploitation and rigid hierarchy. Yes, their skills were used to facilitate the comfort of people who considered them inherently inferior. But the skills themselves were real, the craftsmanship was real, and the satisfaction of doing something well was real. You can acknowledge the exploitative system while also recognizing that people found meaning and dignity in their work despite it. This is important because it resists the temptation to reduce servants to either perfect victims or Stockholm Syndrome cases who loved their oppression. The reality was more complex. Servants could take pride in their work while resenting their employers. They could develop genuine expertise while recognizing the system was rigged against them. They could find satisfaction in excellence while knowing they deserved better. Humans are complicated, and historical people were no less complicated than we are. The legacy of specialised servant skills is actually still visible today. Modern fine dining owes a debt to Victorian-era cooks and the brigade system they perfected. Modern hospitality standards developed partly from Victorian service expectations. Modern cleaning and maintenance techniques for historic homes often rely on knowledge that was once common among housekeepers and is now specialised expertise. The skills haven't disappeared, they've just been redistributed and reconfigured for different economic and social contexts. What has disappeared is the social structure that made those skills necessary in such concentrated forms. You don't need a butler managing your wine cellar if you don't have a wine cellar. You don't need a cook managing a staff of 10 if you're making dinner for 4 in a modern kitchen with refrigeration and a reliable stove. You don't need a valet spending hours maintaining your wardrobe if your clothes are machine washable, and your professional life doesn't require you to change outfits 5 times a day. The specialised servants of the Victorian era were solving problems that modern technology and changing social structures have largely eliminated. But that doesn't mean the skills weren't real or impressive. It just means we've reorganised society in ways that make certain kinds of expertise less necessary. A Victorian butler transplanted to modern times might have been an excellent hotel manager, corporate administrator, or sommelier. A Victorian cook might have been a celebrated chef or restaurant owner. A Victorian housekeeper might have run a cleaning company or hospitality training program. The system they worked in limited their options and extracted their labour while giving them minimal autonomy or reward, but the capabilities they developed were genuine. The lady's maid deserves deeper examination because her skills were different from but equally complex as the valet's. Where a valet focused on maintaining a gentleman's wardrobe and appearance, a lady's maid was part stylist, part therapist, part fashion consultant, and part lady's companion all at once. She needed to know hairdressing at a professional level, not just putting someone's hair up but creating elaborate styles that might take hours to complete, and had to survive an entire evening of dancing, dining and socialising without collapsing. The hairdressing alone required genuine artistry. Victorian and Edwardian hairstyles were architectural achievements, often involving hairpieces, padding, elaborate braiding, and decorative combs or jewels. A lady's maid needed steady hands, patience, and the ability to work with different hair types and textures. She'd spend hours on a single hairstyle, and if it failed halfway through an evening, that was her professional failure. Some ladies' maids became so skilled that they essentially set fashion trends. Other ladies would ask to have their hair done like Lady So-and-so's, and the ladies' maid's technique would spread through the social network of servants. Dress maintenance was another specialised skill. Victorian and Edwardian gowns were complex garments made from delicate fabrics, silk, satin, lace, velvet, that couldn't just be thrown in the wash. Each fabric required different cleaning methods. Sweat stains, wine stains, mud stains all needed specific treatments. A lady's maid had to know which cleaning agents would work on which fabrics without causing damage, how to restore crushed velvet, how to maintain the shape of elaborate sleeves and bustles, how to repair tears invisibly. She also needed to understand fashion in ways that went beyond just following trends. A good lady's maid would know which styles flattered her mistress, which colours worked with her complexion, how to adapt fashionable looks to her mistress's body type and personality. She might accompany her mistress to dressmakers and contribute to design decisions. She'd help select jewels and accessories that complemented specific outfits. She was essentially a personal stylist before that profession formally existed, and her skill could make a significant difference in how her mistress was perceived socially. The emotional labour involved in being a lady's maid was extraordinary. You were with your mistress during her most vulnerable moments, helping her dress and undress, fixing her hair, seeing her without makeup or corsets. You'd hear her complaints about her husband, her mother-in-law, her social rivals. You'd know when she was ill, when she'd been crying, when she was having affairs. This intimacy was one-directional, though. You had to share your mistress's confidences, but you couldn't share yours. You had to be sympathetic when she complained about problems that were trivial compared to your own struggles. You had to maintain appropriate emotional distance while also being warm enough that she felt comfortable around you. Some ladies' maids became genuinely close to their mistresses in ways that transcended the employer-servant relationship, or at least approached genuine friendship. There are letters and diaries suggesting real affection between some ladies and their maids, relationships where the maid was valued not just for her skills, but for her companionship and judgment. But these relationships were always unequal, always constrained by the fundamental power imbalance. Your friend who can fire you without notice isn't really your friend in any meaningful sense, no matter how warm the relationship feels day to day. The nursery staff represented another category of specialised servants with their own complex skills and challenges. A head nurse or nanny was responsible for young children's physical care, basic education, and moral development, essentially raising aristocratic children while their parents were occupied with social obligations. This required patience, educational knowledge, medical understanding, and the psychological resilience to care for children you'd eventually have to give up when they outgrew the nursery. Nurses needed practical medical knowledge because childhood illnesses were common and often dangerous in an era before modern medicine. They needed to recognise symptoms of serious illness, know when to call a doctor, understand basic nursing care. They needed to know what children could safely eat at different ages, how to manage teething, how to handle childhood behavioural problems. They needed to teach basic literacy and numeracy before children moved on to governesses or schools. And they needed to do all this while maintaining the authority and discipline that Victorian parents expected, without the ability to use the corporal punishment that was standard in the era. The emotional complexity of the nurse's role was profound. You'd care for children from infancy, spend more time with them than their own parents did, become the most important adult in their lives, and then they'd outgrow you, and you'd start over with the next baby. Former nurses sometimes maintained connections with children they'd raised, receiving letters and visits years later, but often they'd simply move on to a new family and repeat the cycle. The relationship was designed to be one-directional. You were supposed to love the children, but they were supposed to grow up and forget you, or at least remember you only as a servant who did her job. Nurses in aristocratic households could earn decent money, £20 to £40 per year, depending on the household and their experience. The best positions were in royal or very wealthy households where you'd have assistant nurses, better living quarters, and the prestige of working for important families. Some nurses built reputations that let them command premium wages, essentially becoming specialists in raising aristocratic children. Others struggled to find positions because they'd had a child die in their care, even if the death wasn't their fault. The stigma of association with childhood death could destroy a nurse's career. The coachman represented another specialised role that required extensive knowledge and skill. Before cars, the coachman was essential to any household wealthy enough to maintain horses and vehicles. He needed to understand horses, their health, training, care, and management. He needed to know harness maintenance, vehicle maintenance, how to handle horses in various conditions. He needed to know routes, road conditions, where to stop for horses to rest on long journeys. He was responsible for expensive animals and expensive equipment, and mistakes could be literally fatal. A good coachman was part veterinarian, part mechanic, part navigator, and part diplomat. He had to keep horses healthy and well-trained, vehicles in good repair, and maintain good relationships with coachmen at other estates because they'd help each other with information about road conditions, good stopping points, and which innkeepers. were reliable. The really skilled coachman could drive four in hand, 4 horses pulling a single coach, which required exceptional skill and nerve, especially on crowded city streets or narrow country roads. Coachmen earned decent wages, £30 to £50 per year in good positions, and often received tips from passengers. The position came with relatively good accommodation, usually rooms above the stables, and sometimes with a family cottage if the coachman was married. It was physical work, caring for horses, cleaning vehicles, loading and unloading luggage, but it was also skilled work that commanded respect from other servants. A good coachman had job security because replacing him required finding someone with equivalent experience and skill, which wasn't easy. The transition from horses to automobiles created interesting dynamics for coachmen. Some adapted, learning to drive and maintain cars, essentially becoming chauffeurs. Others resisted, viewing cars as unreliable novelties, and found their skills becoming obsolete. By the early 20th century, the chauffeur was replacing the coachman, and the skills required shifted from horse management to mechanical knowledge. Some coachmen made the transition successfully. Others found themselves unemployable as their specialised knowledge became irrelevant. Head gardeners in large estates were managing complex operations that required botanical knowledge, business sense, and horticultural skill. A great estate might have kitchen gardens producing vegetables for the household, flower gardens for cutting flowers and ornamental displays, greenhouses for exotic plants and out-of-season produce, and ornamental grounds that needed constant maintenance. The head gardener oversaw all of this, managing a staff that might include dozens of undergardeners, each with specialised roles. The knowledge required was encyclopedic. A head gardener needed to know which plants would grow in local soil and climate, when to plant and harvest, how to manage pests and diseases, how to force plants to produce out of season. Victorian employers expected fresh flowers year-round, which meant the gardeners had to coax roses to bloom in February and maintain greenhouses at specific temperatures. They expected exotic fruits and vegetables that weren't native to Britain, which meant understanding quite sophisticated cultivation techniques. Estate management involved business skills too. The head gardener had to manage budgets, order supplies, negotiate with seed merchants and plant nurseries, keep detailed records of what was planted where and when. He had to understand crop rotation, companion planting, soil enrichment. He had to plan years ahead because some plants took years to mature. He was essentially running a small agricultural business, except he was an employee rather than an owner, and his job security depended on keeping his employer satisfied with the results. Head gardeners could earn £50 to £70 per year in the largest estates, often with a cottage for their family. It was one of the few specialised servant positions where marriage was encouraged rather than forbidden. Employers wanted experienced gardeners to settle and stay long-term. The position commanded genuine respect both within the servant community and sometimes from employers who recognised the skill involved. A great garden was a status symbol, and the head gardener was responsible for maintaining that status. The specialised servants at the very top of the hierarchy, the house steward who managed entire estates, the private secretary who handled an aristocrat's business affairs, the librarian who managed valuable book collections, were barely servants in the traditional sense. They were professionals who happened to work in domestic settings, often with education and backgrounds that would have qualified them for professional careers outside service. Some came from genteel poverty, younger sons of good families who needed employment, educated women who needed work after family reverses, men with professional training who couldn't establish independent practices. These positions paid well by servant standards, £60 to £100 per year or more, and came with considerable autonomy and respect. A house steward might manage multiple properties, hire and fire other servants, make investment decisions about estate improvements, represent his employer in business negotiations. A private secretary might handle sensitive correspondence, manage financial accounts, draft documents, serve as his employer's representative in various matters. These weren't positions you worked your way up to from scullery maid. They required education and professional skills that most servants didn't have access to. The existence of these quasi-professional servant positions highlights how the domestic service system was never as simple as rich people and poor people. It was a complex hierarchy with many gradations, and at the upper levels it blurred into professional work that happened to be organised around individual wealth, rather than corporate or institutional employment. These upper servants often had more in common with their employers than with the lower servants. and they functioned as a sort of bridge between the servant world and the employer world. Training for specialised positions happened through various channels. Formal schools existed for some skills, cooking schools in London and Paris, domestic service colleges that taught housekeeping and service, schools for ladies' maids that focused on hairdressing and dress care. These cost money that most working-class people didn't have, so they primarily served people who already had some resources, middle-class women who needed to earn livings, servants who'd saved enough to invest in formal training, employers who were willing to pay for their servants' education. More commonly, training happened through apprenticeship and observation. A kitchen maid would learn from the cook, gradually taking on more responsibility as she developed skills. A footman would learn from the butler and from observing more experienced footmen. A young gardener would work under the head gardener, learning through practice and correction. This system worked when you had skilled people willing to teach, and when the household structure provided opportunities for advancement. It didn't work when upper servants hoarded knowledge to protect their positions, or when households were too small to have meaningful hierarchy. The best training came from working in households with high standards. Servants from the great aristocratic houses, from royal households, from wealthy families known for entertaining lavishly. These servants could command higher wages and better positions because they'd been trained to the higher standards. A cook who'd worked at Chatsworth or a butler who'd worked for a duke could use that experience throughout their career. It was like having gone to an elite school. The training was valuable, but the credential was almost as valuable. Some servants invested heavily in their own education, buying books on their specialties, studying in their limited free time, seeking out opportunities to learn new techniques. A cook might collect recipes from other cooks, experiment on their days off, study French cooking terms to understand haute cuisine better. A valet might study fashion plates to stay current with trends, learn wine terminology, read etiquette books. This self-directed education was limited by the crushing hours most servants worked, and by limited access to educational resources, but some managed it anyway. The communities that specialised servants created among themselves served both professional and social functions. When butlers from different households met, they'd discuss wages, working conditions, employer personalities, but they'd also exchange professional knowledge. How do you remove red wine stains from white linen? What's the current market rate for footmen? Which registry offices are reputable? These conversations were part networking, part professional development, and part mutual support. Some communities were remarkably organised. In London especially, there were social clubs for specialised servants, meeting halls where they could gather on their evenings off, churches that catered specifically to servant congregations. These spaces let servants create lives and identities that extended beyond their work. You weren't just a butler. You were a member of the Butlers Association. You had friends from other households. You had a social identity that transcended your relationship with your employer. The letters and diaries that specialised servants left behind, and there aren't many because most servants' papers weren't preserved, show people who were thoughtful about their work, who took pride in doing things well, who had opinions about proper technique and professional standards. A cook's diary might include recipes, notes on what worked and what didn't, comments on seasonal ingredients. A housekeeper's letters might discuss management challenges, difficulties with particular servants, strategies for maintaining household efficiency. These weren't people who were just going through motions. They were engaged with their work in ways that suggest genuine professional commitment. But we have to be careful not to overstate this. Professional pride and specialised skills don't erase the fundamental exploitation of the domestic service system. A butler earning £60 a year was doing vastly better than a scullery maid earning £8, but he was still a servant, still living in his employer's house, still subject to dismissal, still socially inferior to even the most useless aristocrat. His skills gave him more security and better conditions, but they didn't fundamentally change his position in the social hierarchy. The contradiction between high skill and low status created real psychological strain for many specialised servants. You might be an expert in your field, better at what you did than 99% of people, responsible for complex operations and managing other people. And you'd still have to bow and scrape to people who had no particular talents beyond having been born into wealth. Some servants internalised the hierarchy, convincing themselves that social status and professional competence were separate things, and that there was dignity in serving well. Others chafed against the contradiction, feeling the injustice of having their expertise valued only for what it could do for their employers. The servants who left service for independent work often cited this contradiction as their motivation. They wanted to use their skills for their own benefit rather than someone else's. A cook who opened a restaurant could practice their craft while also building equity and reputation that belonged to them. A butler who became a hotel manager could use their organisational skills while earning a professional salary and status. These transitions weren't always successful. Starting businesses required capital and business skills that servants often lacked. But the attempt itself suggests how constraining domestic service felt, even in the better positions. So yes, domestic service was exploitation, was degrading, was built on profound inequality. We've established that thoroughly enough in earlier chapters. But it's also true that within that system, some people developed remarkable skills, took genuine pride in their work, and created communities and professional identities that gave their lives meaning despite the system's constraints. Both things can be true simultaneously. History is complicated that way, and the people living through it were complicated too, finding ways to maintain dignity and purpose even in undignified circumstances. That's not romanticizing servitude. That's recognizing the full humanity of the people who survived it. They were skilled professionals working in an unjust system, and both parts of that sentence matter for understanding their lives accurately. Let's talk about money, because understanding the economics of domestic service helps explain why the system functioned the way it did and why it was so difficult for servants to escape it. The Victorian domestic service economy was a masterpiece of exploitation disguised as opportunity. A system that convinced hundreds of thousands of people to work for wages that guaranteed they'd stay poor while telling them they should be grateful. For the privilege. It's impressive, really, in the way that elaborate cons are impressive. You have to admire the audacity, even while recognizing how destructive it was. Start with the basic wage structure, which varied so wildly that comparing positions is almost meaningless. A scullery maid in the 1880s might earn £8 to £12 per year. A butler in a great house might earn £60 to £80 per year, sometimes more. That's a tenfold difference, except it's actually worse than it sounds because those numbers don't tell you anything about actual living standards, purchasing power, or whether those wages were sufficient for survival, let alone comfort. Let's break down what £8 per year actually meant for a scullery maid. That's about 32 shillings per month, or roughly 7 shillings per week. A cheap pair of boots cost 4 to 6 shillings. A simple dress cost 10 to 15 shillings. If you needed to replace your work clothes, which you would constantly, because you were scrubbing floors and hauling coal, you'd spend months' worth of wages on basic necessities. And that's assuming your employer didn't require you to provide your own uniforms, which many did, effectively taking a large portion of your wages before you even started working. The standard defence of these poverty wages was that servants received room and board, so their wages were essentially pure savings. This logic was, to put it mildly, delusional. Yes, servants technically received food and shelter, but the food was often inadequate and the shelter was frequently terrible. You got a space to sleep in a freezing attic or damp basement, meals of leftovers and cheap ingredients, and the privilege of working 18 hours a day. Calling this a benefit is like calling a prison cell room and board. Technically true, but missing the point entirely. The food situation deserves special attention because it reveals how systematically employers minimized costs. Servants typically ate in the servants' hall after the family had finished their meals, and what they ate were leftovers and cheaper food purchased specifically for servants. In smaller households without proper servants' halls, kitchen staff might eat standing up in the kitchen, snatching meals between their other work. The quality and quantity of food varied enormously depending on the employer's generosity or lack thereof. In the best households, servants ate reasonably well, leftover roast from the family's dinner, bread, tea, maybe pudding. In the worst households, servants subsisted on bread, dripping, tea, and whatever cheap protein the household could afford. Many servants suffered from malnutrition despite working in houses where the family ate lavish meals, which is one of those contradictions that perfectly captures the Victorian approach to servant welfare. The family wouldn't dream of serving day-old bread at their table, but servants should be grateful to get it. The family needed varied, nutritious meals to maintain their health, but somehow servants could stay healthy on tea and bread. Housing was similarly variable. In great houses with purpose-built servants' quarters, you might get a small but adequate room, proper bedding, maybe even heat in winter. In middle-class houses where servants' quarters were afterthoughts, you might share a freezing attic room with 2 other servants, sleep on a straw mattress, and have no heat source at all. Some servants slept in kitchens to stay warm, which meant they never really left work. They just moved from working to sleeping in their workplace and back to working again. So when we say a scullery maid earned £8 per year plus room and board, we're really saying she earned £8 per year, period. Because the room and board barely kept her alive and certainly didn't constitute meaningful compensation. Those £8 had to cover clothing, shoes, any medical care she needed, any supplies for her work that her employer didn't provide, any money she wanted to send to family, any savings for emergencies or old age. Spoiler, £8 per year didn't cover all that. It didn't come close. Compare this to the butler earning £60. That sounds like a fortune by comparison, and in relative terms it was. But let's be realistic about what £60 per year actually bought you. That's £5 per month, 25 shillings per week. A decent suit cost £3 to £5. Good boots cost 10 to 15 shillings. If the butler had any family to support, and many did, with wives and children living separately, that £60 had to cover their expenses too. If he was saving for retirement, and he should have been because there were no pensions, he needed to save aggressively for decades to accumulate enough to survive on. A butler who worked from age 20 to age 60, earning an average of £50 per year over that career, and who managed to save 20% of his income, which would have required living like a monk, would retire with £400. That sounds substantial until you realise that £400 would generate maybe £15 to £20 per year in investment income, which was below subsistence level even by Victorian standards. So even the relatively well-paid butler faced a retirement of poverty unless he had extraordinary luck or managed to save far more than most people could. The wage gap between male and female servants was another layer of exploitation. A footman might earn £25 to £35 per year for work that was significantly less skilled and demanding than a cook's work. But cooks, who were increasingly female, earned roughly the same or less. A lady's maid with years of experience and sophisticated skills earned £30 to £40, while a valet with comparable experience earned £40 to £50. The justification was that men had families to support, conveniently ignoring that many women also supported families or themselves. This gender wage gap wasn't incidental, it was policy. Employers knew that women had fewer employment alternatives than men, so they could pay them less. The economic logic was brutal but effective. Pay people as little as you can get away with, and you can get away with paying women less than men because women's desperation for employment was greater. Victorian capitalism at its finest, proving that exploitation doesn't need to be personal to be systematic. The relationship between aristocratic wealth and household staff size is fascinating because it reveals how servants were essentially luxury goods. The number of servants you employed was a direct signal of your social status, which meant that employing servants wasn't just about getting work done, it was about displaying wealth. This is why wealthy families employed far more servants than they functionally needed. A household of 5 people doesn't actually require 12 servants, but having 12 servants announces to the world that you're wealthy enough to afford them. Contemporary observers estimated that for every £1,000 of annual income, a family should employ 1 servant. This was considered the minimum to maintain respectable status at each income level. A family with £3,000 per year should have 3 servants. A family with £10,000 per year should have 10. The truly wealthy families with incomes of £20,000 or £30,000 per year would have proportionally larger staffs, sometimes numbering in the dozens or even hundreds when you included estate workers. The economics of this are interesting. If you're earning £3,000 per year and employing 3 servants at an average cost of £25 per year, each in wages plus perhaps another £25 each in room, board and uniforms, you're spending about £100. £50, about 5% of your income, on servants. That's actually a pretty reasonable household expense ratio by modern standards. But as income increased, the proportion spent on servants often increased too, because having excessive servants was the point. A family earning £30,000 per year might employ 30 servants costing an average of £50 each in total expenses. That's £1,500, or 5% again. But these weren't 30 times the servants doing 30 times the work of the £3,000 household. They were specialists, luxury positions, redundant staff hired purely for display. You didn't need 2 footmen when one would suffice, but having 2 announced you could afford to. You didn't need a household with 10 housemaids when 5 could do the work, but 10 was more impressive. This created a peculiar dynamic where servants were both expensive and cheap simultaneously. Individually, servants were cheap. You could hire a housemaid for £10 per year, less than the cost of a good coat. Collectively, maintaining a large staff was expensive, but that expense was the point. It was conspicuous consumption, the Victorian equivalent of buying a luxury car you don't need to signal wealth to your neighbours. Now let's talk about the male servant tax, which is one of those historical details that perfectly captures how governments thought about servants. Starting in 1777 and continuing with modifications through the Victorian era, the British government taxed male servants as luxury items. The tax varied over time, but by the mid-Victorian period, keeping a male servant cost you roughly a guinea per year in tax. Not a huge amount, but enough to make male servants noticeably more expensive than female servants who weren't taxed. The justification was that male servants were luxuries that only the wealthy could afford, so taxing them was a way to tax wealth without directly taxing income. Female servants were necessities, even middle-class households needed housemaids, so taxing them would burden the respectable middle class. Male servants, on the other hand, were for show. You needed a housemaid to clean. You didn't need a footman to stand behind your chair at dinner looking decorative, but having one was nice if you could afford it. This tax had real effects on servant employment patterns. It accelerated the shift toward female-dominated service because female servants were cheaper after you factored in the tax. It meant that male servants became even more of a status symbol because employing them required not just paying their wages, but also paying the government for the privilege. It created a perverse incentive structure where the government was essentially profiting from the servant economy while doing nothing to regulate working conditions or protect servants' rights. The tax also reveals something about how Victorian society thought about gender and work. Female domestic work was necessity, male domestic work was luxury. This reflected broader assumptions that women naturally belonged in domestic spaces doing domestic work, while men working in domestic service were somehow degraded by it. A housemaid was doing women's work. A footman was basically being paid to be decorative, which was unmanly. This is nonsense, obviously. A good footman worked hard and required real skills, but the perception affected both wages and social status. The industrialisation of the Victorian era transformed the servant economy by creating alternatives that made servant wages look even worse by comparison. A factory worker in the 1880s might earn £15 to £25 per year, which doesn't sound much better than a housemaid's £10 until you factor in the working conditions. The factory worker put in 10 to 12 hours a day instead of 16 to 18. They had Sundays off completely instead of just a few hours. They could live in their own lodgings instead of employer-provided rooms. They had some control over their own lives. For women especially, factory work or shop work represented a step toward independence that domestic service couldn't offer. Yes, the work was often miserable, the conditions dangerous, the pay inadequate. But you could leave at the end of your shift. You could socialise with friends in the evenings. You could marry without asking permission. You could move to a different job without needing a reference from your previous employer. These freedoms were worth a lot, and increasingly working-class women chose them over the slightly higher wages and nominal security of domestic service. This created a labour shortage in domestic service that gradually, very gradually, improved wages and conditions. Employers who wanted servants had to compete with factories, shops, and other employers. Wages crept upward, hours decreased slightly, conditions improved marginally. But this was market pressure, not employer generosity, and it was strongest at the upper end of the servant hierarchy, where skills were specialised and workers were harder to replace. The servant shortage was also driven by emigration. Working-class British people were leaving for America, Canada, Australia, and other colonies in huge numbers throughout the Victorian era. For people stuck in poverty with no prospects, emigration offered hope. Maybe not realistic hope, but more hope than staying in Britain offered. Some domestic servants saved for years to afford passage, viewing emigration as their only path to independence and possibly prosperity. The economics of saving for emigration revealed just how impossible financial advancement was for most servants. A ticket to America cost roughly £8 to £12 in steerage, exactly 1 year's wages for a scullery maid. But she couldn't save a year's wages because she needed money for clothes, for emergencies, for sending home if her family needed help. If she managed to save £2 per year, a quarter of her wages, it would take her 4 to 6 years to afford passage. During those years, she'd be one illness or one dismissal away from losing everything she'd saved. Some servants did manage it, obviously. The historical record is full of former servants who emigrated and built new lives. But these were the exceptional cases. Most servants either never saved enough, or saved for years only to spend their savings on emergencies, or decided that the certain poverty they knew was preferable to the uncertain prospects of emigration. The system was designed to keep you poor and keep you working, and for most people that design worked. Let's talk about the mathematics of servant poverty in more concrete terms. Take a housemaid earning £15 per year in 1880. Rent for a room in a cheap lodging house would have cost roughly £40 per year, except she didn't have that option because she had to live in. But if she wanted to marry and live independently, she'd need to cover that rent somehow. Add food, maybe £25 per year for very basic provisions, fuel for heating and cooking, perhaps £10 per year, clothing, at least £5 per year for the absolute minimum wardrobe. We're at £80 per year in basic survival expenses before considering anything else, and our housemaid is earning £15. This math explains why marriage was so difficult for servants. 2 servants earning £15 each still only have £30, which is nowhere near the £80 minimum needed for independent living. You either needed one partner earning significantly more, which usually meant the husband needed to be in a skilled trade, or you needed to live in conditions that were worse than what you had in service, which rather defeats the purpose of leaving. Service to marry. Some servants made it work by both partners staying in service after marriage, living separately and seeing each other on their rare days off. This sounds miserable because it was miserable, but it let them save money over years or decades until they could afford to live together. Others married and lived in poverty that made service look comfortable by comparison. Crowded, unsanitary lodgings, constant financial stress, perpetual worry about where the next meal was coming from. The rare servants who achieved actual financial security did it through combinations of luck, skill, exceptional circumstances, and often exploitation of other servants. A butler who married a housekeeper and both worked for decades in good positions, living extremely frugally and saving aggressively, might retire with enough money to open a small shop or buy a cottage. A cook who'd worked in the best houses and commanded premium wages might save enough to retire comfortably if they never married, never had children, never got seriously ill, and never had family members who needed financial help. Some servants got lucky with generous employers who left them money in their wills. A lady's maid who'd served the same mistress for 40 years might receive a bequest of £50 or £100, which was a fortune by servant standards. A butler who'd managed a household faithfully might receive a pension of £20 or £30 per year for life. These bequests were unpredictable and relatively rare, but they represented one of the few paths to security in old age. The more exploitative path to financial advancement was becoming an upper servant and essentially extracting value from the servants below you. A housekeeper controlled household purchasing, which meant opportunities for kickbacks from tradesmen. She might buy tea or sugar or other supplies from a merchant who gave her a percentage of the purchase price in cash. Technically, this was theft from her employer, but it was so common that it was almost considered part of her compensation, especially in households where wages were low and housekeepers were expected to supplement their income this way. Cooks had similar opportunities with food purchasing. A cook might buy meat, vegetables, or other ingredients from suppliers who paid her commissions. She might sell leftover drippings, bones, or other byproducts for cash. She might accept gifts from tradesmen hoping to secure her business. Again, this was technically dishonest, but the system operated on the understanding that upper servants needed these opportunities to survive on inadequate wages. Employers who wanted honest upper servants needed to pay them enough that they didn't need to steal to make ends meet. Registry offices that placed servants charged fees to both servants looking for positions and employers looking to hire, creating a profitable business from the servant economy. Some successful servants eventually opened registry offices themselves, using their knowledge of the service industry and their connections with former employers to build businesses. This was one of the more achievable paths out of service because it didn't require massive capital investment, just an office, some advertising, and connections in the domestic service world. The very few servants who achieved significant upward mobility usually did it by leaving service for different work entirely. A valet might use his knowledge of men's fashion to open a tailoring shop. A butler might leverage his administrative skills to become a hotel manager or boarding house operator. A cook might open a restaurant or catering business. A lady's maid might become a dressmaker. These transitions required capital that most servants never accumulated, but for those who managed to save enough, they represented genuine escape from servitude. The education requirements for these transitions were significant. Running a business required literacy, numeracy, basic accounting, and business skills that most servants never developed. The lucky ones had picked up these skills in service. Butlers and housekeepers often managed household accounts. Upper servants often handled correspondence. Some employers even paid for their servants' education. But many servants were functionally illiterate or barely literate, which limited their options even if they somehow accumulated capital. Marriage to someone outside the servant class offered another rare path to mobility, though more for women than men. A housemaid who caught the eye of a respectable tradesman or clerk and married him effectively left service for lower middle-class respectability. These marriages happened, but they required the servant to have enough education and refinement to fit into her husband's social class, while not having so much past that it created scandal. A single mistake in your past, pregnancy, accusations of theft, even just a bad reference from a former employer, could destroy these prospects. The handful of servants who married significantly above their station were the stuff of Victorian scandal and gossip. A governess marrying a widowed gentleman who'd employed her, a lady's maid marrying a wealthy man she'd met through her mistress. These stories were sensationalized in novels and newspapers precisely because they were so unusual. When they happened, the servant usually faced enormous social pressure from her husband's family and friends to prove she was worthy of her new status, which meant erasing or hiding her servant past. Male servants very rarely married up because Victorian gender norms made this almost impossible. A wealthy woman marrying her butler or footman would have been seen as scandalous to the point of social suicide. Male servants who wanted upward mobility had to achieve it through their own efforts, building businesses, entering professions, accumulating wealth, rather than through marriage. This made their path harder because it required resources they usually didn't have. The child servants, and yes, children as young as 10 or 11 worked in domestic service, had virtually no path to anything better. A child hired as a hall boy or scullery maid was at the absolute bottom of the hierarchy, doing the worst work for the lowest wages, often with no real training or education. Some of these children eventually worked their way up through the servant ranks, but many didn't. They'd work in service for a few years, then leave for factory work or other jobs, taking with them no skills that translated to better employment, and years of their childhood spent hauling coal and scrubbing floors. The impact of domestic service on childhood development and education was catastrophic for working-class social mobility. A child in service wasn't in school learning to read, write, and do arithmetic. They weren't developing skills that would help them in other work. They were learning how to be invisible, how to endure abuse, how to work 18-hour days for pennies. This isn't education that prepares you for anything except more service, which is why servant families often stayed servant families across generations. The children of servants became servants, having no other options or knowledge. Some employers did help their servants' education, especially for the children of upper servants, or for particularly promising young servants. They might allow them to attend Sunday schools, might give them access to books, might even pay for lessons. These acts of relative generosity could genuinely change a servant's life trajectory. Reading ability alone opened doors that illiteracy kept shut. But this generosity was inconsistent, unpredictable, and usually extended only to servants who'd already proven themselves valuable, creating a catch-22 where you needed to be exceptional to get opportunities that might let you become more exceptional. The retirement situation for servants was bleak unless you'd been exceptionally lucky or frugal. Most servants had no pensions, no savings to speak of, and no family able to support them in old age. The lucky ones found positions as retired housekeepers or butlers living in former employers' households, doing light work in exchange for room and board. Others became dependent on charity, almshouses for former servants, church charity, support from wealthier former colleagues. Many ended up in workhouses, the Victorian solution to poverty that was designed to be so miserable that people would do anything to avoid it. The few servant-oriented charities and retirement homes that existed were vastly insufficient for the need. Organisations like the Servants' Benevolent Institution tried to provide support for aged and infirm servants, but they could only help a tiny fraction of those who needed assistance. Most servants faced old age knowing they'd be poor and probably die in poverty, which is a special kind of psychological burden, spending your entire life working hard and still ending up destitute. This brings us to the fundamental question: why did people stay in service given these terrible economics? The answer is that for many people, service was still better than their alternatives. Rural poverty, urban slums, factory work, prostitution. These were often worse options, at least worse in ways that mattered day to day. Service gave you food, shelter, and a wage, inadequate as those were. It gave you some protection in a world where working-class people had almost none. It gave you the possibility, however slim, of advancement to better positions. The system was also designed to trap people. Once you were in service, leaving without good references made finding other work nearly impossible. Employers knew this and used it to control servants. The threat of dismissal without references was often enough to ensure compliance with even unreasonable demands. This meant many servants stayed in bad positions because leaving would make their situation worse, not better. You might hate your employer and your working conditions, but at least you had employment. Leaving without references might mean unemployment and destitution. The Victorian middle and upper classes developed elaborate justifications for paying servants poverty wages while working them to exhaustion. Servants were learning valuable skills. Service built character. Hard work was good for the soul. Servants should be grateful for employment, room and board. These arguments conveniently ignored that the people making them wouldn't have accepted servant wages and conditions for themselves, which tells you everything you need to know about how seriously they took their own rhetoric. The economic reality of domestic service was that it was a system designed to extract maximum labour for minimum cost, while maintaining the appearance of benevolence. Employers wanted servants to be grateful, loyal, and satisfied with inadequate compensation. They wanted servants to stay in their positions for years or decades without requiring wage increases or better conditions. They wanted to display wealth through servant employment without spending more money than necessary. The system largely gave them what they wanted because servants had so few alternatives. The Industrial Revolution slowly undermined this system by creating those alternatives: factory jobs, shop work, clerical positions, emigration opportunities. As working-class people gained more options, servant wages had to rise and conditions had to improve or servants would leave. This process was agonizingly slow because employers resisted every change. But by the early 20th century, the domestic service system was clearly becoming unsustainable. Servants had too many other options, and employers couldn't find workers willing to accept Victorian servant conditions. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. In the Victorian era proper, 1840s through 1890s, domestic service was still functioning as a massive system for extracting labour from poor people and transferring it to wealthy people. The economics were working exactly as intended from the employer's perspective, creating a large, stable workforce that maintained wealthy households while remaining too poor to threaten the social order. The system's success in economic terms was precisely why it was so exploitative. It worked, at least for the people who benefited from it, and systems that work don't change until they're forced to. Understanding the economics of domestic service is crucial because it explains why the system persisted despite being obviously unjust. It wasn't that people didn't recognize the exploitation, many did, but that the economic incentives all pointed toward maintaining the status quo. Employers benefited from cheap labour. The government benefited from taxes on male servants, and from a system that kept working-class people employed and mostly compliant. Even upper servants sometimes benefited from exploiting lower servants, giving them a stake in maintaining the hierarchy. The servants themselves were mostly trapped by economic necessity, not by genuine acceptance of their situation. They worked in service because they had children to feed, because they had families depending on their wages, because the alternatives were worse or non-existent. Some found ways to build decent lives within these constraints, developing skills, advancing to better positions, saving money, maintaining dignity despite degrading circumstances. But the system was designed to make success rare and to ensure that even successful servants remained economically vulnerable. This is what we mean when we talk about structural exploitation. It wasn't that individual employers were uniquely evil, though some certainly were. It was that the entire economic system was organised to benefit employers and disadvantaged servants. A kindly employer who paid slightly above market wages and treated servants decently was still participating in a fundamentally exploitative system. The system didn't require individual cruelty to function. It functioned through economic structures that ensured servants stayed poor while their labour enriched others. The legacy of this economic system affected British class structure for generations. The children of servants often became servants. The grandchildren of servants frequently remained working class. The economic immobility was baked into the structure. Some families escaped, through education, emigration, exceptional luck, but many didn't. The Victorian domestic service system created patterns of poverty and limited opportunity that persisted long after the system itself collapsed. Let's get more specific about what servants could actually afford with their wages, because the abstract numbers don't convey the grinding reality of servant poverty. A housemaid earning £12 per year, call it £1 per month or 5 shillings per week, needed to budget for everything not provided by her employer. A decent pair of work boots cost 6 shillings and might last a year if you were lucky and careful. A simple cotton dress suitable for work cost 8 to 12 shillings. Stockings, shifts, petticoats, caps, aprons, these necessities added up quickly. Let's say our housemaid needs to completely replace her work wardrobe over the course of a year. 2 dresses at 10 shillings each, 2 pairs of boots at 6 shillings each, undergarments and accessories adding another 8 shillings. That's 44 shillings, or just over £2 per year on clothing alone. She's now got £10 left. If she wants to send any money to her family, and many servants did, supporting parents or siblings in worse circumstances, there goes another couple of pounds per year minimum. She's down to £8 for everything else. What's everything else? Soap, tooth powder, any medicines she needs, replacement of lost or broken items, contributions to the servants' hall fund that many households required, money for church offerings, money for small emergencies like repairing torn clothing or replacing stolen property. Some employers required servants to pay for breakages. You dropped a piece of china, you bought a replacement out of your wages. If our housemaid could save £2 per year after all these expenses, she'd be doing exceptionally well. More likely, she saved nothing or even went into debt. The debt trap was real and vicious. Some servants borrowed money to afford necessities, paying back loans from the next quarter's wages. Registry offices, pawn shops, and unscrupulous individuals all lent money to servants at predatory interest rates. A servant borrowing £2 to cover an emergency might end up paying back £3 over the following year, effectively reducing their already inadequate wages further. Getting into debt as a servant was easy. Getting out of it was nearly impossible. The economics of larger households reveal interesting patterns about how employer wealth translated into servant employment. A moderately wealthy family with an income of £5,000 per year might employ a household staff like this: a butler at £50, a cook at £35, a lady's maid at £30, 2 housemaids at £12 each, a kitchen maid at £10, a scullery maid at £8, and 2 footmen at £25 each. That's 8 servants costing £212 in wages, plus probably another £150 in room, board, uniforms and other expenses. £362 total, or about 7% of household income. But let's look at what this means per servant. The employer is spending roughly £45 per servant per year in total costs, wages plus support. The scullery maid costs maybe £35 all in, while the butler might cost £80 with his wages, food, better quarters, and livery. These costs are trivial individually but add up collectively, which is why employing many servants was a status symbol. It proved you could afford to spend £300 or £400 per year on people to do work that probably didn't strictly need doing. Compare this investment to what servants earned and saved. That scullery maid costing £35 per year earns £8 and might save £1. The employer's return on investment, in terms of labour extracted versus cost, is extraordinary. They're paying £8 per year for someone who works 3,000 hours annually, 18 hours per day, 6.5 days per week, 50 weeks per year. That's literally less than a penny per hour, which was exploitative even by Victorian standards. The really wealthy families with incomes of £20,000 or £30,000 per year would employ proportionally larger staffs, sometimes absurdly large. A ducal household might have 40 or 50 indoor servants plus extensive estate staffs. The indoor servant wages alone might total £1,500 to £2,000 per year, with total costs approaching £3,000. This sounds like a lot until you realise it's 10% of a £30,000 annual income, and that the Duke almost certainly wasn't directly paying attention to what servants cost, because the amounts were trivial relative to his wealth. This is where the economics become almost surreal. A duke might spend more on a single horse than on 5 scullery maids' annual wages. A duchess might spend more on a ball gown than on her lady's maid's entire yearly salary. The disconnect between what wealthy people spent casually on luxury goods and what they paid the people who maintained their households was staggering. This wasn't oversight. It was the system working as designed. Servants were supposed to be cheap. Their cheapness was part of what made employing many of them affordable. The male servant tax evolved over the Victorian period in ways that reveal changing attitudes about servants and luxury. At its peak in the early 19th century, the tax was 15 shillings per male servant, not trivial when a footman earned £25 per year. This made a footman cost roughly £26 per year total, while a housemaid doing equivalent work cost maybe £15 all in. The wage difference plus the tax made male servants genuinely expensive luxury items. As the century progressed and the tax decreased, male servants became more affordable, but the pattern was set. Households that could afford male servants had status. Households that couldn't employed only women. This created a hierarchy of households visible through their servant composition. All female staff meant middle-class respectability. 1 or 2 male servants meant prosperity. Multiple male servants meant wealth. A household with numerous footmen, a butler, and possibly valets was announcing serious money. The tax revenue went to general government funds, not to any support for servants themselves, which is typical of how governments approach the servant economy. They profited from it through taxation while providing no protection, no regulation of working conditions, no enforcement of contracts, nothing that might actually help servants. The government's position was essentially that domestic service was a private arrangement between employer and employee, even though the massive power imbalance meant it was nothing of the sort. Industrialization's effect on servant economics accelerated through the Victorian period. Early Victorian servants had few alternatives, agriculture was declining, factory jobs were limited, emigration was expensive and risky. By late Victorian times, factory work was more abundant, shop work was expanding, clerical positions were opening up, and emigration was more accessible. This gradual expansion of alternatives put upward pressure on servant wages and downward pressure on hours, though not nearly as much as you'd expect given how terrible servant conditions were. The stubborn persistence of low servant wages despite labour shortages reveals how much employers valued maintaining traditional hierarchies over adapting to market realities. They complained constantly about the servant problem, the difficulty finding good servants, the declining quality of servants, the ingratitude of modern servants who wanted reasonable hours and decent wages. What they wouldn't do was significantly increase pay or improve conditions, preferring instead to make do with fewer servants or lower quality servants, rather than fundamentally change the economic relationship. Part of this stubbornness was economic calculation. If you started paying your housemaid £20 instead of £12, you'd need to pay all your servants proportionally more to maintain the hierarchy. Your total servant costs might increase 50%, which sounds catastrophic until you remember we're talking about increasing costs from £300 to £450 for a family with £5,000 in income. This was affordable. Employers just didn't want to afford it because it would mean accepting servants as workers with market power, rather than as subordinates grateful for whatever was offered. The few servants who achieved significant savings did it through extreme frugality plus either luck or exploitation. A butler and housekeeper couple both working for 40 years, earning an average of £45 each, and saving 25% of their income, which would require living like monks, would accumulate £900. Invested conservatively at 4%, that might generate £36 per year, which was subsistence level but technically survivable. This represents the absolute best-case scenario for servant retirement, requiring decades of perfect luck, perfect health, perfect employment, and extreme self-denial. More realistic is the servant who worked 40 years, averaged £30 per year in wages, saved 10% through immense sacrifice, and accumulated £120. That might generate £5 per year in investment income, which was hopeless. This servant would need to work until they physically couldn't anymore. then depend on charity or family or end up in the workhouse. This wasn't the exception. This was the expected trajectory for the average servant who didn't die young from overwork or disease. The investment and savings opportunities available to servants were limited and often predatory. Some servants put money in post office savings banks, which was safe but offered minimal interest. Some invested in government bonds or railway shares if they had enough capital to make it worthwhile. Some were scammed by investment schemes promising high returns and delivering nothing. The lack of financial education among working-class people, combined with the small amounts they had to invest, made them vulnerable to exploitation even when they were trying to secure their futures. Some servants participated in mutual aid societies or friendly societies that provided insurance against illness, death benefits for funerals, and sometimes pension schemes. These societies were often connected to churches or organised by servants themselves. They were better than nothing, but they weren't sufficient. A society might pay 5 shillings per week during illness, which helped but didn't replace full wages. Death benefits might cover funeral costs but left families with nothing. Pensions were rare and inadequate when they existed at all. The marriage economics for servants deserves deeper examination because it reveals how the system perpetuated poverty across generations. Let's take a realistic example. A footman earning £28 per year marries a housemaid earning £14 per year. Combined income, £42. To live independently, they need housing, £40 per year minimum for a decent room in a working-class area, food, £30 per year for 2 adults eating cheaply, fuel, £8 per year, clothing, £6 per year for both, with nothing left for medical care, emergencies, or anything beyond bare survival. This math means they can't afford to live together unless one or both get significantly better positions, or they accept living standards worse than what they had in service. Some couples made it work by both staying in service in the same household, which some employers permitted for upper servants. Others lived separately for years, seeing each other monthly on their days off, until they'd saved enough to live together. Except they could rarely save enough because their wages were too low and their expenses too high. The choice many servant couples faced was between staying in service separately, accepting poverty together, or not marrying at all. All 3 options were common. Some servants maintained long engagements lasting decades, perpetually planning to marry once their circumstances improved but never quite making it. Others married and struggled in poverty, producing children who'd grow up in circumstances that almost guaranteed they'd enter service themselves. Still others simply didn't marry, choosing career progression in service over family life. This created a cruel cycle. Servants' children often entered service young because their families needed the income, and because service was the only work their parents understood and could help them access. These children then faced the same economic constraints their parents had, trapped in the same system with the same limited options. Breaking this cycle required exceptional circumstances, a child getting education, a family member succeeding in non-service work, emigration, or extraordinary luck. The economics of servant supply, where servants came from and why they entered service, varied by region and period but followed predictable patterns. Rural areas produced servants because agricultural work was disappearing and families couldn't support all their children. Urban slums produced servants because factory work paid even worse and service offered room and board. Orphans, children from large families, daughters of widows, anyone from working-class backgrounds with limited options. These were the people who filled the servant ranks. Registry offices and employment agencies profited from this supply of desperate workers, charging both servants and employers for their matching services. A servant might pay a week's wages to register with an agency. The employer would also pay a fee, sometimes equal to a month of the hired servant's wages. For minimal work, maintaining records and making introductions, these agencies extracted significant value from both sides of an already exploitative relationship. Some agencies were relatively honest, maintaining standards for both servants and employers. Others were scams, charging registration fees and then providing no placements, or placing servants in terrible situations and refusing refunds. Servants had little recourse against dishonest agencies because they lacked resources for legal action, and because complaining could damage their reputations in the tight-knit servant community, where word travelled fast. The few success stories in domestic service were celebrated all out of proportion to their frequency, which served to legitimise the system. If a lady's maid could marry a gentleman, if a butler could retire with enough savings to buy a shop, If a cook could become prosperous running a restaurant, then surely service offered opportunity to anyone willing to work hard. This logic ignored that these successes required exceptional luck in addition to exceptional skill and effort, and that for every success there were thousands of failures. The propaganda value of these rare successes was enormous. Employers could point to them as proof that the system worked, that servants who stayed poor had only themselves to blame, that the real problem was servants lacking character or ambition. This conveniently ignored the structural barriers that made success nearly impossible: inadequate wages that prevented saving, lack of education that limited options, social barriers that prevented upward mobility, and a system designed to extract. Maximum labour for minimum cost. Compare servant economics to other working-class occupations and service doesn't look quite as terrible, which tells you how bad working-class economics generally were. A factory worker might earn more per year but faced unemployment during downturns, had no housing or food provided, and worked in dangerous conditions. A shop assistant might earn similar wages to a housemaid but needed to pay for lodging and food. An agricultural labourer earned less than almost anyone and faced seasonal unemployment. Service was exploitative, but so was everything else available to working-class people. This doesn't excuse the exploitation, it contextualises it. The Victorian economy was organised to benefit capital and property owners at the expense of workers, whether those workers were servants, factory workers, agricultural labourers, or anything else. Domestic service was just one manifestation of this broader exploitation, though it had its own particular characteristics: the personal nature of the relationship, the intrusion into servants' private lives, the expectation of deference and gratitude. The economic analysis of domestic service ultimately reveals a system that was working exactly as intended. Employers got cheap, plentiful labour. The government got tax revenue. The middle and upper classes maintained their lifestyles at minimal cost. Servants stayed poor and largely powerless, which kept them working rather than organising, competing, or threatening the social order. From the perspective of the people who benefited from the system, there was no problem to solve. The system was succeeding. What finally disrupted this system wasn't moral awakening or increased generosity, it was economics. As working-class people gained more options, as alternative employment became more available and attractive, as the cost of maintaining large servant staffs increased relative to other household expenses, the domestic service system became less sustainable. This process took decades and wasn't complete until well into the 20th century, but by late Victorian times the cracks were showing. Employers who wanted servants had to pay more, accept worse hours, and deal with servants who had options and knew it. The economics were shifting, slowly but inevitably, against the traditional system. Now that we understand the economics keeping servants trapped, let's talk about the psychological systems that made the whole thing function day to day. Because domestic service wasn't just about economic exploitation, it was about creating and maintaining elaborate hierarchies that governed every interaction, every conversation, every moment of a servant's existence. The Victorian household was essentially a miniature totalitarian state, complete with rigid social stratification, unwritten rules enforced through social pressure, and a surveillance system that would make modern security services jealous. The most fascinating aspect of servant hierarchy is that it wasn't just masters above servants. It was an incredibly complex pyramid where almost everyone had someone beneath them to push around. A scullery maid was at the absolute bottom, but even she might have authority over a temporary washerwoman or a visiting tradesman's boy. A kitchen maid was above the scullery maid, an under housemaid was somewhere in the middle ranks. The head housemaid had real authority, and the housekeeper ruled over all the female servants like a feudal lord. Each level came with specific privileges, specific duties, and specific people you could order around. This hierarchical complexity served multiple purposes, most of them about control. First, it divided the servant class against itself. When you're competing with other servants for status and privilege within the household, you're not uniting with them against your employer. A housemaid who's finally achieved seniority over the under-housemaids isn't going to risk that position by organising a protest about working conditions. She's got something to lose now, even if what she's got is minimal by any objective standard. Second, the hierarchy created a system where servants policed each other. The upper servants, butler, housekeeper, cook, were responsible for maintaining discipline among the lower servants. They were the ones who enforced the rules, punished infractions, and reported problems to the employers. This meant employers could mostly avoid the unpleasant business of directly managing dozens of servants. They just held the upper servants accountable, and the upper servants handled everything else. It was delegation of oppression, and it worked remarkably well. The rules governing servant interaction were absurdly detailed and rigidly enforced. Upper servants and lower servants didn't just have different duties, they had different social worlds within the same household. In large establishments, upper servants ate separately from lower servants, the difference being marked by whether you ate in the steward's room or the servants' hall. Upper servants got better food, more comfortable seating, and the privilege of relative privacy. Lower servants ate quickly, standing or sitting on benches, under the watchful eyes of upper servants who might criticise their table manners or eating speed. The system of address was itself a tool of social control. A scullery maid would be called by her first name, or sometimes just girl. A housemaid might be called Mary, or whatever her name was. A lady's maid would be addressed as Miss Smith by lower servants, a mark of respect for her position. The housekeeper was Mrs. Thompson, whether or not she was actually married, the title being honorific recognition of her authority. The butler was Mr. Jenkins to everyone except the family, who might call him by surname alone, Jenkins, which was still more respectful than calling him by his first name but less respectful than using Mr. Meanwhile, servants had elaborate rules for how to address family members and guests. The master was Sir, or by his title if he had one, Your Lordship or Your Grace depending on rank. The mistress was Madam or My Lady. The children were Master Robert and Miss Elizabeth until they came of age, at which point they became Mr. Robert and Miss Elizabeth. Getting these forms wrong was a serious error that could mark you as poorly trained or disrespectful, both of which were firing offences, but it gets even more complex. Visiting servants, valets and ladies' maids who travelled with their employers, were addressed according to their own employer's rank. A duke's valet outranked an earl's valet in the servant hierarchy, which meant the duke's valet got better accommodation, better treatment and social precedence, even though they were both just valets doing the same work. This reflected and reinforced the aristocratic hierarchy among the employers, making sure everyone understood that social rank permeated every level of society. The physical rules about servant behaviour in the presence of employers were designed to make servants invisible, which is quite an achievement when you consider that servants were everywhere in these households. Servants were supposed to move quietly, speak only when spoken to, keep their eyes down, and generally behave as if they were part of the furniture rather than actual people. In some very formal households, servants were required to face the wall and stand still if they encountered a family member in a corridor, literally becoming part of the wallpaper until the family member passed. This requirement to be simultaneously present and invisible created fascinating psychological tensions. You had to anticipate needs without being asked, which required paying close attention to the family's habits and preferences. But you also had to avoid seeming like you were watching or listening, even though you obviously were. You had to be ready to respond instantly to any summons, but you couldn't hover or appear expectant. You had to know everything about the household's operation while pretending you knew nothing about the family's private business, even though you absolutely knew everything because you were in their rooms, handling their belongings, overhearing their conversations. The mental gymnastics required to maintain this fiction of invisibility, while actually being hyper-aware and responsive, must have been exhausting. Some servants apparently developed the ability to be functionally invisible, moving through rooms without attracting attention, present but not noticed unless needed. Others never quite mastered it and were constantly being reprimanded for being too noticeable, too present, too much like actual people rather than convenient appliances. The power dynamics within the servant hierarchy created interesting psychological adaptations. Upper servants who'd clawed their way up from lower positions sometimes became the worst tyrants, enforcing rules with a rigidity that exceeded even employer expectations. This wasn't just cruelty, it was insecurity. A butler who'd started as a hall boy knew exactly how precarious his position was. He'd seen other upper servants fall from grace. He knew his authority depended entirely on maintaining the system perfectly, so he maintained it with iron discipline. Other upper servants tried to be fair within the constraints of an unfair system, creating small spaces for kindness and flexibility. A housekeeper might enforce the rules strictly during the day but look the other way when servants bent minor regulations in their limited free time. A cook might be demanding during meal preparation but generous with extra food for servants who'd worked especially hard. These small mercies made life bearable even when the overall system remained oppressive. The competition among servants for advancement created its own dynamics. In a household with multiple housemaids, there was usually a recognised hierarchy: first housemaid, second housemaid, and so on. Moving up required not just competence but also politics. You needed the housekeeper to favour you, which might mean working harder, being more obedient, or sometimes undermining your competitors. Some servants played these politics ruthlessly, reporting others' minor infractions, taking credit for others' work, positioning themselves as more reliable and loyal than their peers. This competition served employer interests perfectly because it kept servants focused on internal hierarchy rather than collective action. It's hard to organise for better conditions when you're competing with your co-workers for the next promotion. It's hard to develop solidarity when the person next to you might report you to the housekeeper for minor rule violations. The system encouraged individualism and competition rather than collective identity and mutual support. Despite this, servants did form genuine friendships and alliances, though these had to navigate the complicated terrain of household hierarchy. Two housemaids of roughly equal rank might become close friends, supporting each other through the daily grind. A footman and a housemaid might develop a romance, though this was officially forbidden and had to be conducted in secret. Kitchen staff might develop tight bonds from working together in high-stress conditions. These relationships provided crucial emotional support in an environment designed to isolate and control. The servants' hall itself was a fascinating social space where hierarchy played out in miniature. Seating arrangements reflected rank: upper servants at the head of the table, lower servants further down. Conversation was regulated. Upper servants might discuss household business while lower servants were expected to remain quiet unless addressed. Even the distribution of food followed hierarchy, with upper servants receiving larger portions or better cuts of meat. Some households had elaborate rituals around meals that reinforced hierarchy. The upper servants might process into the servants' hall formally, take their seats while lower servants stood, and only then would everyone sit and eat. After the main course, the upper servants might retire to the steward's room for their pudding, leaving lower servants to finish in the hall. These rituals weren't about efficiency. They were about constantly reminding everyone of their place in the order. The psychological impact of this constant hierarchical performance was significant. Some servants internalized it completely, coming to believe that the hierarchy reflected natural differences in worth and capability. They genuinely felt that upper servants were better than lower servants, that some people were suited to command while others were suited to obey. This internalization made them ideal servants from employers' perspectives. They didn't need external enforcement because they'd enforced the hierarchy on themselves. Other servants saw through it but performed the hierarchy anyway because resistance was futile and costly. They understood that the butler wasn't inherently better than the scullery maid, that the whole system was arbitrary and designed to benefit employers. But they also understood that openly challenging the hierarchy meant dismissal without references, which meant destitution. So they played along, performed deference, and saved their authentic selves for the rare moments when they were outside the system's gaze. The lack of privacy in servant life was another form of psychological control. Servants often shared sleeping quarters, had no locks on their doors, faced regular inspections of their rooms and belongings. The housekeeper might search servants' rooms looking for contraband, alcohol, inappropriate books, letters from followers. This surveillance wasn't about protecting servants. It was about ensuring they remained controllable, that they couldn't develop private lives or identities separate from their servant roles. Some servants found ways to create small spaces of autonomy despite this surveillance. They'd hide letters or small treasures in places inspectors wouldn't find. They'd develop coded language for discussing forbidden topics. They'd create social spaces outside the household, at church, at markets, at pubs on their rare evenings off, where they could be themselves rather than performing their servant roles. These small resistances didn't challenge the system fundamentally, but they preserved some sense of self despite the system's attempts to erase individual identity. The male servant hierarchy had its own particular characteristics that reflected Victorian gender anxieties about men in domestic service. At the top you had the butler, whose authority over male servants was absolute, and whose position commanded genuine respect. Below him were footmen, whose role was peculiarly contradictory. They were supposed to be decorative but also functional, visible but also deferential, physically impressive but also subordinate. Footmen were hired partly for their appearance, which created its own strange dynamics. Employers wanted tall, good-looking footmen who'd look impressive in livery. Some households specified minimum heights, 6 feet was common, and some wanted even taller. This meant footmen were often young men who happened to be attractive and tall, but didn't necessarily have any particular skills or training beyond looking good in knee breeches and powdered hair. The requirement to be decorative while maintaining subordinate status created psychological tensions. A footman might be better looking than his employer's sons, physically stronger, objectively more impressive by conventional masculine standards, but he was still a servant expected to bow and scrape. This inverted normal Victorian masculine hierarchies, which generally equated physical prowess with social authority. A footman was supposed to be physically impressive but socially powerless, which was an inherently unstable combination. Livery itself was part of the control system. Footmen wore elaborate uniforms, knee breeches, stockings, tailcoats in the household's colours, powdered wigs in the most formal households that made them simultaneously visible and marked as servants. You couldn't mistake a footman for a gentleman because the livery announced his subordinate status. But the livery was also expensive and elaborate, signalling the employer's wealth through the servant's body. The footman became a walking advertisement for his employer's prosperity. The powdered hair tradition deserves special mention because it was both absurd and revealing. Footmen in very formal households had their hair powdered with white powder and pomade, creating an elaborate 18th century style that had been outdated for decades but persisted as a mark of ultra-formal service. This required significant time and effort. The hair had to be carefully dressed, powdered, and maintained throughout the day. It was uncomfortable, impractical, and served no purpose except to mark the footman as performing formal service in a traditionalist household. Some footmen hated this requirement, seeing it as degrading. Others took pride in it, viewing it as evidence they worked in prestigious households with high standards. This split reaction captures something important about servant psychology. The same practice could be experienced as humiliating or as prestigious, depending on whether you identified with your servant role or resented it. Valets occupied a different position in male servant hierarchy. They were personal servants to gentlemen, closer to their employers than footmen, with more responsibility and more intimate knowledge of their employers' lives. A valet might know his gentleman's financial situation, his love affairs, his health problems, his private habits. This intimacy created complicated relationships where the valet was simultaneously subordinate and indispensable, powerless and influential. Some valets developed genuinely close relationships with their gentlemen, becoming trusted confidants who wielded considerable informal influence. Others maintained careful distance, understanding that the intimacy was one-directional and that any presumption of equality would be punished. The successful valet had to navigate this constantly, being close enough to anticipate needs but distant enough to remain properly subordinate. The transition from coaching to automobiles in the late Victorian and Edwardian periods created interesting disruptions in male servant roles. Coachmen had been skilled workers managing horses and vehicles, with knowledge that took years to develop. Chauffeurs needed different skills: mechanical knowledge, driving ability, understanding of automobiles. Some coachmen made the transition successfully. Others refused or couldn't adapt, finding themselves obsolete as horses gave way to motors. This transition reveals how technological change affected servant hierarchies. A coachman who'd spent 40 years developing expertise with horses suddenly found that expertise worthless. Meanwhile, a young man with mechanical aptitude but no servant training might become a chauffeur, jumping into relatively prestigious positions without the years of subordinate service that traditional advancement required. This disrupted traditional hierarchies and created tensions between old-style servants who'd worked their way up and new-style employees who entered service at higher levels. Male servants generally had more freedom than female servants, which reflected Victorian gender assumptions about appropriate behaviour and necessary control. Male servants could go to pubs on their evenings off, could socialise more freely, faced fewer restrictions on their movements and associations. This wasn't generosity. It was recognition that attempting to control adult men's private lives as tightly as female servants' lives were controlled would likely provoke resistance that employers wanted to avoid. This gender difference in treatment reflected and reinforced Victorian ideas about gender and respectability. Women needed protection and control because they were morally weaker and more vulnerable. Men needed less control because they were naturally more independent and capable. This was nonsense, obviously, but it was nonsense that shaped how servants' lives were regulated. A housemaid receiving a letter from a male correspondent might have it confiscated. A footman could correspond with whoever he wanted. The male servant tax we discussed earlier had psychological effects beyond just economics. Being taxed as a luxury item marked male servants as particularly prestigious, which created a strange status situation. Male servants cost more to employ, which meant households that could afford them were wealthier. But being expensive because you were taxed as a luxury was different from being expensive because your skills commanded high wages. It was like being expensive because you were rare rather than because you were good, which created interesting dynamics around male servant identity and status. Some male servants leaned into being luxury items, taking pride in working for employers wealthy enough to afford them. Others resented being treated as decorative objects rather than skilled workers. The footman in elaborate livery standing behind chairs at dinner was performing conspicuous consumption on his employer's behalf, which was potentially degrading or potentially prestigious depending on how you viewed your role. Male servants' career paths generally offered more advancement opportunity than female servants' paths, though still within narrow constraints. A hall boy might become a footman, then an under-butler, then a butler, potentially ending in a secure, well-paid position. This trajectory required decades and luck, but it was more achievable than the equivalent path for female servants. A scullery maid becoming a housekeeper was possible but less common, partly because marriage often removed women from service before they'd accumulated enough experience. The psychology of authority among male servants is interesting because they were subordinate to employers, but often held authority over female servants. A footman might outrank housemaids, a valet might interact with the lady's maid as an equal or superior, butlers ruled over all servants. This gave male servants access to authority and power that female servants largely lacked, even when both were exploited by the overall system. A male servant might be oppressed by employers, but oppressor to female servants below him. This created complicated dynamics around gender and power within servant hierarchies. Some male servants used their authority over female servants badly, replicating the power dynamics they experienced from employers. Others tried to be fair, recognizing that female servants were even more vulnerable than they were. The system gave male servants opportunities to either challenge oppression or perpetuate it, and different individuals made different choices within those structural constraints. The requirement that male servants remain unmarried while in service was less strictly enforced than for female servants, but still significant. A footman or valet was expected to be available whenever needed, which was incompatible with maintaining a separate household and family. Marriage meant leaving most positions, or at best meant being relegated to less prestigious positions that permitted married men. This reinforced the idea that servants weren't full people with normal life trajectories, they were servants first, people second. Some male servants married in secret or maintained relationships they never formalized, seeing partners on their rare days off. Others simply didn't marry, choosing service careers over family life. Still others left service to marry, accepting lower status work that paid less but allowed them to have families. Each of these choices involved sacrifice, of career or family or both, because the system wasn't designed to accommodate servants as whole people with ordinary human needs and desires. The rebellion against servant hierarchy when it happened often started with male servants because they had more options and less to lose than female servants. Male servants could more easily find alternative employment, could emigrate more safely, had more social freedom to organize. Early servant unions and associations were often dominated by male servants, particularly butlers and valets, who had the education and connections to organize effectively. But even male servant resistance was constrained by the fundamental power imbalances of the system. Employers could fire troublesome servants, could refuse references, could use their social networks to ensure organized servants never worked in good households again. The fear of blacklisting kept most servants, male and female, from openly challenging the system even when they recognized its injustices. The psychology of service, the mental adaptations required to function in such rigid hierarchies, to perform deference while maintaining some sense of self, to navigate power relationships where you were simultaneously powerful and powerless depending on who you were interacting with. This psychology shaped servants' entire lives and identities. Some servants emerged from decades of service with intact sense of self and dignity. Others were psychologically damaged by years of subordination, having internalized the hierarchy so completely that they never recovered a sense of equality with others. Understanding this psychological dimension of service helps explain why the system persisted despite being obviously unjust. It wasn't just economic necessity keeping people in service, it was psychological adaptation to a system that pervaded every aspect of daily life. When your entire social world is organized around hierarchy, when every interaction reinforces your subordinate status, when resistance means social and economic destruction, adapting to the system becomes a survival strategy. This doesn't excuse the system or blame victims for adapting. It recognizes that humans are remarkably resilient, but that resilience often means accommodating ourselves to oppression rather than destroying it. The legacy of these hierarchical systems extended beyond domestic service into British social structure more broadly. The habits of deference, the internalized hierarchies, the assumption that some people were naturally superior to others, these attitudes shaped British class relations for generations. People who'd worked in service often maintained deferential attitudes toward upper classes even after leaving service. Their children and grandchildren sometimes inherited these attitudes, perpetuating social hierarchies long after the specific servant system had collapsed. But the hierarchy also created its opposite, a deep awareness of class injustice that fueled working-class politics and eventually helped dismantle the servant system. Servants who'd experienced the arbitrary cruelty of a rigid hierarchy, who'd seen wealthy people's private hypocrisies, who'd been forced to perform deference while doing all the actual work, these people didn't forget. Some of them channeled their experiences into political activism, labour organising, support for social reforms that would make their children's lives better than theirs had been. The Victorian household hierarchy was a system of remarkable complexity and remarkable cruelty, designed to extract maximum labour while ensuring servants remained subordinate, divided, and controllable. It worked through a combination of economic pressure, social control, psychological manipulation, and the strategic creation of internal hierarchies that turned servants against each other. Understanding how it worked helps explain both why it persisted so long and why it eventually collapsed. Systems based on rigid control and exploitation can be stable for generations, but they're also inherently unstable because they require constant effort to maintain, and they create resentments that eventually find expression in resistance and change. Let's get specific about what these hierarchical rules actually looked like in practice, because the abstract description doesn't capture how absurdly detailed and rigidly enforced they were. Take the simple act of walking through a corridor. A scullery maid encountering the housekeeper would step aside, press against the wall, and keep her eyes down until the housekeeper passed. The housekeeper might acknowledge her with a nod, or might ignore her completely, depending on mood and whether the scullery maid had done anything to merit attention. If the scullery maid failed to show proper deference, made eye contact, failed to move aside quickly enough, didn't press herself sufficiently into the wall, the housekeeper might reprimand her on the spot or report the infraction to be punished later. Now imagine that same scullery maid encountering a family member. In some households, she was required to face the wall completely, turning her back and standing absolutely still until the family member passed, as if she could make herself invisible through sheer immobility. In other households, she'd face the wall but turn her head down and to the side, a posture of such extreme deference that it bordered on self-erasure. The logic was that servants' faces were too common and lowly to be presented to their betters, that even making eye contact was a form of presumption. Think about what this does to a person psychologically. You're walking through the house where you live and work, and you have to perform these elaborate acts of deference dozens of times per day. Every encounter reinforces your subordinate status. Every interaction reminds you that you're not quite human in the eyes of the people you serve. You internalize this over months and years until the deference becomes automatic, until you're turning to face the wall before you've consciously registered someone approaching. Your body learns subordination at a level deeper than conscious thought. The dining room was a particularly complex space for hierarchical performance. Footmen serving at table had to master an elaborate choreography of movement and timing. You served from the left, removed from the right, never reached across a guest, never let your hands or arms cross the sight line between guests, never made noise with dishes or silverware. You anticipated when glasses needed refilling without waiting to be asked. You removed plates at the precise moment everyone at the table had finished eating, not before and not after. You remained standing throughout meals that could last 2 or 3 hours, maintaining perfect posture and appropriate facial expression, attentive but not intrusive, present but not noticeable. One mistake in this choreography could draw attention, which was failure. A dropped utensil, a plate removed too soon, wine spilled, any of these errors would result in immediate consequences. The butler might reprimand you in front of the family, which was humiliating, or he might wait until the meal ended and reprimand you privately, which was somehow worse because you'd spend the entire rest of the meal knowing punishment was coming. Repeated mistakes meant demotion or dismissal, which meant the entire time you were serving you were operating under enormous pressure to be perfect, while maintaining the appearance of relaxed competence. The rules about speaking in the household were equally elaborate. Servants didn't initiate conversation with employers unless asking a necessary question or responding to an order. When you did speak, you used specific phrases. "Very good, sir," or "Yes, madam," were safe responses to almost any instruction. "Excuse me, sir," or "Begging your pardon, madam," preceded any question you needed to ask. You never offered opinions, never made casual conversation, never spoke about anything not directly related to your duties or their explicit questions. Among servants, conversation was regulated by rank. Lower servants didn't speak unless addressed by upper servants. In the servants' hall, the butler and housekeeper might hold forth on household matters while everyone else listened in silence. If you wanted to ask a question or raise a concern, you waited for an appropriate pause and asked permission to speak. "Excuse me, Mrs. Henderson, might I ask about the linens?" was acceptable. "Hey, when are we getting new linens?" was insubordination. This constant regulation of speech had interesting effects on servant communication patterns. Some servants became extremely economical with words, learning to convey maximum meaning with minimum speech. A look, a gesture, a tiny nod could communicate entire conversations between servants who knew each other well. Others became verbose when they did have chance to speak freely, as if making up for hours of enforced silence with floods of words during their rare private moments. The bell system in Victorian houses deserves special attention as both a practical tool and a control mechanism. Each room had a bell pull that rang a specific bell in the servants' quarters, and servants were expected to respond immediately to any ring. In large houses there might be 30 or 40 different bells, each with a slightly different tone or mechanical indicator showing which room was calling. Servants had to learn the entire system, which bell meant which room, which family member typically rang which bell, what different ringing patterns might signify about the urgency of the summons. The psychological effect of being constantly on call via bell system was significant. You couldn't fully relax even during your supposed free time because a bell might ring at any moment requiring immediate response. Some servants developed what we might now call hypervigilance, always listening for bells even when off duty, never able to truly disconnect from work. Sleep was often disrupted by late-night summons, a family member wanting something at midnight, a guest requiring assistance at 2 a.m. The bell system meant you were never really off the clock. The enforcement of hierarchy among servants themselves created fascinating social dynamics. An under-housemaid who'd worked hard and earned promotion to upper housemaid suddenly had authority over servants who'd previously been her equals or even her friends. Some handled this well, maintaining friendships while exercising necessary authority. Others became petty tyrants, using their new power to settle old grudges or assert dominance. The system encouraged the latter because displays of authority proved you took your position seriously. The competition for the housekeeper's or butler's favour created politics that would fit comfortably in any corporate environment. You needed to be visibly hard-working but not so ambitious that you threatened those above you. You needed to demonstrate competence but not make other servants look bad by being too competent. You needed to report serious problems but not be seen as a tattletale who reported minor infractions. Navigating this required social intelligence that had nothing to do with actual servant skills but everything to do with surviving in the hierarchy. Gossip was both forbidden and universal in servant quarters, serving as a form of social currency and information exchange. Servants who had access to information, ladies' maids who knew about mistresses' affairs, valets who knew about masters' financial troubles, upper servants who overheard family discussions, had social power that transcended their official rank. But sharing that information was dangerous because it could be construed as betraying employer trust, which was grounds for dismissal. So gossip circulated in whispers, in coded language, in ways that maintained plausible deniability while still distributing information throughout the servant network. The physical segregation of servant and family spaces reinforced hierarchy architecturally. Servant staircases were narrow, steep, and often poorly lit. They were functional passages for moving between floors, not spaces for comfortable movement. The family's main staircase was wide, graceful, well lit, designed to impress. A servant caught using the main staircase except when specifically required for duties would be reprimanded. The message was clear. These spaces weren't for you. Your place was in the narrow passages hidden behind walls. Some houses had elaborate systems of hidden corridors allowing servants to move through the house without being seen by the family. These passages let servants service rooms, deliver meals, light fires, and perform other duties while remaining invisible. It was like the house had two parallel circulation systems, the visible one used by the family and guests, and the hidden one used by servants. This architectural invisibility made the fiction of spontaneous service sustainable. Meals appeared as if by magic. Fires were always lit, rooms were always clean, because servants did all this work in the hidden spaces where the family never saw. Them. The psychological impact of this architectural segregation was to reinforce that servants weren't part of the main household. They were backstage crew making the performance possible. Some servants found this liberating. In the servant spaces you could relax, drop the performance of deference, be more yourself. Others found it dehumanizing. You were literally hidden away, treated as something that shouldn't be seen except when actively useful. Male servants faced particular psychological pressures around masculinity and subordination that female servants didn't experience in the same way. Victorian masculinity emphasized independence, authority, physical strength, and leadership. Domestic service required dependence, subordination, decorative appearance, and following orders. This created cognitive dissonance that male servants had to resolve somehow. Some male servants dealt with this by emphasizing the skilled aspects of their work. A valet's expertise in clothing care, a butler's administrative abilities, a coachman's horse management skills. They reframed service as professional work requiring mastery, which was more compatible with masculine identity than mere subordination. Others emphasized the prestige of their positions, serving aristocracy, working in great houses, having authority over lower servants. If you couldn't be independent, you could at least be important within your dependent role. Still, other male servants embraced a form of masculine identity built around perfect service, strength expressed through self-control, mastery expressed through flawless execution of duties, power expressed through indispensability to employers. This was masculinity adapted to service conditions rather than traditional masculine ideals, but it worked as an identity strategy for men who needed to reconcile their gender identity with their subordinate role. The footman's position was particularly psychologically complex because it was so explicitly about appearance rather than function. A footman was hired for being tall and good-looking, wore elaborate livery designed to be decorative, and stood around looking impressive for much of his working day. This was almost the opposite of traditional masculine work, which emphasized doing things rather than being ornamental. Some footmen resented this deeply, feeling infantilized by the role. Others took pride in their appearance and the prestige of formal service, finding ways to make decorative work feel meaningful. The practice of employers selecting footmen based on appearance, height, and even hair color created a bizarre labor market where physical attributes mattered more than skills or experience. Some households wanted matching footmen, two tall men of similar height and build who'd look symmetrical in formal service. Other households wanted specific coloring, dark hair or light hair depending on the livery colors. This objectification of male servants was different from but not less dehumanizing than the objectification female servants experienced. Young footmen, typically in their late teens and 20s, often viewed the position as temporary, a way to earn decent money while looking for better opportunities. Older footmen who hadn't advanced to butler or left service faced the uncomfortable reality that their value was partly based on appearance and youth, which fade. A footman in his 40s who hadn't become a butler was often seen as a failure, someone who'd missed his window for advancement and was stuck in a young man's role. The valet-gentleman relationship was more intimate and psychologically complex than most servant-employer relationships. A valet dressed his gentleman, shaved him, saw him in states of undress and vulnerability that even family members might not see. This intimacy created relationships that could be genuinely close despite the power differential. Some gentlemen treated their valets almost as friends, sharing confidences, asking advice, maintaining associations that lasted decades. Other gentlemen maintained rigid distance, treating valets as useful objects rather than people. From the valet's perspective, this intimacy was professionally valuable, but psychologically complicated. You knew your employer's secrets, witnessed his vulnerabilities, understood his flaws, but you could never acknowledge this knowledge or use it for your own benefit. A valet who repeated his gentleman's private business would never work in good service again. A valet who presumed on intimacy by treating his gentleman as an equal would be immediately dismissed. You had to be close enough to anticipate needs, but distant enough to remain properly subordinate. The social position of personal servants like valets and ladies' maids created interesting dynamics in the servant hierarchy. They often outranked more skilled servants. A valet might outrank a cook who was objectively more skilled, because proximity to employers conveyed status. This wasn't about competence, it was about reflected status from the employer. The more important your employer, the more important you were in servant hierarchy, regardless of your actual abilities. This created resentment among servants whose status didn't reflect their skills. A highly skilled cook might resent taking orders from a valet whose main qualification was that he served an important person. An experienced housekeeper might resent a lady's maid who acted superior based solely on proximity to the mistress. These tensions played out in subtle ways: snubs in the servants' hall, disputes over precedence, conflicts over resources or authority. Upper servants had to navigate these tensions carefully to maintain household peace. The seasonal nature of aristocratic life created additional hierarchical complications. Families moved between London townhouses, country estates, and sometimes foreign residences, bringing some servants with them and relying on other servants who stayed at various properties year-round. The servants who travelled with the family, personal servants like valets and ladies' maids, often looked down on the servants who stayed put, viewing them as less important or skilled. The resident servants resented the travelling servants as temporary intruders who disrupted established household routines. During the London social season, great houses that sat empty most of the year suddenly filled with family, guests, and temporary servants hired for the season. This created temporary hierarchies that could conflict with established ones. A permanent servant at the country estate might technically outrank a London servant, but during the season the London staff had more practical authority. These shifting hierarchies required diplomatic navigation from everyone involved. The isolation of country estates created different psychological pressures than urban service. In London, servants could interact with servants from other households, could visit markets and shops, had access to diverse social environments. On country estates, especially remote ones, you might see almost no one except the other servants in your household for months at a time. This isolation intensified household hierarchies because the other servants were your entire social world. You couldn't escape them, couldn't avoid conflicts, couldn't find social outlets outside the household. Some servants thrived in country estate isolation, enjoying the relative quiet and closer-knit servant communities. Others found it claustrophobic, desperately wanting the stimulation and opportunity that cities offered. Young servants in particular often preferred city service despite worse living conditions because cities offered more opportunities for social life, romance, and eventually advancement to better positions or different work. The role of religion in reinforcing or challenging servant hierarchy varied widely. Some clergy preached sermons emphasizing that servants should be content with their station, that serving earthly masters prepared them for serving God, that obedience and humility were Christian virtues. This religious justification for hierarchy helped maintain the system by giving it divine sanction. You weren't just obeying your employer, you were fulfilling God's plan for your life. Other clergy took servants' side, preaching about the dignity of labour, the obligations employers owed servants, the Christian duty to treat all people with respect regardless of social station. These ministers sometimes ran Sunday schools that taught servants to read and write, organised social events for servants, even advocated for better working conditions. The church could be either a force supporting hierarchy or challenging it depending on particular clergy and congregations. Servants themselves had varying relationships with religion. Some found genuine comfort in religious faith, believing their suffering on earth would be rewarded in heaven. Others became skeptical or atheistic, concluding that any God who designed a world with such injustice wasn't worth worshipping. Still others maintained religious practice as social obligation while keeping their actual beliefs private. Religion was one area where servants could have internal lives that employers couldn't fully control, though employers certainly tried. The breakdown of servant hierarchy began before World War I but accelerated dramatically during and after the war. Young men who might have entered service instead joined the military, experiencing authority structures that, while rigid, were more meritocratic than servant hierarchy. Women who might have become housemaids took factory jobs supporting the war effort, discovering they could earn more money with more freedom. Servants who left service during the war often didn't come back afterward because they'd found better alternatives. The employers who'd relied on elaborate servant hierarchies suddenly couldn't staff their households. They couldn't find footmen, couldn't find enough housemaids, couldn't maintain the complex systems that had seemed permanent and natural just years before. They had to offer better wages, better conditions, more flexibility, not out of newfound generosity, but out of necessity. The labour market had shifted, and the hierarchical system that had seemed unshakable was revealed as contingent on having no better options. But we're getting ahead of ourselves again. In the Victorian period proper, the hierarchy was still functioning, still shaping servants' lives and psychologies, still maintaining the fiction that elaborate social gradations were natural and necessary. The system worked not just through economic coercion, but through psychological manipulation, creating elaborate structures that made resistance difficult and conformity easier. Understanding these psychological dimensions helps explain both why the system persisted and why its eventual collapse, when it came, was so complete. Systems maintained through psychological control rather than just force are stable until they're not, and once people stop believing in them, they collapse rapidly because there's nothing material holding them up. We've spent a lot of time talking about indoor servants, the butlers, housemaids, cooks, and valets who worked inside the great houses. But Victorian estates weren't just houses with servants in them. They were complex operations employing dozens or even hundreds of people in specialised outdoor roles that have mostly vanished from modern life. These estate workers, gamekeepers, grooms, gardeners, foresters, estate managers, inhabited a different world from indoor servants, with different skills, different social dynamics, and often significantly better conditions. Understanding their work helps explain how the aristocratic system actually functioned, and why it required such enormous labour forces to maintain. Let's start with the most visible outdoor servants, the stable staff. A large Victorian estate might maintain 20 or 30 horses for various purposes: riding horses for the family, carriage horses for transportation, hunters for the hunting season, work horses for estate operations. Managing this required a small army of specialists, each with their own role in the equine ecosystem. At the top was the head groom or stud groom, who oversaw the entire stable operation and reported directly to the master or to the estate manager. The head groom needed to know everything about horses: breeding, training, healthcare, nutrition, conditioning for different purposes. He decided which horses needed shoeing, which needed rest, which were ready for hard work. He managed the stable budget, ordered feed and equipment, hired and fired stable hands. This was skilled work requiring years of experience and genuine expertise, and it was compensated accordingly. A head groom on a large estate might earn £40 to £60 per year, sometimes more, plus accommodation that was usually better than what indoor servants received. Below the head groom were undergrooms, each responsible for specific horses or types of work. One might specialise in carriage horses, another in hunters, another in the family's personal riding horses. These undergrooms did the daily work of feeding, grooming, exercising and training horses. This was physically demanding labour. Horses are large, powerful animals that can injure or kill you if mishandled, but it was also skilled work that gave you status that scullery maids could only dream of. Stable hands were at the bottom of the stable hierarchy, doing the heavy labour of mucking out stalls, hauling feed and water, cleaning tack and equipment. This was the stable equivalent of being a scullery maid, except the working conditions were actually better in many ways. Yes, you were shovelling horse manure and sleeping in quarters above the stables that smelled permanently of horses. But you worked outdoors, had more physical freedom, weren't under the same constant supervision that indoor servants faced, and had the possibility of learning enough to advance to undergroom positions. The social position of stable staff was interesting because horses were status symbols and sporting equipment for the aristocracy, which gave horsework more prestige than you'd expect. A skilled groom who could train a difficult horse, condition a hunter for a demanding season, or manage a valuable breeding operation was providing services that wealthy people cared about deeply. This wasn't invisible labour like cleaning. This was directly supporting the leisure activities that made country life enjoyable for the upper classes. Gamekeepers occupied an even more complex social position because they were essentially wildlife managers, responsible for one of the aristocracy's favourite pastimes, shooting. A large estate might employ a head gamekeeper plus several underkeepers, each managing different areas of the property. The gamekeeper's job was to maximise populations of game birds, pheasants, grouse, partridge, while minimising populations of predators that ate those birds. This meant breeding and releasing birds, managing habitat, controlling predators, and organising the elaborate shooting parties that were central to country house social life. The head gamekeeper on a prestigious estate was often a figure of considerable authority and independence. He might earn £50 to £70 per year, lived in a cottage on the estate, and had more autonomy than almost any indoor servant. Aristocrats who were serious about shooting, and many were obsessed with it, relied heavily on their gamekeeper's expertise. A gamekeeper who could consistently provide good shooting would be valued, well compensated, and treated with respect that reflected his importance to his employer's leisure. But gamekeeping also involved work that was morally complicated in ways that indoor service wasn't. Controlling predator populations meant killing huge numbers of animals: foxes, weasels, stoats, birds of prey, anything that might eat game birds or their eggs. Some gamekeepers took this to extremes, creating what were essentially ecological wastelands where only game birds and the things that didn't threaten game birds were allowed to exist. The goal was maximising bag counts for shooting parties, not maintaining balanced ecosystems, which wasn't a concept Victorian gamekeepers particularly worried about. Gamekeepers also had to deal with poachers, which created another morally complex dimension to the work. Poaching was technically theft, taking game that belonged to the landowner, but it was also often survival for poor rural families who supplemented inadequate wages with rabbits or pheasants they could catch. Gamekeepers were expected to prevent poaching through a combination of patrolling, setting traps, and confrontation with poachers. This sometimes led to violence, occasionally to deaths, and frequently to prosecutions that sent poor men to prison for feeding their families. From the gamekeeper's perspective, he was doing his job, protecting his employer's property and his own livelihood, since poor game populations meant poor shooting and potentially losing his position. From the poacher's perspective, the gamekeeper was the enforcement arm of a system that let wealthy people monopolise wildlife while poor people starved. Both perspectives have some validity, which is why gamekeeper-poacher conflicts were one of the more contested aspects of the rural class system. The gardening staff on large estates were running operations that would put modern commercial nurseries to shame. A great estate might have 20 or 30 acres of gardens, ornamental gardens, kitchen gardens, cutting gardens, greenhouses, orchards, all requiring constant maintenance and specialised knowledge. The head gardener managed this empire with a staff that might include a dozen or more undergardeners, each responsible for different areas or specialties. Victorian and Edwardian expectations for estate gardens were absurd by modern standards. The family expected fresh flowers year-round, which meant coaxing roses to bloom in February and maintaining greenhouses at precise temperatures. They expected exotic fruits, pineapples, grapes, peaches, melons, grown in England in heated glasshouses using techniques that were as much art as science. They expected the ornamental gardens to look perfect at all times, which meant constant planting, weeding, trimming and replanting to maintain the desired effect. The head gardener needed encyclopedic botanical knowledge plus management skills to coordinate all this. He planned crop rotations in the kitchen garden to ensure year-round vegetable supplies. He managed the greenhouse heating systems, complex arrangements of hot water pipes or flues that required constant attention to maintain proper temperatures. He knew which plants needed which soil compositions, which fertilizers, which watering schedules. He understood propagation, grafting, forcing plants to bloom out of season, creating elaborate carpet bedding displays that might require thousands of individual plants. This level of expertise didn't come cheap. Head gardeners in the largest estates earned £50 to £80 per year, comparable to butlers, plus a cottage for their families. The position commanded genuine respect both within the estate hierarchy and in the broader gardening community. Head gardeners from prestigious estates were celebrities in horticultural circles, exhibiting prize specimens at shows, publishing articles about their techniques, serving as consultants to other estates. This was professional work with professional recognition, not just servitude. Undergardeners specialised in different areas. One might manage the ornamental gardens, another the kitchen gardens, another the greenhouses, another the orchards. Each specialty required years to master. Greenhouse work, for instance, demanded understanding of heating systems, ventilation, humidity control, and the specific requirements of exotic plants that weren't meant to grow in British climates. Getting it wrong meant losing valuable plants and potentially your position. The lowest level garden work, weeding, digging, hauling, general maintenance, was done by garden labourers who were less skilled than undergardeners, but still needed to know enough not to damage valuable plants. This work was physically exhausting. Victorian gardens didn't have power tools, so everything was done by hand, but it was outdoor work with relatively straightforward tasks and less oppressive supervision than indoor servants faced. Estate managers or stewards occupied the highest position in the outdoor staff hierarchy, overseeing the entire estate operation. A large estate wasn't just gardens and stables. It was agricultural land, woodlands, tenant farms, possibly quarries or mines, estate-owned housing, sometimes entire villages. Managing all this required business acumen, legal knowledge, agricultural expertise, and considerable authority. The estate manager was essentially running a small business empire on behalf of the landowner. Estate managers earned accordingly £70 to £150 per year in the largest estates, sometimes more. They lived in substantial houses on the estate, often with their own servants. They dealt directly with the landowner on business matters, attended estate courts, negotiated with tenants, oversaw major improvements and investments. This wasn't service in the traditional sense. It was professional management work that happened to be organised around individual landowners rather than corporate structures. The estate manager's office was the administrative centre of the estate, where rents were collected, accounts were kept, employment decisions were made. He hired and supervised the outdoor workforce, gamekeepers, foresters, agricultural workers, maintenance staff. He made decisions about land use, which fields should be planted with what crops, which woodlands should be harvested, which buildings needed repair. These weren't decisions an indoor butler made about household supplies. These were business decisions affecting hundreds of people's livelihoods and potentially thousands of pounds in annual revenue. The relationship between indoor and outdoor staff created interesting social dynamics on estates. Indoor servants generally looked down on outdoor workers as less refined and lower status. Outdoor workers generally thought indoor servants were soft and overly concerned with trivial matters of etiquette. A footman in elaborate livery might feel superior to a gardener in work clothes, but the gardener was probably earning comparable wages, had more autonomy, better housing, and skills that were useful outside aristocratic service. Both groups thought they were better than the other, which was probably healthier than either group recognising how exploited they both were. The physical separation of indoor and outdoor staff reinforced these social divisions. Outdoor workers typically lived in estate cottages rather than in the main house, which gave them family life and privacy that indoor servants didn't have. They socialised in different spaces, outdoor workers in their cottages or local pubs, indoor servants in the servants' hall or their quarters. They attended the same church but often sat in different sections. They worked for the same employer but inhabited different worlds. Marriage patterns reflected these divisions. Outdoor workers typically married young because their positions often came with cottages and allowed family life. They married local women or women from other estate families, creating networks of interconnected estate families that might work for the same landowner across generations. Indoor servants either married late after leaving service, or didn't marry at all, or married in secret and maintained separate households. The result was that outdoor workers had more normal family lives while indoor workers had more stunted personal development. Children growing up in estate cottages had very different experiences from servants' children. They attended local schools, played in estate woods and fields, grew up in stable family environments. Many followed their fathers into estate work. A gamekeeper's son might become an underkeeper. A gardener's son might join the garden staff. This created dynasties of estate families who identified with particular properties and particular landowners, often with genuine loyalty that indoor servants' more transient relationships didn't foster. The seasonal rhythms of estate work were completely different from the year-round sameness of indoor service. Gamekeepers' work intensified during the shooting season, requiring long hours organising shoots, managing beaters, tracking bag counts, but quieted down afterward. Gardeners faced spring planting, summer maintenance, autumn harvest, winter planning in cycles that connected them to natural rhythms. Stable staff had more work during the hunting season and the London social season when the family was entertaining. This seasonality meant periods of intense work followed by relative quiet, rather than the constant grinding labour that indoor servants experienced. The hunting season deserves special attention because it shows how elaborate and labour-intensive aristocratic leisure could be. A proper fox hunt required enormous support infrastructure. Hunt servants who maintained the hounds, whippers-in who helped control the pack during hunts, hunt kennels that housed dozens of hounds, earth-stoppers who blocked fox dens the night before, hunts to ensure foxes would run rather than going to ground. The hunt itself might involve 50 or more people on horseback plus beaters and followers on foot, all chasing one fox across miles of countryside. From a modern perspective, this is an insane amount of effort to catch one animal that would be more efficiently dealt with by, any other method. But efficiency wasn't the point. The performance was the point. Fox hunting was theatre, a ritualised display of aristocratic leisure and rural dominance that required maintaining huge areas of land specifically for hunting, breeding foxes to ensure adequate supply, and employing staff whose entire job was facilitating this performance. The shoot was another elaborate performance requiring extensive staff and preparation. Imagine a typical Victorian shooting party. The host has invited a dozen friends for a week of shooting. The gamekeeper has spent months preparing, raising and releasing thousands of pheasants. The day of the shoot, beaters, often estate workers or temporary labourers, drive the birds toward the guns. Loaders stand behind each shooter, handling guns so the shooters can fire continuously. Game carts collect the dead birds. Retrievers fetch fallen birds. Meanwhile, lunch is served outdoors with footmen carrying elaborate meals into the fields. A successful day might result in hundreds of dead birds, all of which need to be processed, with the best going to the family and guests and the rest distributed to staff or sold. The amount of labour required to facilitate a handful of wealthy people shooting birds for a few hours is staggering when you actually calculate it. You've got the gamekeeper and underkeepers managing the game populations year-round. The beaters doing the actual work of driving birds, the loaders handling weapons, the retriever handlers managing dogs, the estate workers organising the logistics, the indoor staff preparing and serving the elaborate meals, the transport staff moving people and equipment around, all so that some aristocrats can shoot things and feel like they're doing something sporting and challenging. Forestry work on estates was less visible but economically significant. Large estates typically included substantial woodlands that needed active management, selective cutting of mature trees, replanting, managing undergrowth, maintaining rides and paths. The head forester or woodman supervised this work, which required understanding timber species, growth rates, market values, and sustainable harvesting practices. Good forestry management could generate significant income from timber sales, while maintaining the woodland landscape that owners valued for hunting and aesthetic reasons. Underforesters and woodmen did the actual cutting, hauling, and processing of timber. This was physically demanding work with real danger. Trees are heavy and unpredictable when falling. Axes and saws can cause terrible injuries. Working in all weather conditions could lead to illness. But forestry paid relatively well because it was skilled work, and foresters often lived in isolated cottages deep in estate woodlands, which gave them more independence than almost any other estate workers. The estate carpenter and his assistants occupied an interesting middle ground between outdoor and indoor work. They maintained and repaired buildings throughout the estate, tenant cottages, estate cottages, farm buildings, garden structures, plus repairs to the main house. This required carpentry skills, some masonry knowledge, general building expertise. Estate carpenters were typically older men with decades of experience, respected for their skills and treated more like tradesmen than servants. The same pattern held for other estate tradesmen, masons, blacksmiths, wheelwrights in larger estates. These were skilled craftsmen employed by the estate but operating with considerable independence. A blacksmith shoeing horses and repairing metal tools wasn't a servant in any meaningful sense. He was a craftsman doing specialised work. He might have started as a servant's son, might work exclusively for one landowner, but his relationship to that landowner was more like contractor than employee, in the way we usually understand those terms. Agricultural workers on estates occupied the lowest social and economic position, doing hard physical labour for minimal wages. Ploughmen, shepherds, dairy workers, general farm labourers, these people kept the agricultural operations running that generated much of the estate's income. They were technically estate employees, but their work and living conditions were closer to independent agricultural labourers than to estate servants. They lived in tied cottages, housing that came with the job and had to be vacated if you lost your position, and earned wages that made indoor servants' poverty wages look generous by comparison. The hierarchy among agricultural workers followed its own logic. Ploughmen who worked with horses had status above general labourers. Shepherds were specialists whose knowledge of sheep management gave them job security. Dairy workers, often women, had their own hierarchy. Head carters, who managed the workhorses and supervised other farm workers, were at the top of agricultural labour, earning perhaps £30 to £40 per year. Less than skilled estate workers, but with cottage housing included. Tenant farmers were in a different category entirely. They rented land from the estate, farmed it independently, and paid rent either in cash or in kind. Successful tenant farmers might be more prosperous than estate workers, but they were also more vulnerable to bad harvests, rent increases, or being forced out if the landowner wanted their land for other purposes. The relationship between tenant farmers and landowners was complex, mixing elements of mutual economic dependence with the fundamental power imbalance of owner versus tenant. The estate community functioned almost as a small society within British society, with its own hierarchies, economies, and social structures. At the top were the landowner and their family, rarely seen by most estate workers but omnipresent as the source of authority and employment. Below them were the estate manager and head servants, indoor and outdoor, who wielded real day-to-day power. Then came skilled workers, head gardeners, head grooms, gamekeepers, who had specialised knowledge and relative security. Below them were underworkers in various departments. At the bottom were general labourers and agricultural workers doing unskilled work for minimal pay. This hierarchy wasn't just about wages, it was about housing, status, autonomy, future prospects. A head gardener's son might reasonably aspire to become a head gardener himself. An agricultural labourer's son would likely stay an agricultural labourer unless he left estate work entirely. The system had some mobility within categories, but movement between categories was rare. You could work your way up within estate gardening, but you weren't going to jump from agricultural labour to estate management. The economics of estate employment created interesting dynamics around loyalty and dependency. Outdoor workers with cottages and family relationships to the estate often developed a genuine attachment to the property and the family that owned it. This wasn't just Stockholm Syndrome, though there was probably some of that. It was rational calculation. If you had a decent cottage, secure employment, the possibility of your children following you into estate work, you had incentive to maintain good relationships with management and ownership. You might not love the aristocratic system, but you'd adapted to it and built your life within it. This loyalty was exactly what landowners wanted, and they cultivated it through paternalistic gestures that cost relatively little, but created emotional bonds. A landlord might give gifts to estate workers' children at Christmas, might visit workers who were ill, might provide small pensions to elderly workers who'd served the estate for decades. These gestures created the feeling of personal relationship and mutual obligation that made the estate system seem natural and benevolent rather than exploitative and one-sided. But the flip side of this loyalty system was that workers who didn't demonstrate appropriate gratitude or who challenged authority could be destroyed. An estate worker who complained about conditions too loudly, who organised other workers, who was seen as troublesome, that worker could be dismissed and evicted from their cottage, leaving them and their family homeless. The tied cottage system gave workers housing security as long as they had employment, but it meant that losing employment meant losing everything. This threat kept most workers compliant even when they had legitimate grievances. The contrast between estate workers' lives and urban workers' lives was significant. Estate workers had stable employment, better housing, closer-knit communities, connection to land and nature. Urban workers had more anonymity, more job mobility, more access to diverse opportunities, less direct oversight from employers. Neither situation was great by modern standards, but they offered different trade-offs between security and freedom, community and independence, stability and opportunity. Estate work also connected workers to long-term projects and landscapes in ways that indoor service and urban wage labour didn't. a forester planting trees he knew wouldn't be harvested in his lifetime, a gardener developing perennial gardens that would mature over decades, an estate manager implementing drainage systems that would benefit the property for generations. These workers were part of projects larger than their own working lives. This could be professionally satisfying even within exploitative employment relationships. The seasonal celebrations and estate traditions created social bonds that transcended the employer-worker relationship while reinforcing it. Harvest suppers where landowners fed estate workers after harvest. Christmas celebrations with gifts for workers' children. Feast days and traditional celebrations that brought the estate community together. These events created the illusion of social unity across class lines, while actually reinforcing the hierarchy. The landowner played the role of generous patriarch, workers played the role of grateful dependents, and everyone performed their assigned roles in the social order. The decline of estate-based employment began before World War I, but accelerated afterward for the same reasons that indoor service declined. Workers had more options, particularly young men who could earn more in factories or cities. Agricultural mechanization reduced the need for farm labourers. Death duties forced some estates to be broken up. The economics that had sustained huge staffs of outdoor workers became unsustainable as wages rose and estate income stagnated or declined. But in the Victorian period proper, estate employment still functioned as a complete social system, supporting thousands of people across Britain. It was exploitation, let's be clear about that. But it was exploitation embedded in communities and landscapes and traditions that gave it stability and made it feel natural to people living within it. Understanding this outdoor world helps explain how Victorian class society actually worked in rural areas where most people still lived and where the estate system shaped virtually every aspect of life for people who weren't wealthy enough to own land themselves. The legacy of this system is still visible in the British countryside. Great estates that are now open to tourists but that once employed hundreds, estate cottages that have been sold off or converted, but that still show their origin in tied housing. For estate workers, woodlands and gardens that are maintained more by volunteers and minimal staff than by the armies of workers they once required. The landscape itself remembers even when the social system that created it has mostly vanished. Let's dig deeper into specific estate roles because each one reveals different aspects of how this system functioned. Take the position of waterkeeper or bailiff on estates with rivers or lakes. Wealthy landowners who controlled fishing rights employed specialists to manage fish populations, prevent poaching, and organise fishing parties. This was surprisingly specialised work requiring knowledge of fish breeding, water quality, optimal stocking densities, and the elaborate etiquette of Victorian game fishing. A waterkeeper on a prestigious fishing river might earn £40 to £50 per year, lived in a cottage by the river, and had considerable autonomy managing his territory. He'd breed and release fish, maintain riverbanks, control predators like herons and otters that ate fish, and enforce fishing rights against poachers. Like gamekeepers, waterkeepers occupied morally ambiguous positions, protecting wealthy people's leisure monopoly over natural resources that had once been common access. The position of home farm manager on estates that maintained farms for family use rather than income deserves attention. Many estates had home farms that supplied the main house with fresh milk, butter, cheese, eggs, vegetables, and meat. Managing these operations required different skills than managing tenant farms for profit. You were optimizing for quality and reliability of supply rather than maximum profit. Home farm managers needed to understand dairy operations, poultry management, vegetable production, and livestock raising, plus have the diplomatic skills to deal with demanding employers who expected perfection. Home farm staff, dairy maids, poultry keepers, pigmen, occupied an interesting social position between outdoor estate workers and indoor servants. They produced food that went directly to the family's table, which created a closer connection to household operations than forestry or agricultural work. Dairy maids in particular were often young women from estate families, doing work that was considered respectable for women, while learning skills that would serve them if they married estate workers or farmers. The beekeeper was a specialised position on estates that maintained apiaries for honey production. Victorian households consumed enormous amounts of honey. It was the primary sweetener before sugar became cheap, so estates might maintain dozens of hives producing hundreds of pounds of honey annually. Beekeeping required specialised knowledge that most people didn't have, making it skilled work that commanded respect and reasonable compensation. Beekeepers also sold beeswax for candles and furniture polish, creating additional income streams. Estate brewers and bakers existed on the largest estates, producing beer and bread for estate workers and servants. These were skilled tradesman positions rather than servant positions, requiring years of training and professional expertise. An estate brewer might produce thousands of gallons of beer annually for consumption by the estate workforce, managing fermentation, storage, and distribution. This was practical economy. Buying beer for hundreds of workers was expensive, brewing it on site was cheaper, but it also showed how self-sufficient large estates aimed to be. The position of clerk or estate office assistant deserves mention because it shows how some estate employment offered paths to lower middle-class respectability. Young men with education and neat handwriting might be employed in estate offices managing paperwork, keeping accounts, writing correspondence. This was cleaner, more respectable work than physical labour, and it might lead to positions as under-stewards, estate agents for smaller properties, or even independent business. It was one of the few estate positions that connected to broader professional opportunity. Estate schools on the largest properties complicated the class dynamics of estate employment. Some landowners established schools for estate workers' children, ostensibly from benevolence but also to create educated, loyal estate workforce. Children educated in estate schools learned basic literacy and numeracy, but also learned appropriate deference, their place in the social order, and that the estate system was natural and beneficial. This was social control through education, creating workers who were literate enough to be useful, but not educated enough to question their subordinate position. The school teacher on an estate occupied an ambiguous social position, more educated and respectable than most estate workers, but still an employee dependent on the landowner's continued support. Teachers might be daughters of estate managers or clergy, or young women from middle-class families who needed employment. They earned perhaps £30 to £50 per year, and had to navigate the complicated social terrain between working-class estate families and middle-class landowner expectations. Estate doctors or medical officers on very large estates handled workers' health care, which was another form of paternalistic control disguised as benevolence. The doctor treated injuries and illnesses among estate workers, often at no direct cost to them. This sounds generous until you realise it ensured workers stayed healthy enough to work and created obligation that reinforced their dependence on the landowner. The doctor was usually a qualified physician who might have an independent practice as well as estate duties, earning fees from the estate plus income from private patients. The interaction between estate workers and local townspeople created interesting social dynamics. Estate workers often viewed themselves as superior to town labourers because they had housing security and worked for important people. Town labourers viewed estate workers as dependent and servile. This mutual contempt between different types of working-class people served elite interests perfectly by preventing working-class solidarity across employment categories. Market days when estate produce was sold and estate workers had time in town revealed these tensions. Estate workers had money to spend from their wages, but they were also marked as estate employees by their dress, speech patterns, and known affiliation with particular landowners. Some townspeople resented this visible dependence on aristocratic patronage. Others courted estate workers' business or social connections. The result was a complex set of relationships that reinforced existing hierarchies while creating small spaces for interaction across class and employment lines. The poaching wars that went on in rural Victorian England represented one form of resistance to estate control over natural resources. Poachers weren't just trying to feed their families, though many were. They were also asserting that game should be common resources rather than aristocratic monopoly. Some poaching was organised, with networks moving poached game to urban markets. Other poaching was opportunistic individuals taking occasional rabbits or pheasants. All of it was illegal, and all of it challenged the property rights that justified the estate system. Gamekeepers' conflicts with poachers sometimes escalated to violence that shocked even Victorian sensibilities. There are records of poachers being shot, of gamekeepers being beaten or killed, of spring guns and man-traps that maimed or killed whoever triggered them. The brutality of these conflicts reveals how seriously both sides took the struggle. For gamekeepers, their employment and identity were at stake. For poachers, their family's survival and their assertion of rights to natural resources were at stake. The legal system strongly favoured landowners and estate workers over poachers. Game laws were draconian, with even minor poaching offences carrying sentences of months or years in prison. Magistrates who heard these cases were often landowners themselves, creating a justice system where accused poachers faced judges who were essentially their prosecutors' employers or social equals. Unsurprisingly, conviction rates were high and sentences were harsh. Estate workers who reported poaching to gamekeepers or directly to landowners were rewarded, creating incentive structures that turned estate communities into surveillance networks. A woodman who noticed signs of poaching and reported it might receive a bonus. An agricultural worker who identified a neighbour as a poacher might gain favour with estate management. This divided rural communities and created suspicions that poisoned social relationships, even among people who were all struggling under the same economic system. The seasonal hiring of additional workers for specific tasks revealed another aspect of estate economics. During harvest, large estates hired dozens or hundreds of temporary workers to bring in crops before weather ruined them. During game bird hatching season, women might be hired to monitor nests and protect eggs from predators. During major construction projects, building new estate cottages, improving drainage, constructing new garden features, temporary workers supplemented permanent staff. These temporary positions paid daily wages that were sometimes better than permanent employment, but they offered no security and no housing. Workers came from local populations of agricultural labourers, from families of permanent estate workers seeking additional income, from travelling workers who moved from estate to estate following seasonal employment. This created a class of semi-permanent workers who were connected to estate systems, but not fully part of them, working when needed and managing on minimal resources during unemployment. The harvest supper tradition deserves closer examination as an example of how estate paternalism functioned. After successful harvest, landowners hosted dinners for estate workers with ample food and beer, sometimes including entertainment or dancing. These celebrations created a sense of shared community achievement. We all worked together to bring in the harvest, while actually reinforcing hierarchy. The landowner was positioned as generous host, workers as grateful recipients. The feast was presented as gift rather than compensation for hard work, creating emotional obligation rather than economic relationship. Workers often genuinely enjoyed these celebrations because they offered rare opportunities for abundance, festivity, and social interaction outside normal work constraints. But the paternalistic framing obscured that workers had earned this through months of backbreaking labour that had generated profits primarily for the landowner. Presenting it as gift rather than earned compensation was ideological work disguised as generosity. Estate cottages varied enormously in quality depending on when they were built, the landowner's wealth and attitudes, and the tenant's position in the estate hierarchy. The estate manager might live in a substantial house with multiple rooms, a garden, and decent maintenance. Head gardeners and head grooms typically got good cottages as part of their compensation packages. Agricultural labourers got cramped cottages that might house entire families in 2 or 3 rooms with minimal amenities and poor maintenance. Most estate cottages lacked running water and indoor plumbing well into the 20th century. Residents fetched water from wells or pumps, used outdoor privies, heated and cooked using coal or wood fires that required constant tending. This was standard rural working-class housing, not specific to estates, but it contrasts sharply with the main house that these workers maintained, which had multiple bathrooms, running water, central heating in later periods, and every modern convenience wealth could buy. The contrast between worker housing and main house conditions was so stark it could have prompted more questioning of the system than it did. But the ideology of natural hierarchy, combined with the practical impossibility of imagining alternatives, meant most workers accepted inadequate housing as normal rather than as injustice that could be challenged. Some landowners did improve worker housing as part of paternalistic duty or as pragmatic investment in worker health and productivity, but this was voluntary benevolence rather than workers' rights. The position of estate craftsmen, carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, offered interesting middle ground between working-class labour and lower middle-class respectability. These men had skills that were valuable beyond estate employment, which gave them more independence and bargaining power than agricultural workers. A skilled carpenter could theoretically leave estate work and find employment elsewhere, though in practice many stayed because estate positions offered security and housing that independent work didn't guarantee. The blacksmith shop was often a social centre for male estate workers, a place to gather, talk, warm up during cold weather, and watch skilled work being performed. The blacksmith himself was a respected figure combining physical strength with technical skill. Shoeing horses, repairing tools, creating metal fixtures. This was work people could watch and appreciate, unlike abstract management or paperwork. This visibility and obvious skill gave blacksmiths status that some other workers with comparable compensation lacked. The relationship between outdoor and indoor staff created interesting dynamics during major entertaining. When the family hosted house parties bringing dozens of guests for extended stays, the entire estate mobilized to support this. Gamekeepers organized shoots, stable staff managed additional horses and carriages, gardeners provided flowers and produce for elaborate meals, indoor staff handled the direct service. But outdoor workers were very aware they were supporting these performances of aristocratic leisure, and some resented the effort required to facilitate wealthy people's entertainment. The economic calculation of maintaining large estates with extensive outdoor staff started becoming questionable in the late Victorian period as agricultural prices declined, competition from imports increased, and the costs of maintaining huge. Properties rose faster than estate incomes. Some landowners responded by economizing, reducing staff, selling marginal lands, cutting back on the elaborate sporting activities that required expensive infrastructure. Others continued in traditional patterns until economic reality forced changes they'd resisted. The different career trajectories available to estate workers' children compared to indoor servants' children is worth examining. A gamekeeper's son growing up in a state cottage, attending a state school, learning woodcraft and wildlife management from his father. That boy might become an underkeeper, eventually a headkeeper himself, possibly on the same estate or another. Property. This wasn't spectacular social mobility, but it was career progression within a known system. Compare that to a housemaid's child who might barely know their mother, who grew up with family members in urban slum or rural poverty, who had no obvious career path to follow. Estate workers' children had more stable family lives, clearer paths to employment, better housing and nutrition. They were still working class with limited opportunities, but they started from better positions than many indoor servants' children. The gendered division of estate labour mostly separated men's and women's work, but dairy operations created female-majority workplaces with their own hierarchies and cultures. Head dairymaids supervised under-dairymaids and general dairy workers, managing milk production, butter churning, cheese making. This was skilled work requiring understanding of bacterial processes, though they wouldn't have called it that, temperature control, timing, and quality assessment. Good butter and cheese from estate dairies might be sold or entered in competitions, creating professional pride similar to gardeners exhibiting prize specimens. Dairy work was exhausting, starting before dawn to milk cows, processing milk that couldn't be refrigerated and would spoil if not handled quickly, maintaining equipment cleanliness in era before understanding of bacteria. But dairymaids had more autonomy than housemaids, worked in all-female environments with less supervision from male authority figures, and had skills that were valuable in multiple contexts. Some dairymaids saved enough to open shops selling dairy products, rare example of women transitioning from estate work to independent business. The estate coal delivery system was a minor but telling example of how these operations functioned. Most estate buildings, main house, cottages, workers' accommodation, required coal for heating and cooking. The estate typically bought coal in bulk and distributed it to users, which was more economical than individual purchasing. But distribution wasn't equal. The main house got as much as needed, upper workers got adequate amounts, lower workers got less. This reinforced hierarchy even in basic fuel allocation, ensuring everyone understood their relative importance through tangible material differences in their daily lives. The water supply systems on estates showed similar patterns. The main house might have piped water supplied by estate-maintained reservoirs, pumps and distribution systems. Upper workers' cottages might have good wells or convenient pump access. Lower workers' cottages might share distant pumps or poor-quality wells, requiring long walks to fetch water daily. This disparity in basic resources created material differences in daily life that reinforced status hierarchies. You didn't need to be told you were less important when you had to walk a quarter mile for water, while others had it at their doorstep. The education levels among estate workers varied significantly by position and generation. Older workers, especially those in agricultural positions, were often barely literate or completely illiterate. Middle-aged skilled workers might have basic literacy learned at Sunday schools or from progressive parents. Younger workers coming of age in the late Victorian period increasingly had primary education from estate or village schools. This generational shift in literacy created different capabilities and expectations among the workforce. Higher literacy rates enabled different forms of organisation and communication. Workers who could read newspapers knew about labour movements in cities, about strikes and unions, about political changes affecting working-class people. This knowledge sometimes translated into increased willingness to advocate for better conditions, though the isolation of estate work and the tied housing system still prevented the kind of collective action that urban workers were beginning to achieve. The contrast between estate workers' sense of security and their actual vulnerability is important to understand. Many estate workers felt secure because they had housing and employment that seemed permanent. But permanent meant as long as the landowner chooses to employ you, which was rather different from actual security. Workers could be dismissed for unsatisfactory work, for disciplinary reasons, for economic necessity, or simply because new management wanted different people. The tied cottage system meant dismissal equalled homelessness, making the security largely illusory. Some estate families lived in the same cottages and worked the same positions across multiple generations, creating a sense of tradition and stability that felt real even when it was contingent. These multi-generational estate families often developed genuine identity connected to specific properties, viewing themselves as part of the estate community in ways that transcended mere employment. This identity was encouraged by landowners because it created loyalty and stability in the workforce, but it also made workers more vulnerable, because their entire sense of self was tied to positions that could be eliminated at any time. The transition from horse-based to motor-based transport disrupted estate employment patterns in ways that paralleled the broader disruptions of technological change. Coachmen who'd spent careers learning horse management suddenly needed to learn mechanical skills or become unemployed. Some estates maintained both horses and early automobiles, creating temporary hybrid systems where old and new coexisted. But the trajectory was clear. Motors were replacing horses, and workers who couldn't adapt were being left behind. This technological transition revealed how specialized estate knowledge could become worthless overnight. A skilled coachman's knowledge of horse behavior, harness maintenance, carriage handling, developed over decades, became irrelevant when employers bought motor cars. Younger workers with mechanical aptitude could become chauffeurs faster than experienced coachmen could retrain. This sudden devaluation of accumulated expertise was devastating for workers who'd invested their lives in skills that became obsolete. The beginning of the end for the estate employment system came with World War I, but the groundwork was laid in the late Victorian and Edwardian periods. Agricultural depression, changing economic structures, increasing alternatives for rural workers, declining aristocratic incomes, all these created pressures that would eventually make the traditional estate system unsustainable. Workers increasingly had options, landowners increasingly struggled to afford huge staffs, and the social consensus that legitimized massive inequality was weakening. Now that we've explored what domestic service actually looked like, from the indoor hierarchies to the outdoor estate operations, we need to talk about how Victorian and modern culture has represented servants, because those representations have profoundly shaped how we understand this history. And spoiler alert, the gap between reality and representation is enormous. The servants you see in period dramas, read about in Victorian novels, or encounter in popular culture are often sanitized, romanticized, or sexualized versions that bear only passing resemblance to the actual people who spent their lives in service. Let's start with Victorian literature, because novels were one of the primary ways middle and upper class people encountered representations of servant life, even when they employed servants themselves. Charles Dickens populated his novels with servant characters, but they were almost always comic relief, devoted retainers, or villains, rarely complex individuals with interior lives. Sam Weller in the Pickwick Papers is the cheerful, witty servant whose entire existence revolves around serving his master and making clever observations. He's entertaining, but he's a fantasy, a servant who's perfectly content with his subordinate position and whose wit never crosses into actual criticism of the system. The devoted old family retainer was a stock character in Victorian fiction, the butler or housekeeper who'd served the family for decades and who loved them like their own family, who'd sacrifice anything for their employers, who couldn't imagine better life than service. This character type served important ideological work, suggesting that the master-servant relationship was based on mutual affection rather than economic coercion. If servants loved their employers and were happy in service, then the whole system must be benign rather than exploitative. Real servants were more complicated. Some did develop genuine affection for employers, but that affection coexisted with resentment about wages, working conditions, and treatment. A housemaid might be fond of the children she cared for while also being furious about being paid poverty wages. A butler might respect his employer while recognizing the fundamental injustice of a system where he did all the work and his employer took all the credit. Victorian literature generally couldn't handle this complexity, so it flattened servants into simple loyalty or simple villainy. The sexualized servant, particularly the young housemaid, was another Victorian cultural obsession that tells us more about Victorian sexual anxieties than about actual servants. Victorian pornography and erotic literature were full of servant seduction stories, usually framed as the servant tempting the innocent gentleman rather than the gentleman exploiting his power over a vulnerable employee. These stories let Victorian men fantasize about sexual access to working-class women, while maintaining the fiction that any sexual encounters were the women's fault. The pretty housemaid was a staple of Victorian humour, appearing in comic illustrations, music hall performances, and popular songs. She was always young, attractive, available, and vaguely sexual in ways that respectable women weren't supposed to be. The humour often revolved around the gentleman of the house being attracted to the maid, the comic complications that ensued, and the understanding that servant women were fair game for male sexual attention in ways that women of their own class weren't. This cultural sexualization had real consequences for actual servants. It reinforced the idea that servant women were sexually available, that their bodies were part of what they owed their employers, that any sexual advances toward them were natural rather than predatory. When a housemaid was assaulted by her employer or his sons, the cultural narrative was already in place. She probably tempted him, or she should have expected it, or it was just part of service. The sexualized cultural representation of servants helped justify their actual sexual exploitation. Theatre and music hall performances created another set of servant stereotypes. Servant characters in Victorian theatre were usually comic figures, bumbling, speaking in exaggerated working-class dialects, getting into physical comedy situations. The butler character in farces was pompous and ridiculous, falling over furniture or misunderstanding orders in ways that made audiences laugh. The maid character was pert and saucy, making cheeky comments that towed the line of insubordination without crossing into actual challenge to authority. These performances let middle and upper-class audiences laugh at servants while maintaining comfortable distance from actual servant experiences. A bumbling stage butler was funny because he was incompetent in ways that confirmed the audience's superiority. We're smarter than servants. Look how ridiculous they are. But this humour also let people avoid thinking about the actual conditions servants lived under, the economic exploitation, the psychological toll of constant subordination. Laugh at the servant character's antics. Don't think about the housemaid scrubbing floors at 5 a.m. for wages that guaranteed poverty. Art and illustration contributed their own versions of servant imagery. Victorian paintings often included servants as background figures, establishing the wealth and status of the main subjects without giving servants any individual character. A portrait might show a wealthy family with servants hovering in the background, demonstrating that this family could afford staff but not suggesting servants were people worthy of artistic attention themselves. When artists did focus on servants, the results were usually sentimental or moralistic. Paintings of old servants being cared for by former employers emphasized the benevolence of the upper classes. Paintings of young servants at work emphasized their industry and humility. Paintings of servants who'd fallen into vice, usually meaning sexuality or drink, served as moral warnings about what happened to servants who didn't stay properly subordinate and grateful. The artistic representation of servants was almost entirely about what they signified for upper-class viewers, rather than about servants as subjects in their own right. Magazine illustrations and advertisements created visual languages around servants that reinforced hierarchies, even while claiming to depict ordinary life. Servants in illustrations were always clearly marked as servants through their dress, posture, and positioning relative to employers. They stood while employers sat. They looked down while employers looked forward. They occupied marginal space in illustrations while employers dominated the centre. These visual conventions taught viewers how to read class relationships through body language and spatial positioning. Advertising used servant imagery to sell products, often in ways that revealed assumptions about class and consumption. Advertisements for household products might show a happy housemaid using the product, suggesting that even servants could achieve good results with this brand. But the housemaid was always smiling, always content, always grateful for the opportunity to use this particular soap or cleaning product. The advertisements sold products while also selling ideology. The idea that servants were happy in their work, that service was fulfilling, that the system worked well for everyone involved. The children's literature of the Victorian era created servant characters that taught young readers their place in the social hierarchy. Books for upper-class children portrayed servants as helpful figures who existed to facilitate the children's comfort and development, but who weren't quite human in the way the family was. The good servant in children's literature was devoted, self-sacrificing, never had needs or desires that conflicted with service, and taught children that being waited on was natural and appropriate. Books for working-class children often featured servant characters who succeeded through virtue, hard work, and accepting their place in the social order. The message was clear. If you're born working class, service might be your lot, but you can find dignity and even success within service if you're obedient, hard-working, and grateful. These stories rarely suggested that the system itself was unjust, or that working-class children deserved better. Instead, they taught accommodation to existing hierarchies as the path to whatever happiness was available. The late Victorian and Edwardian periods saw the emergence of servant memoirs and insider accounts of life in service, often written by upper servants who'd retired or by journalists pretending to be servants to get stories. These accounts varied wildly in quality and honesty. Some genuinely tried to represent servant experiences. Others were sensationalized exposés designed to shock middle-class readers with tales of aristocratic vice or servant suffering. Still others were essentially propaganda for the service system, written to counter criticism and reassure employers that their servants were happy. The problem with even honest servant memoirs was survivor bias. People who wrote and published books about their service experiences were by definition unusual. They were literate, had survived service long enough to have stories to tell, had enough distance from active service to write without fearing retaliation, and had publishers who thought their stories would sell. The typical servant, illiterate or barely literate, still working or who died young with no safe venue for honest expression, didn't get to tell their story. So the published accounts, even genuine ones, represented the exceptions rather than the typical experiences. The transition to film in the early 20th century created new opportunities for servant representation, and early films seized on servants as comic figures and plot devices. Silent film comedies loved servant characters who disrupted upper-class dignity, butlers who accidentally destroyed valuable objects, maids who caused chaos through misunderstandings, lower servants who bumbled through tasks they weren't equipped to. Handel. This comedy format descended directly from theatrical traditions, reproducing the same stereotypes in new medium. Early dramatic films used servants similarly to how novels had, as faithful retainers devoted to their employers, as villains who betrayed their positions, as romantic figures whose love crossed class lines. The loyal butler who protected the family's secrets, the lady's maid who sacrificed her own happiness for her mistress, the footman who fell in love with the daughter of the house. These were stock plots that films recycled endlessly because audiences found them emotionally satisfying even when they bore little resemblance to reality. The romanticization of servant life intensified as actual domestic service was declining. By the 1920s and 1930s, when large servant staffs were becoming economically unsustainable and service was losing its grip as a major employment sector, cultural representations increasingly depicted service as a golden age that was sadly passing. Films and books looked back nostalgically at elaborate households with dozens of servants, presenting this as natural social order that was being destroyed by modernity rather than as exploitative system that was finally becoming economically unviable. This nostalgia served multiple purposes. For people who'd employed servants, it validated their experiences and suggested they'd participated in something noble rather than exploitative. For people who'd never employed servants but aspired to, it fed fantasies about lifestyle they'd missed out on. For actual former servants, it provided more pleasant memories than dwelling on the reality of 18-hour days and poverty wages. Everyone had incentives to remember service more fondly than it deserved. The mid-20th century saw period pieces set in the Victorian or Edwardian eras that leaned heavily into romanticized servant imagery. Films like Upstairs, Downstairs created elaborate fantasy versions of servant life, where everyone knew their place and was content with it, where the major dramatic conflicts were personal rather than structural, where the system itself was portrayed as fundamentally benevolent despite individual bad actors. These shows acknowledged that service was hard work, but framed this as character building rather than exploitation. Upstairs, Downstairs deserves particular attention because it shaped how multiple generations understood domestic service, despite being fundamentally dishonest about the system's nature. The show portrayed the servant hall as a warm community where servants supported each other and found meaning in their work. It showed employers as generally decent people who cared about their servants, with occasional bad apples who were exceptions rather than products of the system. It suggested that the master-servant relationship was based on mutual respect and even affection, with hierarchy being natural and comfortable rather than oppressive and exploitative. The reality was messier. Servant halls were sites of competition, surveillance, and hierarchy enforcement as much as community. Employers who seemed kind still paid poverty wages and controlled servants' lives in ways that were fundamentally unjust. The master-servant relationship was built on economic coercion. Servants served because they had no better options, not because they found fulfillment in servitude. Upstairs, Downstairs occasionally gestured at these realities but never centered them, preferring to tell stories about individual character and personal relationships rather than structural exploitation. Downton Abbey took this romanticization to new heights in the early 21st century, creating a vision of Edwardian service that was almost pure fantasy. The show acknowledged that service was hierarchical and that servants worked hard, but it portrayed this hierarchy as essentially benevolent, with employers and upper servants treating lower servants with respect and consideration. The major conflicts were personal dramas, romances, rivalries, individual crises, rather than the systematic exploitation that defined actual service. Downton Abbey's servants are impossibly clean, impossibly articulate, impossibly well adjusted to their subordinate positions. They have personal lives, dreams, relationships, all conducted in a warm community of mutual support. When bad things happen to them, it's usually because of individual villains rather than because the system is designed to exploit them. The show lets modern viewers feel good about enjoying period drama without confronting the actual injustices that made the lifestyle possible. Compare Downton Abbey's vision to what we've discussed in previous chapters. Downton Abbey's scullery maid isn't sleeping in a freezing attic, earning £8 a year that doesn't cover her basic needs, facing constant exhaustion and potential sexual exploitation. She's a sympathetic character with a personal story arc, treated with dignity by everyone around her, finding community and meaning in her work. This is fiction, soothing fiction that lets us enjoy beautiful costumes and elegant houses without thinking too hard about the human cost. The historical dishonesty of shows like Downton Abbey matters because they shape public understanding of the past. When millions of people watch these shows, they absorb messages about how domestic service worked, what class relationships were like, whether the Victorian and Edwardian social systems were just or unjust. And the message these shows send is that while there were problems, the system basically worked, people were mostly content with their positions, and we can look back on this era with nostalgia rather than horror. This isn't just harmless entertainment, it's ideological work that makes historical exploitation seem natural, comfortable, even admirable. When we romanticize servant life, we're saying that rigid class hierarchy is acceptable, that some people serving others is natural, that exploitation can be benevolent if the exploiters are polite about it. These are dangerous messages, and they matter because they affect how we think about contemporary class relationships, labour rights, and economic justice. The fetishization of butler figures in popular culture deserves its own analysis. The butler has become an icon of refined service, discreet competence, unflappable dignity. Pop culture butlers from Alfred in Batman to Jeeves in PG. Wodehouse stories are impossibly capable, deeply loyal, often more competent than their employers, but devoted to serving them anyway. This butler figure appeals to fantasies about perfect service, someone who anticipates your needs, handles problems efficiently, never intrudes with their own needs or desires. But this idealized butler erases the actual experience of being a butler, which involved managing difficult employers, working long hours for wages that didn't reflect the responsibility, having your life entirely structured around someone else's. Needs and schedule. Real butlers weren't Alfred or Jeeves. They were men doing demanding work in service of people who could fire them on whim, trying to build some dignity within fundamentally undignified circumstances. The pop culture butler is a fantasy that real butlers might find insulting if they thought too hard about it. The governess figure in literature occupies interesting middle ground between servant and family, and her cultural representation reveals Victorian anxieties about class boundaries. Jane Eyre is the most famous literary governess, and her story is about crossing class lines through virtue and romantic love. But even this relatively sympathetic portrayal treats governessing as unfortunate necessity, something respectable but impoverished women do until they can marry into better circumstances. The governess isn't celebrated for her work, she's rescued from it by marriage to her employer, which is fairly problematic romance plot when you think about power dynamics involved. Gothic literature loved the creepy housekeeper, Mrs. Danvers in Rebecca being the iconic example. These characters represented anxieties about servant knowledge and power. The housekeeper knows all the household's secrets, has been there longer than the new bride, understands the systems that keep the household running. This knowledge is portrayed as threatening rather than professional competence. The message is that servants who know too much, who've been in position too long, who understand their employers too well, these servants are dangerous, potentially subversive, needing to be contained or removed. Music hall songs and popular ballads about servants often had comic or sentimental tones that masked economic realities. Songs about charming maids or devoted old servants were entertainment for middle-class audiences who found working-class life amusing or touching from safe distance. These songs rarely acknowledged the poverty, exploitation, or limited options that defined servant experiences. Instead, they presented service as character type rather than economic relationship, a source of humour or sentiment rather than as systematic labour exploitation. The servant problem became a cultural trope in late Victorian and Edwardian media. Endless articles, humorous pieces, advice columns about the difficulty of finding and keeping good servants. This framing positioned servants as the problem. They were getting uppity, demanding more money, refusing to stay in service, lacking the loyalty and work ethic of previous generations. What was actually happening was that servants were gaining options and choosing better work when they could, but the cultural narrative framed this as servant failure rather than systemic failure of the exploitation model. Women's magazines particularly obsessed over the servant problem, offering advice to mistresses about managing servants, dealing with servant insolence, maintaining proper hierarchy. These articles took for granted that employing servants was natural and right, that the problems were technical issues of management rather than fundamental injustices of the system. The advice was always about how to get more work from servants for less money, how to maintain control, how to prevent servants from developing ideas above their station. It was management literature for running small dictatorships, presented as domestic guidance. The photography of domestic service, when it existed, usually fell into two categories: formal portraits of households with servants posed to demonstrate the family's status, or social documentary photography trying to expose poor conditions. The formal portraits positioned servants as props demonstrating wealth. Look how many servants we have. Look how well dressed they are. Look at our status. The servants in these photos were performing their roles, presenting the image employers wanted, showing nothing of their actual experiences or feelings. Documentary photography sometimes captured more authentic moments, but was limited by photographers' access and by servants' understandable wariness of being photographed. The photographs we have of servants' quarters, working conditions and daily life are valuable historical evidence, but they're also incomplete. You can't photograph exhaustion, psychological stress, fear of unemployment, or the countless indignities that defined service but didn't leave visual traces. The advertising industry's use of servant imagery evolved over time from straightforward representation to nostalgic callbacks. Early advertisements assumed that middle-class households would have servants, so products were marketed to both mistresses and servants. Later advertisements, after service declined as a widespread institution, used servant imagery nostalgically, service that makes you feel like you're being waited on by a butler, or cleaning products that give you results like you had a housemaid. This turned servants into metaphors for quality and attention, rather than acknowledging them as actual workers. Contemporary period dramas face a choice about how to represent servants, and most choose romanticisation over honesty. The Remains of the Day is a rare exception. It shows a butler whose devotion to perfect service caused him to miss his entire life, to ignore love and friendship, to enable his employer's moral failures. Stevens is portrayed as a tragic figure, but his tragedy is that he believed in service too completely, that he subordinated his entire self to his professional role. This is more honest about service's psychological costs than most period drama allows. The counter-argument is that entertainment doesn't have to be historically accurate, that people want period dramas to be beautiful and romantic rather than depressing and honest, that there's value in escapist fantasy even when it's not realistic. This is partially true. Entertainment can be whatever it wants to be. But we should be honest about what we're doing. If you're watching Downton Abbey for beautiful costumes and romantic plots, fine. But don't confuse it with history, and don't let it shape your understanding of what domestic service actually meant for the people who lived it. The problem is that for most people, period dramas are their primary source of historical information about domestic service. They're not reading academic histories or primary sources. They're watching television shows and movies, and those shape their understanding of the past. When those shows present systematically dishonest pictures of servant life, people absorb systematically incorrect information about how class, labour and exploitation functioned in the past. This matters because how we understand historical exploitation affects how we think about contemporary forms of exploitation. There's also something troubling about the desire for romanticised servant stories in our contemporary moment. We live in an era of increasing economic inequality, where wealthy people are again employing domestic workers, housekeepers, nannies, private chefs, often under exploitative conditions. The romanticisation of historical service suggests that there's nothing wrong with this system, that service relationships can be benevolent and mutually beneficial, that we don't need to worry about exploitation as long as employers are personally kind. This is dangerous thinking. The Victorian and Edwardian domestic service system was exploitative regardless of individual employers' kindness or cruelty. The structure was unjust, people doing hard labour for inadequate compensation, having their lives controlled by employers, lacking real alternatives or rights. Individual kind employers didn't change this fundamental reality. Similarly, contemporary domestic workers face structural exploitation, regardless of whether individual employers are nice people. The romanticisation of historical service obscures this and makes us more comfortable with contemporary exploitation. The cultural representation of servants also affected how actual servants saw themselves and their work. Servants who read about devoted retainers in novels or saw cheerful maids in advertisements might internalise these ideals, trying to be the loyal, hard-working, grateful servant that culture said they should be. This internalisation served employer interests by getting servants to self-police and to measure themselves against impossible standards of perfect service and perfect gratitude. But some servants rejected these cultural representations, recognising them as the propaganda they were. A housemaid reading about happy servants in magazines while she was exhausted and underpaid might become angry rather than aspiring to the ideal. A butler seeing himself portrayed as comic relief might resent the cultural mockery of his work. These contradictions between representation and reality could spark awareness that the system was unjust, though actually acting on that awareness was dangerous given servants' vulnerable economic positions. The erasure of servants' voices from historical record means that the cultural representations of servants are often the only versions of servant life that survive. We have thousands of novels, plays, paintings, and later films showing servants as upper classes saw them. We have much less material showing how servants saw themselves, how they understood their work, what they actually thought about their employers and their circumstances. This imbalance means the upper-class perspective on service has dominated historical memory, which is exactly what we should expect from a system that systematically privileged wealth over labour. The few surviving servant diaries, letters, and memoirs that seem authentic rather than sensationalised or propaganda reveal experiences quite different from cultural representations. Real servants were complex people with opinions, resentments, ambitions and awareness that the system exploited them. They weren't all loyal family retainers or cheerful workers grateful for their positions. Many were doing work they hated for people they didn't respect because they needed money to survive. This is completely normal. Most people throughout history have worked at jobs they didn't love for bosses they didn't like. But cultural representations of servants rarely acknowledge this basic human reality. The modern historical drama genre faces a choice: represent the past honestly, acknowledging exploitation and structural injustice, or create beautiful fantasies that let viewers enjoy period aesthetics without confronting uncomfortable realities. Most choose the latter because honesty doesn't sell as well, but this choice has consequences. It means that public understanding of domestic service is shaped more by fantasy than fact, that we remember the Victorian and Edwardian eras as more elegant and less brutal than they were, that we fail to learn from history because we've romanticised it beyond recognition. There are exceptions, historical dramas that try to represent servant experiences more honestly, that show the exploitation alongside the elaborate meals and beautiful clothes, that acknowledge that the lifestyle of the wealthy was built on the labour of the poor. But these are rare, and they're often less commercially successful than the romanticised versions because audiences find them less entertaining. We prefer comforting lies to uncomfortable truths, which says something depressing about human nature but is understandable, given that we consume period drama largely for escapism. The representation of servants in culture matters because it shapes collective memory, affects contemporary attitudes about labour and class, and either challenges or reinforces present inequalities. When we romanticise historical exploitation, we make present exploitation easier to accept. When we pretend that rigid class hierarchies were comfortable and natural, we normalise contemporary class divisions. When we erase the voices and experiences of historical working people, we make it easier to ignore contemporary working people's experiences and demands. So yes, enjoy Downton Abbey if you want. Watch the beautiful costumes, admire the scenery, get invested in the romantic subplots. But remember that it's fantasy, not history. Remember that real servants lived harder, shorter, more exploited lives than the show depicts. Remember that the elegant lifestyle you're admiring was built on systematic exploitation of people who had no better options. Remember that the past was messier, more unjust, and more complicated than any television show can capture. And maybe think about why we're so drawn to these fantasies, and what that says about how we understand class, labour and justice in our own time. Let's get more specific about how different forms of media created particular servant stereotypes, and why those stereotypes persisted. Victorian sensation novels, for instance, used servants as convenient plot devices. They overheard conversations that revealed secrets, they witnessed crimes, they knew about hidden relationships. But servants in these novels were rarely full characters. They were functional, there to move plot forward, to provide information, to create complications. Their own lives, motivations and experiences were irrelevant except as they served the narrative needs of upper-class protagonists. This literary convention reinforced the idea that servants weren't really individuals. They were supporting cast in other people's stories. A lady's maid might witness her mistress's affair, but we never learned what the lady's maid thought about it, whether she was conflicted about keeping the secret, how she reconciled professional discretion with moral judgment. She existed only to create tension about whether the affair would be discovered, not as a person with her own moral universe and decision-making process. The Christmas story tradition, particularly popularised by Dickens, created the figure of the servant who's rescued by employer benevolence. Think of Tiny Tim's family being saved by Scrooge's transformation, or various plot devices where cruel employers become kind and their servants' lives improve. These stories taught that the solution to servant poverty wasn't systemic change. It was individual employers choosing to be more generous. The message was that the system was fine, it just needed kinder people running it. This is, of course, nonsense. Individual kindness didn't change the structural problems with domestic service, the poverty wages, the lack of rights, the total control employers had over servants' lives. A kind employer might pay slightly better wages or give more time off, but they still maintained fundamentally exploitative relationship. Focusing on individual morality distracted from structural critique, suggesting that if we all just tried to be better people, everything would work out fine. This is convenient ideology for people benefiting from unjust systems. The stage melodramas of the Victorian era loved plots about servants who turned out to be lost heirs or nobility in disguise. These stories let audiences enjoy fantasies about class mobility, while actually reinforcing class boundaries. The servant who becomes wealthy wasn't really a servant. They were actually upper class all along. Their nobility was innate, just temporarily obscured by circumstances. The message was that real servants belonged in service, while people who didn't belong there would eventually be revealed and elevated to their proper station. Music hall entertainment created its own servant archetypes, particularly the saucy maid character, who made slightly inappropriate jokes and behaved with more familiarity than real servants could risk. This character let working-class audiences laugh at employers through the maid's barely disguised contempt, while letting middle-class audiences laugh at servants for being presumptuous. The same character served different audiences' needs. Everyone got to feel superior to someone. The saucy maid character also served as acceptable outlet for expressing class resentment. In a society where actual working-class anger at exploitation was dangerous and punished, having a comic character who made cheeky comments about her employers let people vent frustration safely. But this ventilation function may have actually helped preserve the system by giving people release valve rather than building genuine resistance. Laugh at the saucy maid's comments, don't organise to change the conditions that make those comments resonant. Early cinema inherited theatrical conventions about servants and added new layers of stereotyping through visual language. Silent films showed servants through exaggerated body language, bowing, scraping, comic pratfalls. The physical comedy of servant characters often involved them being physically abused, hit, kicked, things dropped on them, in ways that were played for laughs. Modern audiences watching these early films are often shocked by how cruel the comedy seems, but it reflected actual attitudes about servants as appropriate targets for physical discipline and mockery. The racial dynamics of servant representation in British and American culture took different paths, but both reflected imperial and racial hierarchies. British culture occasionally represented colonial servants, Indian valets, African footmen, as exotic curiosities and status symbols. These representations were deeply racist, portraying colonial servants as either childlike and devoted or sinister and potentially dangerous. The colonial servant represented anxieties about empire and race, while reinforcing the idea that some people were naturally suited to service. American culture developed its own racialized servant stereotypes through slavery and its aftermath. The faithful old slave who loved the master's family became the faithful old servant after emancipation. These representations served to justify both slavery and the exploitative employment relationships that replaced it. If enslaved and later employed black Americans were happy in their positions, then the systems that oppressed them must be acceptable. This is almost identical logic to British representations of happy servants, showing how these stereotypes serve similar ideological functions across different contexts. The Jeeves and Worcester stories by P.G. Wodehouse created perhaps the most influential modern servant stereotype, the super-competent valet who's smarter than his employer, but devoted to serving him anyway. Jeeves is brilliant, cultured, sophisticated, capable of solving any problem. Worcester is an amiable idiot who bundles everything he touches. Yet Jeeves dedicates himself to extracting Worcester from self-created disasters, rather than, say, using his obvious superiority to do literally anything else with his life. The appeal of Jeeves is obvious. He's a fantasy about perfect service combined with comic inversion of class hierarchy. We get to laugh at the stupid aristocrat while admiring the clever servant, but the fundamental relationship remains unchanged. Jeeves never actually challenges the system, he just excels within it. This lets readers feel morally comfortable laughing at class distinctions while not questioning whether those distinctions should exist. It's critique without threat, subversion that reinforces the status quo. The historical accuracy of shows like Upstairs, Downstairs and Downton Abbey deserves detailed analysis because these shows claim some relationship to historical reality, even while substantially distorting it. Both shows consulted historical advisors and researched period details of costume, setting and daily routines. They get the material culture mostly right. The clothes look period appropriate, the houses are accurate, the daily schedules of households match historical records reasonably well. Where these shows diverge from reality is in the emotional and power dynamics of service. Downton Abbey servants have remarkable freedom of speech, expressing opinions to employers and each other that would have gotten real servants fired. They have emotional lives that are respected by the family. They're treated with consistent dignity and consideration. When bad things happen, a servant is sexually assaulted, unfairly accused, facing hardship, the family usually intervenes to help rather than letting the servant be destroyed by circumstances. This is wish fulfillment fantasy masquerading as history. Real servants who expressed opinions to employers risked dismissal. Their emotional lives were not respected. They were expected to suppress feelings that might interfere with service. They were not treated with consistent dignity. They were treated as useful objects who needed to know their place. When bad things happened to real servants, Employers usually didn't intervene because they didn't care, or because intervening would be socially inappropriate or simply inconvenient. The Downtown Abbey version of service looks better than reality because it has to. Viewers wouldn't accept watching systematic exploitation and abuse as entertainment. But the result is that millions of people learn a false history where service was benevolent and mutually beneficial rather than exploitative and unjust. This false history then shapes how people think about contemporary labour relationships, making them more comfortable with exploitation that continues today in different forms. The fetishization of Victorian and Edwardian aesthetics in contemporary culture connects to servant romanticization in troubling ways. When we admire the elegant houses, the elaborate meals, the beautiful clothes, the formal manners, we're admiring things that were only possible through massive exploitation of servant labour. Every perfectly arranged room required housemaids working for hours before the family woke. Every elaborate meal required kitchen staff labouring in miserable conditions. Every pristine garden required gardeners doing back-breaking work in all weather. The aesthetics we find beautiful were created through human suffering. This doesn't mean we can't appreciate Victorian architecture or design, but we should acknowledge its context. We should recognise that the lifestyle these aesthetics represent was fundamentally unjust, built on exploitation that we rightfully condemn. We can admire the craftsmanship while condemning the system that made it possible. What we shouldn't do is romanticise the whole package, pretending the lifestyle was admirable rather than disgusting in its inequality. Contemporary servant cosplay in the form of butler cafes, maid cafes, and similar entertainment venues shows how servant imagery has been completely divorced from its historical reality. In these venues, usually young people in servant costumes provide service to customers who enjoy the fantasy of being waited on. The servants are performing exaggerated deference, using honorifics, pretending to be devoted retainers. It's theatre based on cultural stereotypes of service rather than actual servant experience. This commodification of servant aesthetics is arguably less harmful than romantic historical dramas because it's explicitly fantasy. Nobody thinks butler cafes represent real service. But it also shows how completely we've turned historical exploitation into entertainment, into aesthetic choices disconnected from the human realities they originally represented. Servants are now costumes, performance styles, nostalgic callbacks to an imagined past rather than real people who suffered under real exploitation. The vintage domesticity movement and its romanticization of traditional household labour also connects to servant representation. When people talk enthusiastically about traditional cooking methods, elaborate cleaning routines, or managing households the old-fashioned way, they're usually thinking about middle-class women doing this work as homemakers, not about servants, doing it as exploited labour. But much of the traditional domesticity being romanticised was actually work that servants did, and that work was exploitation even when dressed up in aesthetic appeal. There's nothing wrong with enjoying traditional cooking or taking pride in a clean house, but we should be honest about who did this work historically and under what conditions. The elaborate housekeeping regimes of the Victorian era weren't charming traditions. They were survival necessities for servants who'd be fired if they failed to maintain impossible standards. Romanticising those standards without acknowledging their context perpetuates false histories about domestic labour. The academic study of domestic service has tried to correct popular misunderstandings, but academic history reaches limited audiences compared to popular culture. Historians have written detailed studies of servant life based on wage books, household records, servants' own writings when available, and other primary sources. These studies show domestic service as it actually was: exploitative, difficult, limiting. But people who watch Downton Abbey don't read academic histories of service, so the popular understanding remains shaped by entertainment rather than scholarship. This isn't historians' fault. They can't compete with television production values and compelling storytelling. But it's frustrating that careful historical work is ignored, while attractive fantasies shape public understanding of the past. We have the information needed to understand servant life accurately, but most people encounter only distorted versions filtered through entertainment media that prioritizes viewer comfort over historical accuracy. The portrayal of servants in historical mysteries deserves mention, because these books and shows use servants as convenient narrative devices. They provide alibis, they witness events, they have access to areas of houses that other characters don't. But mystery servants are usually stock characters rather than fully developed people. The butler might be a suspect, but his motivation is usually greed or secret criminal past rather than, say, resentment of lifetime of exploitation. Servants in mysteries are plot function rather than characters. There are exceptions. Some historical mysteries try to portray servant characters with depth and authenticity. But most use servants, the way Victorian novels did, as convenient tools for moving plot forward without attending to servants as actual people with interior lives. This literary convention perpetuates the historical pattern of servants being invisible, except when they're useful to upper-class people's stories. The few genuinely critical representations of domestic service in popular culture stand out precisely because they're so rare. Jean Rhys's Wide Sargasso Sea includes servant characters whose perspectives complicate the colonial romance narrative. Kazuo Ishiguro's The Remains of the Day examines the psychological damage that perfect service causes. Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale draws deliberate parallels between domestic service and other forms of gendered exploitation. These works take servants seriously as people, rather than as stereotypes or plot devices. But these critical representations tend to reach smaller, more educated audiences than mainstream period dramas. They're often taught in universities rather than watched by millions on television. They require active engagement and critical thinking rather than passive entertainment. So while they exist and matter, their cultural impact is limited compared to romanticised versions that reach and shape mass audiences. The representation of children in service is particularly troubling because Victorian culture romanticised child labour even while it was destroying children's lives. Literature often portrayed orphan children being taken into service as rescue. They'd have been worse off on the streets or in workhouses, so service was benevolent opportunity. This framing ignored that children in service were being exploited, doing adult work for child wages, missing education and normal childhood development. The cultural romanticisation of child service helped justify the actual exploitation of child workers. Contemporary audiences usually find depictions of child servants disturbing, which shows some progress in how we think about children's rights and appropriate work. But the Victorian-era romanticisation of child service connects to broader patterns of treating working-class children as smaller adults, rather than as children deserving protection and childhood. The cultural representations of child servants normalised their exploitation in ways that made reform more difficult. The evolution of servant representation through the 20th century tracked the actual decline of domestic service. Early 20th century representations still assumed large servant staffs were normal. Mid-century representations started showing service as dying tradition, with elderly servants retiring and not being replaced. Late 20th century representations were purely nostalgic, looking back at service as historical phenomenon rather than contemporary reality. This evolution in representation tracked social changes but also influenced how those changes were interpreted, as loss of elegance rather than as liberation from exploitation. The feminist analysis of servant representation adds another layer, because much domestic service was gendered in ways that intersected with class exploitation. Female servants faced sexual exploitation that male servants largely didn't, worked in different roles with different constraints, had even fewer options for escape or advancement. Yet cultural representations often portrayed female servants as temptresses or as devoted quasi-family rather than as workers being systematically exploited through gendered power structures. Feminist recovery of women's history has done important work recovering female servants' voices and experiences, but this scholarship again reaches limited audiences. Popular culture continues to represent female servants through male-gaze perspectives, either as sexually available or as maternal caretakers, rather than as complex people navigating impossible circumstances. The feminist critique of servant representation exists but hasn't substantially changed how popular culture portrays female servants. The class dynamics of creating cultural representations deserve attention, because almost all representations of servants were created by and for upper and middle classes. Working class people didn't control the means of cultural production. They couldn't publish novels, produce plays, make films. So representations of servants reflected how the wealthy saw servants, rather than how servants saw themselves. This is exactly what we'd expect from any exploitative system. Those with power control the narrative. The rare exceptions where actual servants or working class people created representations of service are precious historical sources. Working class autobiographies, published or preserved in archives, show very different perspectives than upper class representations. These accounts acknowledge exploitation, express resentment, show servants as full people rather than stereotypes. But they're rare because working-class people generally lacked literacy, time, resources, and access to publication necessary to create lasting cultural artifacts. The phenomenon of modern period dramas being written by upper-middle-class writers for upper-middle-class audiences perpetuates these class dynamics of representation. The writers creating Downton Abbey weren't former servants. They were educated professionals imagining what service was like based on research and their own class perspectives. They created versions of service that their target audience would find entertaining, which meant romanticizing exploitation into benevolent hierarchy and erasing the systematic injustices that made the lifestyle possible. The global spread of period drama means these false representations of domestic service now shape understanding worldwide. People in countries that never had British-style domestic service absorb ideas about masters and servants from television shows, forming opinions about historical class relationships based on attractive fantasies rather than reality. This matters because it affects how people understand not just British history, but class, labour and exploitation more generally. If British service was benevolent, maybe all hierarchical labour relationships can be benevolent. This is dangerous reasoning built on false premises. The answer to problematic representation isn't to stop making period drama. It's to make honest period drama that acknowledges exploitation while still telling compelling stories. This is possible. It just requires different creative choices. You can show beautiful houses and elegant costumes while also showing the poverty and exploitation that made them possible. You can tell human stories about servants without romanticizing their circumstances. You can create entertainment that's historically honest even if that honesty is uncomfortable. Some recent period pieces have attempted more honest representation. The Crown occasionally shows servant perspectives, and some historical films include subtle acknowledgements of service exploitation. But these remain exceptions. The dominant pattern is still romanticization, still erasure of actual servant experiences, still prioritization of upper-class perspectives, and comfort over historical accuracy and justice. We've covered a lot of ground exploring what domestic service actually meant for the people who lived it. The economics, the hierarchies, the daily realities that period dramas conveniently ignore. Now we need to talk about what this system did to people's bodies and minds, how it finally collapsed, and how its history has been written and remembered. These final pieces help explain not just what happened, but what it cost and why it matters that we remember accurately. Let's start with the physical toll of domestic service, because the work destroyed bodies in ways that are shocking when you actually catalogue them. Housemaids spent hours every day on their knees scrubbing floors, which led to a condition that doctors literally called housemaid's knee, chronic inflammation of the bursa, the fluid-filled sacs that cushion the knee joint. This wasn't rare, it was common enough to have its own diagnostic name. The treatment was rest and avoiding kneeling, which was hilarious advice to give someone whose job required constant kneeling and who'd be fired if they took time off to rest. The pain from housemaid's knee was chronic and could be debilitating. Some women developed it so severely they couldn't kneel at all, which ended their careers in service because you can't be a housemaid if you can't kneel to scrub floors. The condition could persist for life. Women who'd left service decades earlier still suffered knee pain from years of work that had permanently damaged their joints. This was occupational injury from repetitive stress, except there was no workers' compensation, no occupational safety regulations, no recourse except suffering through it or losing employment. Kitchen staff faced different but equally serious health hazards. Working over coal-fired ranges in poorly ventilated kitchens meant constant exposure to smoke, coal dust, and extreme heat. Respiratory problems were endemic among cooks and kitchen maids, chronic bronchitis, asthma, what we'd now recognise as occupational lung disease. The coal smoke contained toxins that accumulated in lungs over years of exposure, causing progressive breathing difficulties that could end careers and shorten lives. The heat in Victorian kitchens was genuinely dangerous during summer. You're standing over fires that need to be kept burning to cook meals, in rooms with poor ventilation, often in basement spaces with small windows, wearing heavy clothing because Victorian modesty didn't make exceptions for kitchen workers dying of heat stroke. Kitchen staff routinely experienced heat exhaustion, fainting, and in extreme cases actual heat stroke. The treatment was usually being told to splash some water on your face and get back to work because dinner needed to be served on time. Burns and scalds were constant hazards. Hot water, boiling pots, coal ranges without temperature controls, steam from cooking. Kitchen work involved dozens of opportunities daily to be burned. Most burns were minor but painful and untreated, except maybe wrapping them in cloth and continuing work. Serious burns could be permanently disabling or fatal in an era before effective burn treatment and antibiotics to prevent infection. Kitchen workers carried scars from burns the way soldiers carry scars from battle, except soldiers were considered heroes while kitchen maids were just expected to be more careful. The damp and cold that servants lived and worked in caused other chronic health problems. Basement kitchens and servants' quarters were often damp, poorly heated, and poorly ventilated. This environment was perfect for breeding tuberculosis, the major killer of the Victorian era. Servants had higher rates of tuberculosis than the general population, partly because of living conditions and partly because their work exhausted them and compromised their immune systems. TB was slow death, wasting away over months or years, coughing, fever, progressive weakness. There was no effective treatment until the mid-20th century, so TB diagnosis was essentially death sentence. Rheumatism, what we'd now call arthritis, was nearly universal among servants who'd worked for years, caused by constant physical labour, damp conditions and repetitive motions. Hands that had scrubbed thousands of floors, carried countless heavy buckets, wrung out laundry by hand for decades. These hands became twisted and painful with arthritis that made continuing work agonising. Again, no effective treatment, no disability benefits, just progressive pain that made work harder until you physically couldn't do it anymore and were dismissed. Back injuries from heavy lifting were common and often permanently debilitating. Servants lifted and carried things that modern people would use mechanical assistance for. Heavy buckets of water or coal, large bundles of laundry, furniture that needed moving for cleaning. Do this daily for years without proper technique, because who was teaching servants about lifting mechanics? And you damage your spine. Chronic back pain plagued former servants, many of whom were permanently bent or unable to stand straight from years of heavy labour. Eye problems affected servants who worked by inadequate lighting. Sewing and mending in candlelight or dim lamplight strained eyes, as did the general gloom of basement kitchens and servants' quarters with their small windows. Some servants developed serious vision problems from years of eye strain, and eyeglasses were expensive luxuries that many couldn't afford. You just struggled on with progressively worsening vision until you couldn't do detailed work anymore, at which point you were less employable and less valuable. The psychological toll of service was harder to document than physical ailments, but no less real. The constant stress of being on call, the hypervigilance required to avoid mistakes, the emotional suppression necessary to maintain appropriate servant demeanour, these created what we'd now recognise as chronic anxiety and depression. Servants had no vocabulary for these mental health issues and no treatment options beyond pull yourself together, but the symptoms were real and debilitating. Some servants had what we'd now call nervous breakdowns. They simply couldn't cope anymore with the stress and exhaustion and would collapse mentally. These breakdowns were treated as moral failures rather than medical conditions. A servant who broke down might be dismissed as hysterical or weak, losing their position and any hope of references. The understanding that working conditions could damage mental health as well as physical health simply didn't exist, so servants suffering psychologically were blamed for their own suffering. Sleep deprivation was chronic and systematic. Servants working 16 to 18 hours daily, getting up before dawn and going to bed after midnight, never getting adequate sleep. This wasn't just tiring, it was harmful to physical and mental health. Chronic sleep deprivation impairs immune function, cognitive ability, emotional regulation, and overall health. Servants were essentially being slowly destroyed by exhaustion. But this was treated as normal rather than as abuse because the employers needed the work done and didn't care about the human cost. Malnutrition affected many servants despite working in houses where food was abundant. Servants ate leftovers and cheap food purchased specifically for them, which often meant inadequate nutrition. They were doing hard physical labour while eating insufficient calories and nutrients, which compromised their health and made them more vulnerable to illness. Some employers were generous with servants' food, but many were not, viewing servants' nutrition as unnecessary expense rather than as investment in workforce health. Access to medical care for servants was limited and often non-existent. Wealthy employers might have family physicians, but those physicians weren't treating servants except in extreme emergencies. Servants who got sick either worked through it, or, if too ill to work, were dismissed. Some employers had arrangements with doctors who'd treat servants for reduced fees, but this was unusual rather than standard. Most servants couldn't afford doctors and relied on folk remedies, patent medicines, and hope. The medical care that servants did access often reflected class biases that were both paternalistic and neglectful. Doctors might treat servants for free or reduced fees as charity, while also viewing them as malingerers who exaggerated symptoms to avoid work. The assumption was that working-class people had higher pain tolerance and needed less careful treatment than wealthy people, which was nonsense but convenient for justifying inferior care. Servants reporting pain or illness might be accused of faking to get out of work rather than being taken seriously. Pregnancy for servant women created impossible situations health-wise. A pregnant servant was supposed to keep working until she physically couldn't, then was dismissed, then somehow managed childbirth and recovery without income or support. The physical demands of servant work made pregnancy more dangerous. Heavy lifting, long hours standing, poor nutrition all increased risks of complications. Many servants miscarried from continued hard work during pregnancy. Those who carried to term often gave birth in workhouses or charitable lying in hospitals where maternal mortality was high and conditions were terrible. Sexual health was another area of systematic neglect and ignorance. Servants who contracted sexually transmitted diseases, often from assault by employers, had no access to treatment and no understanding of what was happening to them. These diseases could cause chronic health problems, infertility, and ultimately death. The shame surrounding sexual health meant servants couldn't seek help, even if it was available, and the lack of medical knowledge meant that even sympathetic doctors couldn't provide effective treatment for most STIs. The lack of workers' compensation or any safety net meant sick or injured servants simply fell into poverty. There were no sick days, no disability benefits, no unemployment insurance. If you couldn't work, you didn't get paid. If you couldn't work for extended periods, you lost your position. If you lost your position while sick, you had no money for treatment and no way to recover health enough to find new work. This trap destroyed countless servants who had the misfortune to get seriously ill or injured. The few charitable institutions that existed for sick or elderly servants were vastly inadequate for the need. Organisations like the Servants' Benevolent Institution tried to provide assistance, but they could only help tiny fractions of those needing support. Many servants ended up in workhouses when illness or age made them unemployable, which was nightmare scenario but common reality. The workhouse was the Victorian solution to poverty, designed to be so miserable that people would do anything to avoid it, which meant people who ended up there had literally no other options. This catalogue of health problems reveals the systematic nature of exploitation. These weren't accidents or bad luck. They were predictable consequences of working people beyond human limits in dangerous conditions for wages that didn't allow for health maintenance. Employers knew service was destroying servants' health but continued demanding the work because their comfort mattered more than servants' well-being. This is what exploitation actually looks like, not just low wages but systematic disregard for human health and life. Now let's talk about how this system finally started to collapse, because understanding its end helps explain why it persisted so long and what finally made it unsustainable. The decline of domestic service began before World War I but accelerated dramatically during and after the war. The factors driving this decline were economic, social and technological, all combining to make the traditional service model unworkable. Economically, servants were becoming harder to find and more expensive to employ. Working-class people had more options by the late Victorian and Edwardian periods: factory work, shop work, clerical positions, emigration. Service had to compete with these alternatives, which meant higher wages and better conditions. Employers who wanted servants had to pay more than they were accustomed to paying, which made large staffs economically challenging even for wealthy families. The labour shortage was particularly acute for certain positions. Young men who might have become footmen or grooms could earn more in factories or offices with better hours and more freedom. Young women still entered service in large numbers, but increasingly they viewed it as temporary rather than career, something to do until marriage or until better work became available. The devoted career servant was becoming rare, replaced by workers who were explicitly using service as stepping stone to something better. Social attitudes were changing too. Service was increasingly seen as degrading rather than respectable. The rigid hierarchies, the constant supervision, the lack of personal freedom. these aspects of service that had been accepted as normal started seeming unacceptable to working-class people who were developing new ideas about their rights and dignity. Labour movements, socialist politics, educational reforms, all these contributed to changing consciousness about what working-class people should have to accept. World War I was a massive accelerator of these trends. Young men left service for military service, experiencing hierarchy and discipline, but also camaraderie, travel, and the sense that they were doing important work rather than waiting on someone's table. Many didn't return to service after the war, having found other work or having been killed. Young women took jobs in munitions factories, hospitals, government offices, doing war work that paid better than service and gave them new skills and independence. The war also changed employers' economic situations. Death duties on estates, economic disruption, declining agricultural incomes, these hit the wealthy hard. Families that had maintained large staffs found they couldn't afford them anymore. The tax structure changed to make keeping servants more expensive. The economic model that had sustained elaborate households with dozens of servants simply wasn't viable anymore, and the war accelerated this shift from gradual decline to rapid collapse. Technological change played a crucial role through labour-saving devices that reduced the need for servants. Vacuum cleaners replaced housemaids spending hours sweeping and beating carpets. Washing machines replaced laundry maids doing back-breaking work by hand. Gas and electric stoves replaced coal ranges that required constant tending. Refrigerators changed food storage and preparation. Central heating reduced the need for servants to haul coal and tend fires. Each technology eliminated or reduced work that had previously required human labour. These technologies were expensive initially, but for middle-class households they became more economical than employing servants. A vacuum cleaner was a one-time expense. A housemaid was ongoing wages plus room and board. A washing machine didn't get pregnant or quit without notice or demand time off. The economic calculation shifted toward technology and away from human labour, which was good for former servants getting out of exploitation, but bad for servants who lost employment to machines. The rise of smaller, more efficient houses also reduced servant requirements. Victorian and Edwardian houses had been designed assuming large servant staffs would maintain them. But new houses built in the early 20th century were smaller, with fewer rooms, more efficient layouts, designed for middle-class families to maintain themselves with maybe one or two servants, or no servants at all. The architectural shift both reflected and reinforced the decline of service as central domestic institution. Social reforms also contributed by making exploitation less acceptable and providing alternatives. Compulsory education meant working-class children stayed in school longer, developing skills and expectations that made service less appealing. Labour regulations, though still minimal, started providing some protections for workers. The expansion of the welfare state, beginning with old age pensions and unemployment insurance, reduced workers' total dependence on employment and gave them slightly more bargaining power. The interwar period saw continued decline in service, with households that had employed 10 servants in 1910 employing 3 or 4 in 1930, and middle-class households that had employed 2 or 3 employing 1 or none. This wasn't primarily because employers didn't want servants, many regretted the change, but because they couldn't find servants willing to work under traditional conditions for traditional wages, and they couldn't afford the wages and conditions necessary to attract workers who had better alternatives. World War II delivered another massive blow to domestic service. Women who might have been servants took war work in factories, offices, and military service. After the war, many didn't return to service, having experienced better work conditions and having developed new skills and expectations. The post-war expansion of the welfare state, the growth of light industry, the expansion of service sector employment, all these created alternatives that made domestic service unnecessary for survival. By the 1950s, the traditional domestic service system was essentially dead in Britain. Some wealthy families maintained smaller staffs, but the elaborate households with dozens of servants were gone. Most middle-class families made do without servants, using technology and more efficient household management. The few people still in traditional domestic service were usually older workers who'd spent their careers in service and had few alternatives, not young people entering a viable career path. The speed of this collapse, from a system employing over 1 million people to one employing a tiny fraction of that in less than 40 years, reveals how fragile the whole structure was. It had persisted for so long because servants had no alternatives, not because it was sustainable or just. Once alternatives emerged, the system collapsed because nobody actually wanted to be a servant when they had better options. The romanticised versions of service suggest that servants were happy and the system worked for everyone. The speed of its collapse when alternatives became available proves this was always a lie. This brings us to the final question. How do we know what we know about domestic service, and why does it matter how this history gets written and remembered? The sources we have for understanding servant life are fundamentally skewed because servants themselves rarely created written records. Most were illiterate or barely literate, worked hours that left no time for writing, had no reason to think their experiences were worth recording, and had no access to publishers even if they'd written memoirs. The written records that survive are mostly from employers: household account books, wage records, service manuals, etiquette guides. These tell us what employers paid servants and what tasks they assigned, but reveal almost nothing about servants' experiences, feelings, or perspectives. We can calculate from account books that a scullery maid earned £8 per year, but we can't know from those sources what she thought about that wage, how she felt about her employers, whether she resented her circumstances or accepted them as inevitable. The few servant voices that survive in writing are from exceptional individuals: upper servants who were literate and had time to write, servants who left service and later published memoirs, servants whose letters happened to be preserved in archives. These sources are valuable but unrepresentative. The typical servant, working long hours, exhausted, illiterate, with no expectation anyone would care about their thoughts, left no written record. Their experiences are lost except for what we can infer from other evidence. This silence in the historical record matters because it means the history of domestic service has been written primarily from employers' perspectives. The story we've inherited is largely the story that wealthy people told about their servants, either the romanticised version where servants loved their work, or the critical version where the servant problem was servants' fault for being lazy or insubordinate. Servants' own understanding of their situation is mostly missing. Historians have tried to recover servant perspectives through creative use of sources. Court records, poor law records, census data, wage books, physical evidence from surviving servants' quarters, all these can reveal information about servant lives even when servants themselves didn't write accounts. Historians can calculate mortality rates, document working conditions, trace career paths, identify patterns of resistance and accommodation. But this is fragmentary evidence that requires interpretation and always leaves gaps. The few servant diaries and letters that survive are precious historical sources, but they need to be read carefully. Were they written for publication or private? Were they edited by later readers? Do they represent typical experiences or exceptional ones? A lady's maid who wrote detailed letters about her experiences was already unusual by virtue of being literate, employed in upper servant position, and having someone worth writing to. Her experiences tell us something about service, but not necessarily about typical servant experiences. Some published servant memoirs are essentially propaganda, either defending service as benevolent institution or sensationalizing abuse for sales. Others are more honest attempts to document experiences, but even honest memoirs are shaped by memory, by what the writer thinks readers want to know, by the passage of time between experience and writing. Memoirs by retired servants looking back 50 years aren't necessarily reliable about details, even when they're honest about broad patterns. The absence of servants' own voices matters particularly because it affects how we understand their agency and resistance. If we only have employers' records, we might conclude that servants were passive victims with no ability to resist exploitation. But fragmentary evidence suggests servants resisted constantly, through foot-dragging, theft, sabotage, gossip, strategic job changes, collective organisation when possible. We don't have servants writing about their resistance strategies, but we can infer them from circumstantial evidence and from patterns that appear in multiple sources. The question of how to write history when your sources are so skewed toward powerful perspectives is a methodological problem that extends far beyond domestic service. How do we recover the experiences of any historically marginalised group, enslaved people, colonised populations, women, children, workers, when they rarely left written records and when the records we have were created by people with power over them? Historians have developed approaches to this problem, but there's no perfect solution. Any history of domestic service involves interpretation and informed speculation as well as documented facts. The responsibility of modern historians and content creators is to be honest about this. When you're writing or creating content about servant life, you should acknowledge what you know, what you're inferring, and what you're guessing. You should be clear about whose perspectives your sources represent. You should resist the temptation to present employer perspectives as objective truth or to fill in gaps with romanticized fantasy. Servants deserve to have their experiences represented as honestly as possible, even when direct evidence is limited. This is where shows like Downtown Abbey fail ethically. They present a version of servant life that's not just simplified for television, but fundamentally dishonest about power dynamics and exploitation. They give viewers the impression they're learning history when they're actually absorbing upper-class fantasy about benevolent hierarchy. The show's creators had choices about how to represent service, and they chose romanticization over honesty. That's defensible as entertainment but not as history, and they should have been clearer about making that choice. The stakes of historical honesty about domestic service matter, because how we remember the past affects how we think about the present. If we remember service as basically a benign system where loyal workers were cared for by benevolent employers, we're more likely to think contemporary service work, domestic workers, care workers, hospitality workers, doesn't need better protections or higher wages. If we remember service as an exploitative system that persisted because workers had no alternatives, we're more likely to recognise contemporary exploitation and support reforms. The Victorian domestic service system was exploitation built on systematic denial of workers' humanity, rights and dignity. It persisted because wealthy people benefited from it, and because poor people had few alternatives. It damaged bodies and minds, shortened lives, destroyed potential, all to facilitate the comfort of a small, wealthy minority. Understanding this honestly, not through romanticised fantasy but through confronting its reality, is necessary for understanding class, labour and justice both historically and in our present. So when you watch period dramas or read historical fiction set in this era, enjoy them for what they are. But remember, they're not history. They're entertainment that uses historical settings. The real history was darker, messier, more unjust and more complicated. The servants who lived through it deserve to be remembered accurately, not to have their experiences erased by comforting fantasies. And understanding their exploitation honestly might help us recognise and resist exploitation in our own time, which is why honest history matters beyond just getting the facts right. The mental health toll of domestic service extended beyond general stress to specific psychological patterns that recur across servant accounts. The experience of being constantly watched and judged created what we'd now recognise as social anxiety, an inability to relax, constant awareness of being observed, fear that any action might be wrong and punished. Servants who spent years under this surveillance sometimes developed lasting inability to feel comfortable in social situations even after leaving service. The suppression of emotions required by service also created psychological damage. You couldn't show anger when mistreated, couldn't express frustration at impossible demands, couldn't cry when exhausted or homesick. This constant emotional suppression is recognised by modern psychology as harmful, leading to depression, anxiety, and difficulty forming healthy relationships. But Victorian servants were expected to maintain perfect emotional control at all times, and failure to do so was grounds for dismissal rather than grounds for concern about their mental health. The isolation of service, particularly for live-in servants, created loneliness that could be psychologically devastating. You lived in a house full of people but couldn't form genuine friendships across hierarchical lines, couldn't maintain relationships with family and friends outside service because you had so little free time, couldn't be your authentic self because you were always performing your servant role. This profound isolation affected some servants' ability to form relationships even after leaving service, having spent years learning that emotional connection was dangerous or impossible. The health impacts varied significantly by position, with lower servants suffering more severe physical damage while upper servants experienced more psychological stress. A scullery maid doing the hardest physical labour had destroyed knees and backs, but might have less psychological burden because her work was straightforward, and her low position meant few responsibilities beyond physical labour. A housekeeper managing dozens of servants faced enormous psychological pressure from responsibility, from navigating household politics, from maintaining impossible standards, but experienced less direct physical damage. The specific occupational hazards created recognisable patterns. Laundry maids developed hand problems from constant immersion in harsh soaps and hot water. Cracked, bleeding skin, infections, sometimes permanent damage to hands that made delicate work impossible. Chambermaids who carried heavy loads up and down stairs multiple times daily developed specific back and leg problems from this repetitive strain. Kitchen workers had burn scars marking them as kitchen workers even after leaving service. You could often identify a former cook by looking at her forearms. The inadequate diet that many servants subsisted on had long-term health consequences that persisted even after leaving service. Vitamin deficiencies caused by inadequate fresh fruit and vegetables led to problems like scurvy symptoms, though rarely full-blown scurvy. Protein deficiency from eating primarily bread and cheap carbohydrates affected growth and development in young servants, potentially stunting physical development. These nutritional deficits during formative years affected health throughout life. The exposure to diseases in crowded servants' quarters with poor sanitation created conditions perfect for epidemic spread. When one servant contracted a contagious disease, measles, typhoid, scarlet fever, it often spread through the entire servant population of a household. These outbreaks were devastating, with servants having little immunity from previous exposure and poor health from overwork making them vulnerable to complications. Employers typically responded by isolating sick servants rather than by improving conditions that facilitated disease spread. The long-term consequences of service work meant that former servants often spent their later years in chronic pain and poor health, even if they'd managed to save enough to avoid workhouse poverty. A woman who'd spent 40 years scrubbing floors had knees and hands that didn't work properly. A man who'd spent decades as coachman or groom had back problems from lifting and from being thrown from horses or vehicles. Former servants were often old before their time, aged prematurely by work that had used up their bodies for others' comfort. The contrast between servants' health and employers' health was stark and visible. Employers who took good health for granted, who had access to best medical care, who could rest when ill, they lived longer, healthier lives than servants who ate their leftovers and lived in their basements. This health inequality was a direct consequence of economic inequality, showing how systematically unjust distribution of resources affects every aspect of life, including the most basic matter of physical well-being. The beginning of the end for domestic service involved more than just World War I, though the war was a crucial catalyst. The late Victorian period already saw increasing resistance from servants in the form of higher turnover, more demands for better wages and conditions, and growing willingness to leave service for alternative work. Employers complained about the servant problem increasingly loudly, which was their way of saying that servants were no longer accepting exploitation as quietly as they once had. Early labour organising among servants was difficult because they were isolated in individual households, often forbidden from meeting or organising, and vulnerable to immediate dismissal if caught. But some organising did happen, particularly among upper servants in urban areas who could meet and coordinate more easily. Butler associations, housekeeper societies, cook guilds, these weren't unions in modern sense, but they were spaces where servants could share information about wages, working conditions, and which employers to avoid. The political consciousness among working-class people was rising in the late Victorian and Edwardian periods, influenced by socialist movements, trade unionism, and broader democratisation. Some servants absorbed these ideas and began questioning whether their subordinate position was natural and inevitable, or whether it was socially constructed and therefore changeable. This shift in consciousness didn't lead to widespread servant rebellion. The system was too oppressive for that, but it contributed to increasing unwillingness to accept traditional terms of service. The economic pressures on employers intensified in the early 20th century. Agricultural depression meant estate incomes declined while costs increased. Death duties introduced in 1894 and increased thereafter made maintaining large establishments more expensive. The tax treatment of large households became less favourable. Income taxes increased for wealthy people. All these economic changes made the traditional model of large household staffs more difficult to sustain, even before the war disrupted everything. The changing social attitudes among employers themselves also mattered. Some younger members of wealthy families were uncomfortable with elaborate service, viewing it as outdated and potentially embarrassing rather than as natural order. The influence of American attitudes, where extreme forms of personal service were less common and less socially accepted, affected British upper classes who travelled to or had connections with America. These attitude shifts were gradual and didn't fundamentally change the system before World War I, but they contributed to its eventual decline. World War I's impact on domestic service can't be overstated. The war didn't just remove workers temporarily, it fundamentally changed social relationships and expectations. Women who'd worked in munitions factories or as nurses or in offices couldn't unsee that experience. They'd earned decent wages, had independence, worked alongside others with shared grievances rather than isolated in individual households. Many explicitly refused to return to service after the war, and employers couldn't force them because the labour market had shifted. The men who returned from war, those who survived, were also changed. Military service was hierarchical and demanding, but it wasn't personal servitude. You weren't cleaning one family's house, you were part of national effort. The camaraderie, the shared purpose, the sense that you were doing important work, these aspects of military service contrasted sharply with domestic service and made returning to footman or valet positions seem intolerable for many men. The demographic impact of the war was also significant. Hundreds of thousands of young men died, which changed the labour market fundamentally. The surplus of women to men that resulted affected marriage patterns, employment patterns, and social structures. Some women who might have left service to marry stayed in workforce because there weren't enough men. Others left service for jobs with better prospects of finding partners, factory or office work where they'd meet potential husbands, rather than being isolated in employers' houses. The interwar technological changes happened faster than most people expected. Electric appliances that had been expensive novelties in 1914 became middle-class consumer goods by the 1930s. This wasn't just vacuum cleaners and washing machines, it was electric irons, refrigerators, gas and electric stoves, water heaters, central heating systems. Each technology reduced the work required to maintain households, making large servant staffs unnecessary even for wealthy families. The architectural changes in house design both reflected and accelerated service decline. Architects began designing houses for middle-class families to maintain themselves with at most one or two servants. These houses had smaller kitchens with modern appliances, didn't have elaborate servants' quarters, were organised for efficiency rather than for maintaining social distance between family and servants. The few new large houses built in the interwar period often had reduced servants' facilities, reflecting the reality that large staffs were no longer available. The Great Depression of the 1930s delivered another blow to service for different reasons. Wealthy families' incomes declined, making large staffs unaffordable. But also, the visibility of mass unemployment made elaborate service seem morally questionable to some wealthy people. Having 6 servants when millions were unemployed and desperate, this started seeming less like natural order and more like unjust distribution of resources. This moral unease didn't lead to wealth redistribution, but it contributed to declining enthusiasm for conspicuous consumption through servant employment. World War II finished what World War I had started. The wartime mobilization of women into factory work, military service, and government offices demonstrated conclusively that women could do work besides domestic service. The post-war expansion of the welfare state provided basic security that reduced workers' total dependence on employment. The post-war economic boom created employment opportunities that made domestic service obsolete as mass employer. By 1950, traditional domestic service was essentially dead. The speed of this collapse, from employing over 1 million people to being marginal employment sector in 40 years, reveals the system's fundamental instability. It persisted only as long as workers had no alternatives, and collapsed as soon as better options emerged. This demonstrates that the apparent stability of the Victorian service system was illusory. It wasn't stable because it worked well, but because it was backed by economic coercion. Remove that coercion by providing alternatives, and the whole structure collapsed nearly instantly. The legacy question, how we remember and understand this history, matters because memory shapes how we think about contemporary issues. If we remember service as a benevolent system that worked well, we're more accepting of current labour exploitation. If we remember honestly that it was an exploitative system maintained by economic coercion, we're more critical of current exploitation and more supportive of workers' rights and protections. The sources available for understanding servants' experiences reveal the fundamental power imbalance that structured the system. We have enormous numbers of sources created by employers, household accounts, etiquette books, service manuals, letters and diaries discussing their servants. These sources tell us what employers thought about servants, but almost nothing about what servants thought about their situations. The historical record is fundamentally skewed toward elite perspectives because elites controlled literacy, publication, and document preservation. The few servants who left written records were already exceptional by virtue of being literate. A housemaid who could read and write was unusual. Most had minimal education before entering service, and no opportunity for further education while working 16-hour days. The upper servants who wrote letters or diaries were even more unusual. They needed not just literacy but time to write, and reason to think their writing was worth preserving. These sources are valuable but unrepresentative of typical servant experience. The published servant memoirs need particularly careful reading, because they were shaped by publication requirements and audience expectations. Memoirs published in the Victorian or Edwardian periods usually reinforced either romanticised views of loyal service or sensationalised tales of employer vice. Editors wouldn't publish memoirs that fundamentally challenged the service system, because such challenges threatened social order that elites benefited from. So published memoirs either supported the system or criticised individual bad employers while preserving the fiction that good employers made service acceptable. 20th century memoirs by former servants written after the system had collapsed are more honest but face different problems. Memory is unreliable across decades, and people looking back on their youth tend to romanticize even difficult experiences. A woman writing in 1950 about her service in 1890 might soften harsh memories, might misremember details, might unconsciously reshape her experiences to fit cultural narratives about the past. These memoirs are valuable sources but need critical reading that accounts for memory's limitations. Historians have developed methods for recovering servant perspectives despite limited direct evidence. Demographic analysis of census data shows patterns in servant employment, ages, origins, career progressions. Court records reveal servants' involvement in legal cases, as defendants in theft cases, as witnesses to crimes, as plaintiffs in rare cases where they sued employers. Poor law records show what happened to servants who became destitute. Physical evidence from surviving servants' quarters shows their living conditions. These sources don't give us servants' own voices but provide hard data about their circumstances. The methodological question of how to write history when your sources are fundamentally unequal applies far beyond domestic service. How do we recover experiences of enslaved people when most sources were created by enslavers? How do we understand colonized populations when most records were created by colonizers? How do we write women's history when most historical records were created by men? These are fundamental questions for historians trying to write more complete and honest histories that include perspectives of people who didn't control record creation. One approach is to read elite sources against the grain, looking for what they reveal inadvertently rather than just what they intend to communicate. An employer's complaint about servant insubordination reveals that servants were resisting, even if the employer doesn't acknowledge that resistance was justified. Household accounts showing high servant turnover reveal that servants were exercising what agency they had by leaving bad positions, even if employers interpreted this as servant irresponsibility rather than as rational response to exploitation. Another approach is to use comparative analysis, looking at patterns across multiple households, regions, or time periods to identify what was systematic rather than individual. If multiple sources show similar patterns of servant illness, or similar complaints about working conditions, or similar strategies of resistance, we can infer general patterns even without extensive direct testimony from servants themselves. This comparative method helps distinguish what was typical from what was exceptional. The responsibility of contemporary historians and content creators is to be honest about what we know and how we know it. When writing about servant life, we should acknowledge which claims are well documented, which are inference from indirect evidence, and which are educated guesses. We should resist filling gaps in knowledge with fantasy, even when that fantasy might make better stories. Servants deserve to have their history told honestly, even when honesty means acknowledging what we don't know. This is where popular culture consistently fails. Shows like Downtown Abbey present confident, detailed representations of servant life, without acknowledging the enormous gaps in evidence or the interpretive choices being made. They fill those gaps with fantasy that flatters both employers and servants, showing benevolent employers and happy servants rather than the exploitative reality. This isn't just harmless entertainment, It's actively misleading about history in ways that affect contemporary understanding of class and labour. The few historians and writers who've tried to represent servant life honestly have faced criticism for being too negative or too political. Lucy Lethbridge's Servants, a downstairs history of Britain from the 19th century to modern times, is excellent, but was criticised by some reviewers for being insufficiently appreciative of employer benevolence. Alison Light's Mrs. Woolf and the Servants examines Virginia Woolf's relationship with her servants and the class tensions involved, but some readers were uncomfortable with acknowledging Woolf's complicity in exploitation. Honest history sometimes makes people uncomfortable, which is a sign it's doing its job. The ethical imperative to represent servants honestly extends to all cultural production about this period. Novelists setting stories in Victorian or Edwardian households should think carefully about whether they're perpetuating myths about benevolent service or telling more honest stories about exploitation. Television producers should consider whether they're entertaining audiences at the expense of historical accuracy. Educators should ensure students understand the reality of service, rather than just the romanticised version they encounter in popular culture. The stakes of getting this history right matter, because domestic service isn't entirely historical. Millions of people worldwide work as domestic workers today: housekeepers, nannies, care workers. Many face exploitation that echoes Victorian service: low wages, long hours, isolation, lack of legal protections, vulnerability to abuse. How we remember historical domestic service affects how we think about contemporary domestic work. If we romanticise the past, we're more accepting of present exploitation. If we understand the past honestly, we're more likely to support contemporary workers' rights. The Victorian domestic service system was fundamentally unjust. It damaged people's bodies and minds, shortened their lives, denied their humanity, all to facilitate wealthy people's comfort. It persisted because it was backed by economic coercion and social structures that left working-class people no alternatives. It finally collapsed when workers gained options and when economic and technological changes made it unsustainable. Understanding this honestly, not through romanticised fantasy but by confronting uncomfortable realities, is necessary for understanding both history and present. That's where we'll end this journey through the world of Victorian domestic servants. We've explored their work, their lives, their struggles, and how their history has been represented and misrepresented. We've seen a system that persisted for generations despite being fundamentally unjust, that finally collapsed when workers gained alternatives, and that left a complicated legacy we're still trying to understand. The servants themselves, the hundreds of thousands of people who spent their lives in service, deserve to be remembered as whole people who navigated impossible circumstances with whatever courage, cunning, and dignity they could manage. Their stories matter, and telling them honestly matters, both for historical accuracy and for understanding our own world. Thanks for joining me on this long journey through the reality behind the period drama fantasy. I hope you've learned something about Victorian domestic service that complicates and deepens your understanding of this history. Remember that when you watch those beautiful shows with their elegant houses and complicated romantic plots, you're watching fantasy built on a foundation of real exploitation and real suffering. Enjoy the entertainment if you want, but remember what it's hiding. The real servants deserve better than to have their experiences erased by comforting lies. Sleep well, everyone. Sweet dreams.